Hello? Hello?
Hello? We can hear you down here.
Okay, we can hear you as well.
Okay, then if you want to go ahead.
We can get started? Okay.
Yes, please.
All right, well, thanks everyone for being so patient while we work this out, and thank you to the speakers. And so let's get started. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves and what you do, and thank you.
Thank you. Well, hello everyone. Thank you for coming today. My name is Tammy Getz. I'm audit manager, and I'm here with Laura Harwood, and she's our deputy legislative auditor from the Legislative Council Bureau Audit Division. This morning we get to start you off with some exciting government auditing. After this session, we hope you have a better understanding of why we do what we do, how audits and fiscal reporting requirements help your organizations stay in compliance, and how your organization can be diligent in preventing fraud. Our rule book as auditors in the government auditing standards issued by the United States Government Accountability Office, or the GAO. Government Auditing Standard 1.05 states that government auditing is essential in providing accountability to legislators, oversight bodies, those charged with governance, and the public. Our job as auditors with respect to the occupational licensing boards is to review each board's compliance with certain statutory reporting requirements and to ensure reports provide accountability of financial conditions. Let me start by introducing our counterparts, the Executive Branch Division of Internal Audits. Many of you may be familiar with this audit team. Our agency is the Legislative Council Bureau Audit Division, or LCB Audit for short. Two separate audit shops serving different branches of the government. The Division of Internal Audits conducts audits directly by the Executive Branch Audit Committee or when requested by state government leaders. And they perform audits addressing the efficiency and effectiveness of state agency management and operations. The Division of Internal Audits consists of two sections, the Internal Audit section and the Compliance Review section. The Internal Audit section improves the efficiency and effectiveness of state government agency management and operations and ensures compliance with the governor's objectives, state and federal guidelines, and helps safeguard state resources. The Compliance Review section ensures agencies have adequate internal controls over fiscal processes and verifies agencies' transactions comply with state and federal guidelines. This section also helps agencies safeguard assets and detect fraud through internal control training, assistance, monitoring, and reviews. The GAO standard for internal control in the federal government is a comprehensive framework and guidance for effective internal controls. According to these standards, internal control is a process effected by an entity's oversight body, management, and other personnel designed to provide reasonable assurance that the objectives of an entity will be achieved. Internal controls is made up of plans, methods, policies, and procedures used to fulfill the mission, strategic plan, goals, and objectives of the entity. Some examples of internal controls are segregation of duties, physical controls, reconciliations, authorization processes, transaction and activity reviews, and information processing controls. For example, segregation of duties is when issuing checks requires one person to create the check while another individual approves and signs. Authorization processes include requiring a higher level of approval for larger purchases. And transaction and activity reviews can include reviewing the number of new or renewed licenses to monitor the board's performance or identify anomalies. Are the number of licenses increasing but the revenue decreasing? Does that make sense? Some occupational licensing boards have few staff, so internal controls such as segregation of duties or multiple approval signatures may be challenging to implement. When certain internal controls are challenging, having strong compensating controls in other areas is essential. Boards still need to implement internal controls regardless of their staff size. In short, internal control serves as the first line of defense in safeguarding assets and helps managers achieve desired results through effective stewardship of public resources. Laura will now discuss the legislative branch and LCB audit, which is the agency we work for.
Hello. Our division conducts performance audits on certain agencies and programs to address the operational efficiency and effectiveness of programs in relation to their intended goals and objectives, sufficiency of internal controls, and compliance with laws and regulations. These audits provide important insights into agencies, especially in times of limited resources and increasing demands for public service. Another important aspect of state government we assess is the adequacy of information security, which continues to be increasingly critical to the success of government functions. Other significant responsibilities of the LCB Audit Division include the statewide single audit, school district audits, and certain child welfare responsibilities, including child fatality and near fatality reviews and children's facility oversight. We are also statutorily required to count the money in the state treasury at least annually and review the financial records of special license plates and occupational licensing boards. Now let's talk about the Sunset Subcommittee of the Legislative Commission. NRS 232B established the Sunset Subcommittee and requires the subcommittee to conduct reviews of boards and commissions that are not provided for in the Nevada Constitution or established by an executive order of the governor. The Sunset Subcommittee selects at least 10 boards and commissions to review each interim and recommend whether those entities should be continued, modified, consolidated, or terminated. This means the subcommittee will ask boards and commissions to present information about their finances and operations during interim subcommittee meetings. Often, they ask various questions and request additional information to help them understand how well the boards and commissions are functioning. Some of you may already have had the pleasure of attending and presenting information at the Sunset Subcommittee interim meetings. The Sunset Subcommittee may also recommend to the Legislative Commission that LCB Audit conduct an audit of a specific board. For LCB Audit annual reviews, the occupational licensing boards submit their financial reports to us, we complete our review, and then we submit a report to the Sunset Subcommittee. Fiscal oversight is important for all boards, especially the 35 boards with budgets not included in the executive budget. The Governor's Finance Office Budget Division is responsible for producing a sound budget that meets the functional goals of the state of Nevada and missions of individual state agencies. It also provides direction to agencies concerning internal operations of state government and responsible budgetary oversight. Developing the Governor's executive budget is a cooperative effort between the agencies and the Budget Division. Between legislative sessions, the Budget Division monitors revenues and expenditures to ensure the state budget remains balanced and assists agencies in keeping their budgets in compliance. Boards not included in the governor's executive budget do not receive the same budgetary oversight as agencies that are included. Hence, there is a higher risk of weak internal controls for those boards because of the reduced oversight. Therefore, there is an increased risk of fraud. Here is a historical list of board frauds. Some of these have been recovered, others have not. We go over fraud in our trainings so we can learn from the past and help you avoid being the next board on this list. Board members typically don't see fraud coming, but knowing what red flags to look for, what internal controls need to be in place, or watching for vulnerabilities in those controls will also help prevent fraud. We will go over things to watch for to avoid fraud in more detail in this presentation. Here are some more recent issues we have reported to the Legislative Subcommittee, which illustrate the importance of actively working with your Deputy Attorney General, or your DAG, human resources, and other state agency resources available to the boards to ensure compliance with Nevada revised statutes or NRSs. While these are identified issues, not fraud situations, we hope discussing them will help other boards. The first two items on this slide were findings made by the board's external auditors, which are reported to the Sunset Subcommittee. These two items were both related to potentially improper benefit payouts, one for retirement benefits and the other for a deceased employee's sick leave payout. If you have questions about benefit payouts, please reach out for assistance to ensure compliance with the NRS. In fiscal years 2023 and 2024, we reported that we identified through our review some large cash withdrawals, which the board records indicated were for board member and staff compensation. Our reported issues eventually led to more questions on related issues, which resulted in fines to the board member from the Nevada Commission on Ethics and the board member being removed from office by the governor. However, we were not involved in either of those follow-up actions. Some lessons learned in this scenario were, 1, be sure to work with your DAG and other state agencies when considering paying board members a salary. 2, please make sure you obey the open meeting laws. And 3, always have more than one person with access to accounting and bank functions. To ensure fiscal accountability, we have NRS 218G.400, which applies to the occupational licensing boards not included in the executive budget. Basically, the NRS states that an annual audit or other financial information is due December 1st to our office. More specifically, if the annual revenues of the board are more than $200,000 for the fiscal year, the board must engage the services of a CPA to audit their fiscal records and file a report of the audit with the legislative auditor and the chief of the budget division of the Office of Finance on or before December 1st, following the end of that fiscal year. If the revenues of the board are less than $200,000 for the fiscal year, the board can submit a balance sheet. NRS 218G.400 gives one other reporting option. In lieu of an annual audit or balance sheet, a board can elect to have a CPA prepared biannual audit. Regardless of how you report, the reports are all due by December 1st. Also, please note, the reports can be submitted early. Often when a report is submitted late, there is less time to fix any problems or concerns, and therefore these are communicated in our report to the Sunset Subcommittee. This can be avoided with earlier submission. This next part is additionally important. NRS 622.100 requires occupational licensing boards to submit and post quarterly disciplinary and regulatory reports on the Nevada Legislature website. This slide lists the information the NRS requires to be submitted. Boards that do not submit these quarterly reports will be required to have an annual external audit. LCB audit reviews whether disciplinary and regulatory reports are submitted in compliance with the statutory requirement. So please remember to submit your quarterly reports, and if you need help, contact information is available on the same page where you post your reports. So now that we have presented the NRS and reporting requirements, here are some suggestions for board members. Be an active participant in financial oversight. If something seems strange or if you don't understand something, please ask about it. Follow up on findings in audit reports to ensure corrective action is taken. Board members should be proactive to ensure follow-up is completed and, more importantly, resolved. Internal control deficiencies are particularly important to follow up on as they increase the risk of fraud. Request copies of balance sheets and financial statements and ask questions. If you see large changes in amounts on the financial statements between years, ask why. Did someone's salary significantly increase while you thought the agency was tightening up on expenses? Ask about questionable items. Here are some other suggestions. Be aware of delays in submitting financial and disciplinary information. Keep in mind that late reporting could also be a red flag for fraud. There was a situation with one of the boards where the executive director was delaying the audited financial statements because they were covering up fraud by falsifying reports to the board. Prepare in advance to ensure the deadlines are met. If late reporting is unavoidable, please let us know you will be late and when you anticipate submitting your reports. We are not able to give extensions on the NRS established due dates, but communication is very important so that we can note reasons for late reporting. Ask questions of board management and members and utilize available resources. When we as auditors are in fraud training, most of the fraud cases are discovered by someone simply asking questions. Here are some examples. Is there segregation of duties? For example, is the accounting manager the one who initiates a payment request, approves it, records it in the computer, and reconciles it? If so, this creates an opportunity to issue a fraudulent payment while having the ability to cover it up. Does anyone within the organization review travel expenses to make sure they are reasonable and for board purposes, not for personal reasons? Are there any board-issued purchasing cards or credit cards? If so, who are they assigned to? Are receipts submitted by the card holder to justify purchases? Has the credit card limit been increased, and if so, why? Is there an established process that is implemented to cancel board-issued credit cards immediately after the cardholder resigns or is terminated? Ask questions rather than assuming there is a good reason. Trust but verify. Wouldn't it be better to ask those questions when fraud is small rather than letting it go and it getting bigger? Or wouldn't it be better to ask the questions before it even becomes fraud? Asking questions along with sufficient internal controls helps us stay out of trouble. So going back to the suggestion of utilizing available resources. Here are some resources. The LCB Help Desk can help you with your quarterly reports of occupational licensing boards on the Nevada Legislative website. Their contact information is on the Reports of Occupational Licensing Boards website. Your DAG is also a helpful resource when you need NRS explained or want to enter into a contract or have any other legal questions. And remember, as we discussed on a previous slide, the Executive Branch Division of Internal Audits assists state agencies with developing internal controls, and they have internal control training resources available on their website. The Department of Business and Industry, Office of Nevada Boards, Commissions, and Council Standards, we will refer to them as the office for short, is also a helpful resource. This office was established by SB 431 of the 2023 legislative session. NRS 232.8413 through 8415 gives the office purview over professional and occupational licensing boards. Their purpose is to establish centralized administration, uniform standards, uphold transparency and consumer protections, and ensure efficacy and efficiency. The board is managed by Deputy Director Nikki Haig, and her contact information is at the bottom of this slide. This concludes our presentation. But I did want to ask of the people here up in Carson, are any of you guys the 35 occupational licensing boards that submit annual reports to LCB Audit? How many do we have here? Oh, cool. Nice to meet you all. So for the boards we work with on annual reporting, just to let you know, we will be presenting our January biennial status report to the Sunset Subcommittee with the results of our 2025 financial review on February 2nd, which is next Friday. So tune in. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm looking at the statutes for the subset committee, and it says the committee needs to review not less than 10 boards or commissions each session. So how, is it just up to the committee who they review then, or how does that 10 get figured out?
I believe the Sunset Subcommittee makes that decision.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions? Las Vegas, do you guys have any questions? Can you hear me, Las Vegas? Oh.
We can hear you, but there's no questions here in Vegas.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
If you guys missed signing in, please do so you can get your credits.
Good morning. I'm Ross Armstrong. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Commission on Ethics, and we're going to do a presentation now regarding the ethics law and how it applies to your boards and commissions. So we're going to talk a little bit about why ethics matter, what we do as the Nevada Commission on Ethics, how we can assist you, who is covered under the Nevada ethics law. We'll talk about key areas of the law. We'll focus a little bit more on disclosure abstention today than we do in our normal training because of the nature of our boards and commissions. That seems to be a regular question, and then we'll talk about some resources and contacts. So why do we have an ethics law in the state of Nevada? The answer is Richard Nixon. And the Watergate scandal really triggered states and the federal government to enact ethics laws. And Nevada was one of those. So we enacted our first ethics law in 1975. It has changed a bit over time, mostly with the arc towards enhanced enforcement when there's violations. But if you think about it, the state went for over 100 years without any ethics law in the books, and the only recourse was the criminal law and then people voting out corrupt politicians. So the Nevada ethics law was established to set rules, primarily focused on what came out of Watergate, which was an elected official using their public resources to benefit their political campaign. In the legislative declaration of the Nevada ethics law, it says a public office is a public trust and shall be held for the sole benefit of the people. And we'll be going over a lot of technical rules today, but if you keep that in mind, that a public office is a public trust and shall be held for the sole benefit of the people, you'll be able to identify an ethics issue ahead of time, right? It's the sole benefit of the people, not for the sole benefit of the people in government or friends and family of people in government, but for the sole benefit of the people. Why do ethics matter on a bigger scale? If your board or agency gets mired in ethics issues, it dissolves trust in your board or commission and doing the good work that you do on a regular basis, and it undermines the hard work that your staff and you as a board member do every day on behalf of the people in the state of Nevada. A little bit about who the Nevada Commission on Ethics is. We're an 8-member commission. 4 are appointed by the Legislative Commission, 4 are appointed by the governor. At any given time, we cannot have more than 4 members from the same political party. 2 of those 8 must be licensed Nevada attorneys, and 4 must have previous public service. Because we're examining the conduct of public officials, we want folks who have experience with government work. In addition, our commissioners are prohibited from holding any other public office, and they're prohibited also from being actively involved in the work of any political party or campaign. What are the major functions of our commission? And I'll talk about this in terms of relations to your boards and commissions. So we have 3 major functions, and they fall on a spectrum between prevention and enforcement. The first thing we do is we do education and outreach about Nevada's ethics law. I'd much rather be here helping to teach you and train you rather than, at your board or commission to to interrogate all your staff after something potentially has occurred. So if you would like training for your board or commission, you can always reach out. We're happy to provide that on as needed basis. We also have online on-demand training available at ethics.nv.gov. Our second function is that we provide advisory opinions. So every public officer or employee can request from the commission an advisory opinion, as long as it's 1, about the ethics law, and 2, about your conduct. Not your fellow board members' conduct, but your own conduct. And so the way that happens, it's a confidential process. You submit a request for the advisory opinion. There's sort of we engage with you and figure out all the facts we need. We determine what the best advice is given the law. The commission votes to grant that opinion, and then you have an opinion that tells you what to do. This may be a good idea if you're on a board or commission and you have maybe a recurring conflict of interest you think may come up. Perhaps you're on a board or commission and your employer is regulated by that board, and you want to know what you need to do in terms of disclosure and abstention on voting issues to not run afoul of the ethics law. And then the last thing that we do is we receive and process complaints alleging violations of the ethics law. I think last fiscal year we had somewhere around 130, 140 complaints that we processed during the year of folks who believe there were violations of the ethics law and asked us to take a look at that. So who exactly falls under the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission and what types of conduct does? I think in our gut we know we can see something, or we can better define something that's unethical or it seems shady, but it can be harder to determine what is the actual, the ethics requirements for our public officers and officials. And it has to be something that is found, a rule found in our ethics law, which is NRS 281A. So this graphic helps you figure out what is and what isn't. I'll point out 2 things to start. 1, we only have jurisdiction over public officers and employees. You'll hear that term a bunch. A public officer is a position that is established in law and executes a government function. That's kind of the basic definition of it. So if you're on a board or commission and you have licensing or regulatory authority, your position is likely established in NRS. If you're a local board and your board is established by a county code or the city charter, you're also going to be a public officer. And then public employees are anybody who gets paid compensation to work for a public officer. So if you have some sort of intern at your board or commission, they're not paid. They would fall outside of the scope of our jurisdiction. But if they're getting paid compensation, they're going to be a public employee. We don't have jurisdiction over whole agencies. Sometimes people call us and say, hey, this entire board is violating the ethics law. Can you please find that they're unethical? We don't do that. We only take jurisdiction over individuals. We also have a 2-year statute of limitations. As you can see in this infographic, there's a lot of things we do not have specific jurisdiction over based on our law. We don't have any jurisdiction over employee grievances, harassment, open meeting law concerns, discrimination. Judges fall outside the scope of the definition of public officers and employees. We have no jurisdiction over public records disputes or anything that could be filed with the EEOC or NERC. And there's no rule in the ethics law that a public officer can't do harm to somebody else or be incompetent. Sometimes we see those folks think their public officer is incompetent and they want us to do something. It has to be one of these 3 topics down below. So there's improper benefits rules, cooling off periods, and then disclosure abstention. As I said, we're going to go through those details here in a second. Before we dive into the specific rules, I want to talk about this definition in the law, which is a commitment in a private capacity. When we see people before the Ethics Commission and they're in trouble, there's basically 2 types. One type basically doesn't think that the rule should apply to them, and the other type is someone who's trying to do the right thing and maybe they've stumbled into an ethics situation. And where they often stumble is that they're not thinking about the relationships that trigger a conflict of interest. So under the ethics law, these are the 6 types of relationships that create a commitment in a private capacity. And that term is seen 14 or 15 times throughout the ethics law. And these are folks that the ethics law says you have a conflict of interest with these individuals. Just having a conflict of interest is not an ethics law issue. The issue comes when one of these relationships comes into collision with your public duties and you take some sort of action contrary to the ethics law. So let's go over these 6 relationships. The first one is a spouse or domestic partner. So if you have a spouse or a domestic partner, they are on your list. A member of your household, so if you have somebody living with you who is also related to you, then it can be a member of your household. You're going to have a commitment in a private capacity to them. The next term is fun because it's super technical and legalistic. Anyone within the 3rd degree of consanguinity or affinity. So we'll talk about that real quick. Consanguinity is just a fancy legal term for how closely related you are to someone. So you're at the 0 degree of consanguinity. Your parents and your children are at the 1st, and it goes out from there. And so the ethics law says if it's within that 3rd degree or closer, you have a conflict of interest with that person. So on this particular chart, any relationships to the left of the dotted line are within that 3rd degree of consanguinity. Any of the relationships to the right of that dotted line are outside that 3rd degree of consanguinity. The ethics law applies the definition of commitment in a private capacity, not only to those related by blood, but by marriage. So all of your in-laws that would be on the left side of the dotted line also count within that 3rd degree of consanguinity or affinity. The next relationship is employer. If you're serving on a board or commission, you are likely employed some other way as a full-time or half-time job. So if you are on a board and you work for a coffee shop, then you have a commitment in a private capacity to that coffee shop. And if that coffee shop's interests come into collision with your public duties, you're going to need to think about the ethics law. If you have substantial and continuing business relationships, those relationships also trigger this commitment in a private capacity. Let's say instead of working for the coffee shop, you own the coffee shop. Well, you're going to have substantial and continuing business relationships with the company that provides you beans and other vendors of your agency. Maybe you have a corporate landlord. Those types of relationships are also going to create a conflict of interest. And then just for fun, there's this, or to keep attorneys employed, there's this definition called substantially similar, which says if it's a substantially similar relationship to those other 5, it also counts. And that can be somewhat hard to define, but I'll give you some examples. Let's talk about ex-spouses. So under the law, under the first part of this definition, only spouses or domestic partners have your commitment in private capacity. But we've had some folks reach out to us in advisory opinions and ask if an ex-spouse is substantially similar. And the commission has answered both ways. So in one case, we had ex-spouses where there was no child support, no alimony, they lived in different states, they clearly didn't like each other or talk to each other. All the children were grown. They really had no connection or relationship that was similar to a spouse. In another case, though, we had ex-spouses who continued to live together, share expenses. There was a child in the home. They saw each other every day. We said that relationship is substantially similar and qualifies as a commitment in a private capacity. Some additional examples of substantially similar, the commission has regularly held that if you serve on the board of a nonprofit, that is substantially similar to continuing business relationships, even though it's not quite, because there's not usually an exchange of money in that case. But because you have a fiduciary duty to that nonprofit through your board service, it is substantially similar, and therefore you need to be thinking about the ethics law as it comes before you. And then in addition to that, there have been some cases where it's determined that a friendship is substantially similar to someone within that 3rd degree of consanguinity or affinity. So if we go back here, remember the ethics law doesn't care if you like your family. If they're to the left of that dotted line, you have a conflict of interest. And you can probably think of friends that you have more interaction with, that you're closer to. Maybe you have daily interaction, go on vacations, exchange gifts. And they are substantially similar to those relationships on the left-hand side of the dotted line. I was in a training yesterday, and one of the ones we talked about was cousins, technically outside of the 3rd degree of consanguinity, but you may have cousins that are you feel closer to than some other folks on the left of the dotted line. And if you have that type of relationship where you're regularly communicating, you have gifts, you share finances, you're traveling together, that may result in a finding that that relationship is substantially similar. We're going to dive into the three main areas of the ethics law. Now, these buckets are proportional in size and to the number of rules, but because we are at a boards and commissions training, like I said, I'm going to focus a little bit more on disclosure and abstention than we would if we were, say, training staff that are, public employees working full-time. But the three main topics are improper benefits, disclosure and abstention, and cooling off. The improper benefit bucket has this basic formula. You cannot use your government position to create a benefit for yourself, a gift or a loan for either yourself or someone that's on that magical list of relationships, that commitment in a private capacity. So there's lots of little variations on that rule, but really that improper benefits bucket of the ethics law is about not using your government position to create that benefit for yourself or someone on your list of relationships. Let's talk first about gifts because it's been a hot topic and people often ask about gifts. The standard under the ethics law is that as a public officer, you cannot receive a gift, service, favor, or engagement that tends to improperly to influence a reasonable person to depart from the faithful and impartial discharge of your duties. So that's super clear, right? So let me give you some examples and we'll talk about what the Ethics Commission looks at. In Nevada, unlike some other states and jurisdictions, we don't have a flat gift limit. There's no like $50 or more. There's a gift limit. Your local agency might. You can certainly adopt policies that help with clarity for your boards and commissions. But the standard under the ethics law is this: hey, would this gift tend to improperly influence a reasonable person to depart from what they're supposed to do? And so what the Ethics Commission looks at is really sometimes the value of the gift and the nexus between the gifter and the giftee's decision-making abilities. So if you think about, let's say you have a friend and you go to lunch 4 or 5 times a year. Sometimes you buy, sometimes she buys. When she buys, that's a gift. But is that going to tend to improperly influence a reasonable person to depart from the faithful and impartial discharge of their duties? No. I would say probably not. Every ethics case is really fact-dependent. And you can distinguish it from a situation where, let's say that your board is considering an RFP, maybe for a new computer system or for maybe you're looking at a new office. And so one of the applicants takes you out to dinner a week before you're going to vote, and they like fly you to New York for the dinner and they shower you with gifts. Clearly that's going to tend to improperly influence a reasonable person to depart from the discharge of their duties. It doesn't matter if you are the most ethical and unpersuadable person in the history of the world. The question is not if you were departed from the impartial discharge of your duties, but a reasonable person would be. So some case examples. We have Enrique Lopez. Lopez was a director at a state agency and received from a current vendor a coach purse, lunches. There was some luggage loans that occurred, and the commission said, look, this is a vendor that is currently engaged with their agency. This person is in a position to determine if this vendor remains a vendor or gets renewed, and so that was a violation of the ethics law to receive the coach purse and the lunches and resulted in a $1,000 fine. In Ray McClinton. McClinton is the head of the Governor's Office of Energy, and he received 2 Vegas Golden Knights tickets and access to an exclusive partner party. The Golden Knights were hoping to get a sponsorship from the state, from the Office of Energy, and so because the value of those tickets was high, and there was an official ask to get state money at the time, the commission agreed that that was a violation of the ethics law and fined him $1,000, which was the value of the 2 tickets plus an additional fine to help deter future conduct. Switching to 2 advisory opinions, because I talked about how we have complaint cases and we have advisory opinions when people when people proactively ask us. So the city of Reno, Century Theaters, movie theater company approached the city of Reno and said, hey, we'd like to give folks annual passes, your city council folks annual passes as a thank you for their public service. And the city of Reno said, hey, before we accept this gift, let's go ask the Ethics Commission. And so they asked the Ethics Commission, and that we did some research and determined that the value of the gift, although it's unlikely that somebody would go to the movie theaters every single day, if they did, it was a gift in the thousands of dollars. And at the time, the theater company was trying to get approval to build a theater in downtown Reno. And so the Ethics Commission said, do not take that gift. It would be a violation of 400 subsection 1. Another great advisory opinion was in Ray Brown. A agency director asked if they could go to a conference. The conference had a government rate for the tickets that was reduced. It was a lower rate than for corporate folks who were going to the conference. And so the director said, hey, is it okay to take this discounted ticket, or is that does that constitute an unlawful gift? And the commission said, here's this conference attendance is closely related to your public duties. If this is not just a special gift for you as the director in Nevada, this is applicable to all government agencies, and so therefore the discounted ticket was not an unlawful gift. We'll talk about the use of resources a little bit. Unwarranted privileges, preferences, exemptions, and advantages. 402, we see this claim a lot. The key word here is unwarranted. So the law defines unwarranted as without merit. What you want to be thinking about is like, is there a specific government purpose for that benefit? So if you have a board meeting and you decide you're going to have your board meeting in Tonopah, and the state has travel guidance that says, hey, if you're traveling for state business, you can have your hotel and your transportation and your per diem food paid for by the state. Somebody on the outside may say, hey, you got a vacation to Tonopah paid for by the state, but it's not unwarranted because you were doing the work of the people while you were there. As long as you comply with all the rules in the state administrative manual and the GSA rates, those types of things, it's not going to be unwarranted. I'll give you an example from another state. In the state of Oregon, liquor is highly regulated. There's special state liquor stores, and members of the Liquor Control Board were holding back rare and expensive whiskeys for themselves. So they would make sure that those whiskeys didn't hit the shelves for everyone to purchase. They would have them held off in a storeroom. That's an example of an unwarranted privilege. They weren't stealing the whiskey, right? They were just saying, hey, this particular one set aside, I'm going to have access to it that the general public wouldn't. So if you're in a regulatory board, think about if somebody's applying for a license or there's some sort of waiting list for services, right? If you use your position and it's someone within your magical list of relationships to either, provide them a license when they shouldn't or bump them up a line in terms of review or services, that would be an example of unwarranted privilege. No salary compensation from a private source for performance of your public duties. This is our version of don't take a bribe. So don't take money from someone. Maybe, you are doing a disciplinary hearing and the person at issue wants to pay you to vote a certain way. That would be an example of 281A 400 subsection 4. Again, it would also be a crime. And so there can be ethics violations that are crimes. You cannot benefit yourself or others using the influence over a subordinate. So if you're a board member, you can't have your executive director off doing all sorts of things to benefit your personal or private interests. And then there's a restriction on honorarium for speaking. And I like to put this in here because this is a great one to ask your DAG. If you're asked to speak at something, let's say the local chamber of commerce wants to hear about your board. They say, hey, come to our lunch. We'll give you lunch. And you can speak. It will be great. There are rules within the law that say, yeah, you can eat the chicken lunch. If there's a necessary cost to get you to the place where you're speaking, you're fine. It's the actual, just like, here's $800 for showing up to our lunch in your position as the head of a particular board that would get you in trouble. So know that there's a rule about that. If you are asked to attend something and are either provided compensation in one way or another, you want to be asking your DAG about the limits about what can be provided or not. Another improper benefit can be contracting. So you need to be aware that you cannot negotiate a contract with yourself or others on your magical list of relationships with your current agency, right? We don't want public officials negotiating contracts that benefit themselves and their agency because you're going to deviate from benefiting the sole benefit of the people. You're going to get a benefit on both sides. And so If you are a vendor or your family is a vendor that your agency is looking at, you want to check with your DAG to see what you need to do to remove yourself from that particular situation. In addition, as a public officer or employee, you're prohibited from contracting with any other government agency. Under 281A 430, there are lots of exceptions. So you want to see if the contract you're looking at may be exempt from that rule. And there's a process through our advisory opinion process where you can ask for relief. You can say, I know that this contract, like if you're a member of Board A and you in your private capacity want to go be a contractor for Board B, you can, one, check to see if the contract falls within the exceptions of the law, and if not, you could ask us for permission to enter into that contract. You want to do that, of course, before you enter that contract, because we don't grant relief when somebody has already violated the ethics law. Some case examples. In Ray Juden is a case where a city manager negotiated a post-employment contract with his agency while he was still employed. That resulted in a non-willful violation. So he was city manager, negotiated, hey, I'm going to be leaving the city, but we're going to have a contract with me afterwards. Because he was city manager at the time when he negotiated that contract, that was a violation. In Ray Augustine was Kathy Augustine was our state controller, and she was running a campaign out of the basement of the Capitol building here in Carson City. And she used staff for campaign work, like stuffing fundraising envelopes and using all sorts of equipment to benefit her campaign. That ended up being a violation. For our constitutional officers, if they receive one willful violation of the ethics law, it requires referral to the legislature for impeachment. So that is what happened in the Kathy Augustine case. For other public officers, so for those of you that are board members or commission members, if you receive 3 willful violations, not necessarily 3 cases, but 3 willful violations in any given case, then the Nevada Commission on Ethics is required to file a legal case in your local county to have you removed from office. An example, In Ray Allen was a county commissioner. There was some litigation, and she influenced her county manager to issue a settlement payments to her ex-spouse. And then In Ray Cooper, and I think this was on Tammy's slide, was, as for one of the audit issues, was the massage board executive director used her position to pay herself extra paychecks. I think there were like a dozen extra paychecks over an 18-month period, and so that was a violation of the ethics law. One of the ones that we see more with staff than necessarily with board and commission members is 400 subsection 7. You are prohibited from using government time, property, equipment, or other facility to benefit a significant personal or pecuniary interest. So if you're issued, let's say, a board iPad or laptop, and you're using it to run your private business, that's going to be a violation of 400 subsection 7. Tammy and the audit team, they spoke about, knowing some internal controls and policies of your board. So as board members, I would encourage you to know what your policies are in relation to the use of equipment, because there may be some use of equipment that you would want individuals to be able to use in limited ways that may benefit their personal interests. So if you have a policy or there's an emergency, there can be an exemption to this particular part of the ethics law, so long as the use doesn't interfere with the performance of their duties, the cost is nominal, and it does not create the appearance of impropriety. So the example I like to give is, say you are, let's say that your board has vehicles, right? And one of your staff members swings by a convenience store, gets like a Slurpee or a drink or something. That's a pretty nominal use. Is that allowed under your policy, right? You want to have clear policies about that type of minimal use may be allowed, but you cannot like load everybody up into the board's van and drive your family to Disneyland type of thing. So be thinking about that. What types of policies do you have in place in terms of use of equipment? It can help prevent an audit finding and then also violations for your staff members. Some case examples in terms of use of time and equipment. In Ray Cochran was a fire chief in Reno. He used his uniform and some fire trucks in a video endorsing a senator's reelection campaign. That was a violation. In Ray Hall was the Mineral County Commissioner. She used the county credit card to purchase food and booze for her business. She paid it back, but she, still used the equipment. And then Ray Prudent, he was a county treasurer who was using county computer and time to take college courses instead of doing his job as treasurer. That again resulted in a violation. Go ahead and take a second to read this quote. We're going to shift now into the disclosure and abstention part of the ethics law, which I think there may be the most questions about for this particular group. The improper benefits bucket is about securing benefits or some sort of advantage for yourself or someone on your magical list of relationships. The disclosure and abstention bucket is just about transparency with your conflicts of interest. You don't lose your humanity just because you're a public officer. You don't have to cut off all relationships and ties and interests, but when they come into collision with your public life, that's when you need to be thinking about disclosure and abstention. We'll walk through both. I will say that although disclosure and abstention are in the same bucket, there's a very different analysis. And we see a lot of folks, especially on boards and commissions or city councils, a county commission, struggle with the idea that there are two different standards. So for each of these, you want to be thinking about, first, do you need to disclose? And then second, do you have to abstain, right? Because you're going to disclose more often than you're required to abstain under the ethics law. The ethics law says, look, before approving, voting, or acting on a matter, if you've received a gift or a loan, you have some sort of significant pecuniary interest, that's just our fancy ethics term for money, or you could be reasonably affected by a commitment in a private capacity, you need to make a disclosure. And so as a quick reminder, right, there's our 6 relationships that create the commitment in a private capacity. When folks stumble into a disclosure issue, it's usually because they're not thinking about this list of relationships when items are before them. I will also say be very cautious about consent agendas because folks tend to be like, oh yeah, consent agenda, that's good. If you have a conflict of interest within that consent agenda, you need to be disclosing prior to voting on that consent agenda. So what is a disclosure? A disclosure is just a transparent and public declaration like, hey, I have an interest in this particular matter. If you look on the left, I think you'd see what we'd all call an insufficient peanut butter and jelly sandwich. There's some missing details there. The same thing can happen with a disclosure. So your disclosure has to be sufficient to inform the public of the potential effect of the action or your abstention upon the person or the interest, and it has to be made at the time the matter is considered. So for boards and commissions purposes, you are in a board meeting, there's an agenda item, there is somebody on your magical list of relationships, or you have some sort of interest, you need to state on the record, I need to make a disclosure. I have this relationship with so-and-so. This matter could affect them because, they are a licensed, let's say, chiropractor, and we're going to raise the fees on chiropractors, and so I need to disclose that I have somebody who's in my magical list of relationships that will be affected by this matter. You have to make it at the time you're considering it. You can't just say, 3 months later, oh, I had a conflict of interest 3 months ago, just so you know. And it also needs to be in enough detail so that the public can judge your action thereafter. Abstention, on the other hand, is when you as a board member or a commission member don't vote. So you're actually sitting out the decision because the impact of the matter is so direct. And so the ethics law says you shall not vote upon or even advocate for. So you can't be advocating for the matter and then at the end say, oh, I'm going to abstain. If the independence of judgment of a reasonable person is affected by, again, it's a similar list, your own pecuniary interests. Let's say you are regulated by your board and you're increasing or decreasing licensing fees. You clearly have a pecuniary interest in that matter. You have a commitment in a private capacity. So again, your magical list relationships, or you've received a gift or a loan from someone that could be affected by that vote. We can't have an abstention rule that is so strict that everybody has to abstain all the time. And so the ethics law presumes that public officers act in the benefit of the people, so long as you make the disclosure. So that's the key. You have to make the disclosure. If you don't make the disclosure, you don't get the presumption, what I call the presumption of participation. As long as you make that disclosure, the ethics law says abstention is only required in clear cases where the public officer's situation is materially affected. So if it's some remote remote interest, some kind of speculation interest. It's not very clear. You should probably disclose. It's always good to err on the side of disclosure, but as long as you make that disclosure, you don't necessarily need to abstain if you're not going to have some sort of clear case where you're materially affected. It's also, and this one applies probably most to our boards and commissions here today, is that it's presumed permissible if there's no benefit or detriment to you than anyone else affected by the matter. So think about, we're going to raise the fees to be a chiropractor. You're a chiropractor, you're going to have to pay the fees you have to disclose because you're going to have to pay that extra fee. But because the fees are going up for everybody, you can still participate. So you'd make your disclosure on the record and then say, the ethics law allows me to participate because I will be affected no greater or less than by anybody else who may be affected by this vote. It's important to note that this is a case-by-case basis and it's an item-by-item basis, so you should really be working with your agency attorney to determine what you need to do. And again, err on the side of disclosing and being detailed in that disclosure, and then your agency attorney can help you with abstention. What I will say is when I go train agency attorneys, they indicate that sometimes, like this question comes 30 seconds before a vote, which doesn't give them a fair chance to do some research or call for help. So as soon as you see an agenda item where you might have a conflict of interest, that's when you should reach out to your agency attorney. I'll note one really great case. So in re public officer, I talked about advisory opinions, and an advisory opinion is confidential. You can waive confidentiality, so I talked about some that had the names. If they don't waive, you'll see the case listed like this, in re public officer. So we had a member of a board. They were a regulatory board, and they said, hey, my employer, remember that's on your magical list of relationships, my employer is a part of this subset that we regulate. What do I do when those come up? And so if you look up on our, if you go to ethics.nv.gov, we have an opinions page, and this 23094 case is on there. It is a great one for you if you're on a board or commission, or if you're a DAG watching and you need to advise your board or commission, because this case, this 23094, it goes over those disclosure requirements, and then it walks through different scenarios about when abstention is required. And in that particular case, based on the facts we got, we said, hey, if you're talking about general industry discussions or decisions, you need to disclose, but you can probably participate. If you're changing regulations, that's likely going to be a disclose, and then you can participate because you're not going to change regulations that only affect your employer. But also we noted that if you're changing a regulation and that regulation only applies to your employer, then you're going to need to abstain. And then if there was specific action related to the employer, like they're going to revoke their license to operate, then that clearly required disclosure and abstention. So if you take a look at that case at In re Public Officer 23094A is a great case to have handy when you're wondering what you should do. We'll walk through some test cases. So if you're a licensing board member and you have a friend from high school there before the board for a disciplinary action, do you have to disclose and abstain? I'll just give you a couple seconds to answer that for yourself in your head. And then I'll walk you through the analysis. So a friend from high school is probably not enough to be a commitment in a private capacity, unless it's like a friend from high school that you text every day and go on vacation with, and are close to, like a close family member. They're probably not going to qualify as a commitment in a private capacity. So if that's the case, then disclosure is not required under the ethics law. If they do have a commitment in private capacity, then and it's a disciplinary action, it's effective only to them, then you're probably you would need to abstain. Now sometimes we get a question like, could I disclose anyway? And sure, just because the ethics law doesn't require you to disclose doesn't mean that you can't, for the sake of transparency, for good government, disclose that particular relationship. Where it gets tricky is like if you disclose a relationship and you didn't need to, and then you abstain, then you're really, especially if you're like on an elected board, right? You're not participating on a matter where you should, and there's no legal reason for you not to participate. Next example is the director of a commission. Their uncle is regulated by the commission and has to pay the annual fee. The director is proposing to the commission fee changes. So I'll give you a second to think about that one. Uncle is within the third degree of consanguinity. But in this case, the uncle's going to pay the same fee as everyone else. So you would do a disclosure. And in this case, it's the director who's probably not voting, but the director would need to disclose, and then the director could then advocate for the fee change once they've disclosed. The director is not going to vote, but the director remains a public officer in most cases. The last example, a board member is employed by Company A, and Company A is applying to the board for a decision on expanded services, let's say. I'll give you a couple seconds to think about that one. So if the board member is employed by Company A, they have a commitment in a private capacity to their employer. And in this instance, the decision is directly only about Company A, therefore there would be disclosure and abstention would be required. And the disclosure would simply be, I am employed by Company A, and this is a matter that will directly affect them. A reasonable person would be influenced by that relationship that I have, and so I'm disclosing that conflict of interest, and I have decided that I'm also required to abstain under the ethics law. Let's talk about some test cases. So in re Ramos. Ramos was a county manager, and he did not disclose or abstain while processing invoices before his Board of County Commissioners, invoices that would go to his sister-in-law. So that was a violation each time he failed to disclose and abstain from that process. In re Green, this was another one that the audit folks had on their list. They had identified issues. They talked about a Nevada Commission on Ethics case. So Green was the Secretary-Treasurer of the State Board of Homeopathic Medical Examiners. And this one was interesting because he voted, there was an agenda item where they voted to pay him $15,000 salary. We first got the case, we took a look at it, we said, why is a board member voting to pay themselves a bunch of money or participating in a vote, a discussion to pay themselves a bunch of money? That seems like it could be an unwarranted benefit. But also in the formal vote, there's no disclosure or abstention that is in detail. When we reviewed the public meeting, which was somewhat chaotic and hard to follow, so I'll just say, if you can make your public meetings as clear as possible when it comes to votes and disclosures and abstaining, that is always helpful, and we'll do the most to protect yourselves. But we took a look at the statutes, and the statutes of the Board of Homeopathic Medical Examiners allowed payments to the Secretary-Treasurer for work they were doing on behalf of the board. And so the payment itself wasn't an unwarranted benefit because there was a statutory provision that allowed it. Similar to the Tonopah trip, okay, there's a reason, there's an allowance for this in policy or law. But what Mr. Green failed to do was he failed to refrain from advocating for himself. So there's a question about whether he voted or not because it was unclear in both the minutes and the video because it was all on Zoom. But he definitely advocated for himself to get paid, which was a violation of the abstention rules. In re Ancho is an interesting one. It's an advisory one. Again, we're here to provide advisory opinions. And in this case, the Board of County Commissioners was looking at changing the county retiree benefits. Well, this county commissioner was a retiree of the county, and so would have been affected by any change to retiree benefits. In her first meeting, she did not disclose or abstain from the conversation. And then the second time it came up, she thought, I should probably disclose, but I'm not sure if I have to abstain. I think she abstained from that second one. And so then she came to us and said, hey, I think I might have screwed up this first vote. I'm not sure, how do I do this in the future? And the advice from the commission was, yep, you screwed up that first vote. We will, if you ask for an advisory opinion, we won't then go and file a complaint against you because you're asking for help. We said, yeah, you definitely screwed up that first vote. The second vote where you abstained, you actually probably didn't have to abstain because the decisions that you're talking about affect all retirees the same. So you absolutely should make a formal disclosure, but you don't necessarily need to abstain because all retirees are being treated the same. And then a recent one, which we don't have a lot in our history, is In re Gibson et al., which was a group of Clark County commissioners who got a gift from Formula One of a 4-day all-access pass to the race, worth about $10,000. And shortly after they had received and used the gift, although they didn't use the full capacity of the gift, but shortly after they received the gift, there was a vote on a financial exchange between F1 and the county. It was actually money from F1 to the county for emergency services, but none of those county commissioners disclosed the gift on the record at the time that they voted on that. And so that was a violation of the law, the fail to disclose the gift. I will take a quick pause because I think this is the one where are there questions about disclosure and abstention before we move to cooling off? Did they still get to go to the race? Did they still get to go to the race? So they went to the race. I will say they got a 4-day all access pass. I think only one commissioner went all 4 days. He was also the head of the Las Vegas Convention Visitors Authority, which was a main sponsor of the race. The others went 1 day to get a kind of a tour of the operations and some ceremonial duties. And so the commission did not make a determination about the appropriateness of the gift, but did say you got a gift and then you failed to disclose that properly. So the disclosure was the focus of that particular.
So were they fined?
They did not receive, no, they did not receive a fine. They were required to go back to their county and they're required to go create an ethics officer for their county and then update their policies on event attendance. And it's also caused the commission, as we're preparing for the next legislative session, to look at our actual, we don't define gift anywhere in the ethics law now. And so a lot of other states have provisions for ceremonial attendance or educational attendance. We're pretty silent on that. And so, yeah, they were not fined, but they did all receive non-willful violations. Any other questions? Vegas, any questions? Disclosure and abstention? Okay. This is an area where it would be helpful to get a advisory opinion if you know there's going to be a recurring potential conflict of interest on your board or commission, because then you can get exact guidance on what you're supposed to be doing. Okay, cooling off. When someone departs public service, there are certain people you can't work for, and there are certain things you can't do within 1 year of departing public service. So for 1 year after you depart public service, let's say your term is up as a commissioner or you're a director and you get fired, or you're a director and you resign to go take another job, for 1 year after you leave public service, you cannot seek or accept employment with a vendor of your agency or a private company or someone regulated by your board or commission. So let me walk through those because there's lots of kind of qualifications on that. First one is, if it's a vendor for the agency, the contract has to be worth more than $25,000. It has to be awarded within the 12 months before you left, and you had to be in a position to influence the award. So if you're on a board or commission and you're approving your agency contracts, that you clearly meet 3, but you'd want to check those other 2. Is this a contract for over $25,000 and was it awarded within the 12 months before you left? Under the regulated one, there are specific exceptions which apply potentially to this group. So if you are on a board that does licensing and one of the requirements of you being on the board is that you have a license, then this will not necessarily apply. So I will stick with chiropractors, I guess. So if you're a chiropractor and you're on that board and you have to have a license and you're on the board as like one of the seats that is required to be a licensed chiropractor, then clearly you can just keep doing what you've been licensed to do under the ethics law, but definitely worth a look before you depart public service. The other thing to note in here is that under this, who you can't go work for, you can ask through the advisory opinion process if, let's say, what you meet these qualifications and the law would prevent you from going there, before you get employed, you can ask the Ethics Commission for permission to do so. And there's a 3-factor test under the law that says if it's in the best interest of the public, there's no other ethics laws implicated, and it doesn't detract from the ethical the ethical reputation of your agency, then we can grant relief. And the commission really tries in cases where it's appropriate to grant that relief to permit folks to move up beyond public service. Then the other restriction under the cooling off is there are certain things you can't do after you leave, no matter who you work for. And that's simply, you cannot get paid by a private entity or person to counsel or lobby your former agency on an issue that was before them at the time. So if you, let's say we're saying, hearing a disciplinary action in your board or commission and your term ends, you can't then go get hired by that person who was facing a disciplinary action to help lobby your old agency on that disciplinary action. Same thing with vendors. If you, if your agency or board had like an RFP out and you're accepting applications and your term ends and you can't get paid by one of those potential vendors to help them with their RFP application. Again, the 1 year, it's only a 1 year prohibition. It doesn't matter how you leave public service. If it's termination, resignation, retirement, something else, the restriction still applies. On our website, we have a resources tab. Again, that's ethics.nv.gov. On that resources tab, we actually have I think it's 2-pager on the guide to leaving public service, which helps focus on the different rules and things you should know about. So what can happen if you violate the ethics law? There's no ethics jail. But if we get a complaint about your conduct and at any stage, really, we determine there's no violation, but there's some issues, we can issue what we call a letter of caution or instruction. A letter of caution says, we took a look at this, it looks like you probably crossed the line, but it's a minor crossing the line, maybe it's your first time ever having some issues. We're gonna let you know that if all of these facts that are alleged are true, you probably violated the ethics law, and here's some educational resources, don't do it again. We keep that on your file. A letter of instruction is somebody maybe complains about you, and we take a look and we say, oh, you didn't violate the law, but you got really close. And so here's some educational materials about disclosure abstention. Here's some guidance on what to do. Feel free to ask us for an advisory opinion. If the commission determines that you violated the law, they have to determine if it's willful or non-willful. I don't like this term because it's really more about severity than willfulness. A non-willful violation, the ethics commission can require that you complete ethics training. We can mandate apologies. We can issue an admonishment. If you received a financial benefit, we can require you to pay that back. We recently had a case where a state employee had helped make sure their food truck that was a bar was a vendor at a state party for a collaboration kickoff. Their bar made profit, and so we made them pay back the profit from the party that night, as an example. Under the law, we can actually double that fine if it's severe or if it's appropriate in that case. And then we can also put conditions on future behavior. So when I talked about that Clark County Formula One case, we had those conditions of you're going to institute an ethics officer at your county, and you're going to update some of your policies. We've done that on a number of cases. So those are all things we can do in the non-willful. If it's willful, we can still do all those things, but at that point, the Ethics Commission can issue civil penalties up to $5,000, $10,000, and $25,000, just a flat penalty. That's first, second, and third violation. And then we talked a little bit about the requirement to petition someone for the removal of the public officer. There's also some more severe admonishments. There's a reprimand and a censure, which again is just like formal governmental finger wagging, really, that can be applied in willful violations at certain points. So those are the rules, and the scary, this is what will happen to you if you violate the rules. I'll talk to you about some tips and best practices now and some resources, and then we'll close out, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. So my first tip is to maintain that list of individuals that you have a commitment in a private capacity. Who's on your magical list of relationships? Take a look at it. I don't know, every new year when you change the batteries in your smoke detector, whatever it is, relationships change. But if you have a good awareness about who is on your magical list of relationships, you will be able to identify a potential ethics issue far in advance and call your attorney and figure out what to do. You want to familiarize yourself with your local agency policies. If you're a decision maker in your agency, right, you want to know, do we have policies in place to help protect our employees from ethics violations on conduct that we think would be appropriate. Be proactive and identify potential conflicts of interest as early as possible. This is for our boards and commissioners. Say, look at your agenda once to understand what the meeting is going to be, and then look at your agenda another time and see if you have anybody on your magical list of relationships that could be affected by those items. We had one county commissioner one time who halfway through an agenda item realized that the person before them, they had a commitment in a private capacity to, and so they'd already gone too far and advocated and were working on the agenda item. That was a perfect example of a letter of caution. Hey, you should be looking at agendas beforehand. When you realized it midway through, you stopped, and so good job doing that. But, be looking at agendas for potential conflicts of interest. Know that if you are unsure, it is better to disclose than to not disclose, because that will at least give you the presumption of participation if somebody questions you later. Consult with your legal counsel, and I say this for a couple reasons. One, we have prior opinions on our website, and your legal counsel can, with their skills, research those and maybe find some previous cases that match your fact pattern and can give you really solid legal advice. Also, if you ask your legal counsel for advice and you follow that advice and it turns out your legal counsel was wrong, then the Ethics Commission, we have what's called the safe harbor provision, and the Ethics Commission cannot find that your violation was a willful violation. So it'll be non-willful if you followed the advice of your legal counsel. They gave you advice in good faith. So that's another reason to ask your legal counsel. As the commission, as staff of the commission, we can't provide legal advice outside of an official advisory opinion process. But if you or your legal counsel call us and ask for educational materials, we're happy to point you in the right direction. And then, of course, you can always request an advisory opinion because that will give you the most protection in any particular matter. Some resources. We do have an ethics newsletter, so if you go to ethics.nv.gov, you'll see, I think it's on the right-hand side, there's like 4 public officers. You can subscribe to our newsletter. You can request live, in-person, or virtual ethics training for your commission. We go to meetings on a regular basis or board retreats and do training for those. We have self-paced training online, so if you're like, I don't want to get the whole gang doesn't need to be trained, or maybe you have a new board member that's come on board and you want to get them, so you can go to Nevada Ethics Online on our website and just sign up for self-paced training. And then also we've recently, within the last 2 years, updated our ethics manual, which has chapters on each of these topics. So the old ethics manual was like 50 pages and it was just one big gigantic document. Now we have it broken up because we figured that when people have an ethics question, they're not going to want to sit down and just read 40 pages of ethics stuff. They have a specific question, and so we would try to make that as easy as possible to find. You can also follow us on social media. We have an X account and a LinkedIn account. We'll post sometimes articles or updates about cases on both, and so if you have a LinkedIn or an X, feel free to follow us. Just look up Nevada Commission on Ethics. Other than that, I'm going to just toss up this QR code, so if you have feedback, we would love to hear some feedback about the training. I think there's like 5 or 6 questions, and other than that, I will take these last 5 minutes and answer any lingering questions or confessions or whatever. Okay. So the question, if you couldn't hear it, was like, can you summarize the distinction between disclosure and abstention? Disclosure is about being transparent about your conflict of interest. Hey, I have this relationship, I have this interest that could be affected by this decision. It's just saying, this thing is out there. Abstention is saying, I will be so affected, or someone I know will be so affected by this vote, I cannot be impartial in my vote, or a reasonable person would not be impartial in my vote. It's the same standard, right, as the gift. It's not so much about you, it's about a reasonable person, that I will not be participating. So that disclosure is about transparency. Abstention is about saying, I don't think I can be impartial in this vote, and so I'm going to sit it out. And I will say an important thing, especially for boards and commissions, because people get worried like, well, gosh, if 2 people abstain, then we don't have quorum and all hell breaks loose. Under the ethics law, if you have members of your board abstaining for purposes of the ethics law, then your quorum drops by that person. So you're not gonna grind all government to a halt. If like everybody abstains, then we got a whole different situation. We got to figure that out. But just don't be afraid to abstain and wreck a quorum, because the quorum number will go down.
Great, that's super.
Any additional questions? Okay, great. I'll hand the baton off to the next person.
Rosalie Boardlove would be our next speaker. Is she here? Oh, she's in the She's gonna start talking.
Good morning. I'm in the South, but I'm going to give 5 minutes just in case there's people online that are signing in just for this one at 10, but I will start up at 10. Let me just get my presentation set up. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rosalie Bordalove, Chief Deputy Attorney General for the Boards and Open Government Division, which includes the Open Meeting Law Enforcement Unit, the Nevada Attorney General's Office. So I'm going to be giving a general overview of Nevada's open meeting law with a little bit of a focus for, I'll try and get a lot in here for both attorneys representing boards and commissions, as well as for members, as I know we have a lot of members in here as training as well. So I'm going to cover generally what the open meeting law is, when it applies, how to comply with it, and how our office handles complaints, or what to do if the OML has been violated and there hasn't been a complaint, as well as some updates from the 2025 legislative session. So the OML is housed in NRS Chapter 241. It requires that public bodies take their actions openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. This is the stated intent by the legislature and guides the interpretation of the law by both the courts and the Attorney General's office. So in determining when the OML applies, the first step is, are you a public body? Is the group that you're a member of or that you're representing a public body under the law? Because it doesn't apply to every gathering of government individuals. There's a detailed definition of the term public body contained in the OML, but generally, public bodies are bodies created by statute, executive order, or by action of another public body. This includes subcommittees and can even include the governing boards of some corporations if they meet the creation requirements contained in the statute. So these are government bodies. To the extent you're here because of a Title 54 board or another board that you're a member of, you probably know you're already a public body. But there may be other local government functions that you participate in, as well as it's important to know that subcommittees, even if not very specifically created as a subcommittee, can be a public body under the law. And when I say that, not specifically created, we've had opinions, situations in our office where I'll give the example. This was a rural town board that two members of the board started discussing outside of meetings, fencing regulation. And they would report back to the meetings regarding that fencing regulation. And they started doing this on a regular basis. And the town board started deferring to them on decisions regarding the fencing regulation and even started calling them the fencing committee. However, this town board had never taken an action to designate them as the fencing committee or create them as such. However, even they were acting as one and being treated as one. And at that point, we said, yes, they were a subcommittee, which means they need to separately comply with the OML. If you're ever unsure if a group you're participating in is a public body, consult with your legal counsel. For all these state entities, that would be your DAG. Or there are other outside as well. If you're representing a public body, focus on how the body was created, what it's tasked with doing, and who chooses its members. There are exceptions to the general mandate, a few of which I'll discuss, but the Nevada Supreme Court has stated that the spirit and policy behind the OML favors open meetings, and any exceptions thereto should be strictly construed. So if you're unsure whether a group, a subgroup, or some gathering of public body members counts as a subcommittee, there's a good chance it probably does. But I will note the next step is, if you know you're a public body, is it a meeting? And so the OML only applies to meetings of public bodies, which means a quorum together with deliberation or action. So a quorum in Nevada, the general definition of a quorum in the law is a simple majority of members of the body. There are some bodies that have specific legal authority, a statute perhaps saying this is what a quorum is. So if you have a more specific statute or requirement, that is your quorum standard. But if the legal authority creating you is silent, then a quorum is a simple majority. Deliberation means collectively to examine, weigh, and reflect upon the reasons for or against an action. An action means a majority vote of the members present or a majority consensus. For elected bodies, action requires a majority of all members, not just those present. For appointed bodies, action requires a majority consensus of just the members present. So it's important to know which rule applies to you with respect to action. The exception here was mentioned in the last presentation. That is with respect to abstentions under the ethics law. And in those situations, you count your quorum and the number required for action as if the member abstaining was not a member of the body. So it basically reduces everything by one. And again, that's only if the abstention is under the ethics law. You'll hear a little bit about disqualifications in an administrative rule procedures presentation later, but if you are disqualified from participating because, for example, you participated in the investigation of a contested case and that is now coming forward for discipline, and maybe your board member acting as a witness, which is not that uncommon to happen, you don't get the benefit of that quorum reduction. You still are disqualified from participating for due process purposes, but they need a quorum, assuming you were effectively a no vote, and they need a quorum without considering you removed. And that's one thing I did want to mention. If you have a number of people disqualified, though, there are provisions that will allow you to get substitute members from the governor's office. That can be beneficial if you are worried about having enough people for quorum and action. So as I mentioned, you need deliberation or action. A gathering of a quorum at a social function or a professional function is not a meeting so long as there's no deliberation or action. So you really need to pay attention to what you're discussing. The general advice I often give to bodies I represent is if you're at a function that isn't a board meeting, it isn't noticed, and there may be a quorum of you there, don't talk shop. Just don't talk about board business and you're probably safe. The exception here is an exception to the definition of a meeting. That's the attorney-client exception. A conference regarding legal advice can include deliberation so long as the deliberation is limited to the legal advice. It's a full exception to the definition of a meeting, meaning it does not need to be noticed. It does not need to be recorded. There don't need to be minutes. That differs from closed sessions, which I'll discuss a little bit later. Some people call them closed sessions. There's no problem with agendizing it and then recessing into an attorney-client conference and coming back. But it is a true exception. So if you have an impromptu emergency phone call with a quorum and their attorney just to receive legal advice, that is permitted. An update from the 2025 session, and again, I'll summarize these later, but the attorney-client session can now include legal advice that is not specific to pending or existing litigation. However, it's important to note that the deliberation needs to be limited to that legal advice, and any action needs to still occur during a public meeting. And serial communications and electronic communication are big areas where public body members can mistakenly run into an OML problem. For electronic communication, email, this is the biggest area that there's a problem, is if an email is sent to all members of the body and then members start replying all with opinions, anything that gets into that collective exchange of facts, preliminary to an ultimate decision, that's deliberation via email. So if a quorum's receiving it, you're conducting a meeting via email that wasn't noticed, that wasn't open to the public, and that would be a violation. That's why you'll often see staff emailing you. This is a recommendation from our office frequently. that if staff is going to send out an email to all members, they BCC everybody, so just nobody can click reply all. Little things like that can make a big difference. Serial communications is an area where we get complaints from time to time, and it's also considered a walking quorum. That's an area where more mistakes occur. A constructive quorum can exist even if you don't have a quorum of members together at one time. I often give the example with a 7-member body. 3 members meet in the hall after a meeting to discuss an issue that was brought up during public comment maybe, or that was discussed at the meeting. And they talk, express their opinions. They can even deliberate. There are only 3 members. There's no violation there. But a week later, one of those 3 members, A, B, and C, right, met in the hall. Member D and member A run into each other at a coffee shop. And during their conversations, some board business is brought up, and member A relays the content of the conversation and the opinions relayed at that earlier gathering of members A, B, and C. Well, now you have a collective exchange of facts between 4 members, which is a quorum. And that would be serial communications in violation of the law. So if you participate in a less than quorum discussion and you say, okay, I'm less than a quorum here, I feel good, we're fine, we had this discussion. Each of those members who participated in that needs to keep in mind that they can't go have another conversation. Situations where some bodies I have seen do this permissibly, I guess I say sort of serial communication, less than quorum groups that is specifically permitted in case law would be you have a city manager who meets with each city council member prior to meetings to go over the agenda, discuss any issues they may have, any questions they have, what information they want. So long as that city manager does not relay any information that was said, basically cross-communicate between their several meetings, then you're fine. The city manager themselves isn't a member, and as long as they don't act as a go-between, those meetings would be completely permissible. I've also seen where a city council and maybe planning commission have back-to-back meetings of less than a quorum, where they maybe get presentations from a developer or other things and get to have plenty of time to ask their questions, get everything fleshed out. However, there need to be very, very strict instructions given to all members that participate in any of those, usually 3 then, because then each one can have less than a quorum and you get all members, that no communication crosses between. You do not talk about these issues with anybody that was not in your less than quorum group. So again, as long as you have those very strict instructions, if we get a complaint on it and there is no evidence of any cross communication, there is specific Nevada Supreme Court case law permitting the practice. Again, it is those practices need to be done with caution, with very clear legal advice to all of your members, such that they don't mistakenly fall into a walking quorum. But we frequently get complaints too. So if you want to avoid it, just not to have the complaint, not a bad idea either. I'll pause for questions before moving on to agenda requirements and meeting requirements. Any in Vegas? Do we have any questions in Carson? I don't see any. Okay, I'll move on. So compliance with the OML. The first and arguably most important step is notice of the meeting. That would be your agenda. It needs to include the time, place, and location of the meeting. If the meeting is entirely virtual, which is permitted in certain circumstances, then information on how to access the remote technology system hosting the meeting, whether it be Zoom or some other software or even a telephone call, needs to be listed on the agenda, including a telephone number for public comment. So even if you're conducting the meeting exclusively via Zoom, there needs to be an option for public to call in who doesn't have internet and listen over the telephone and make public comment over the telephone. That's not required if you, which is a slight change from 2025, but if you have a physical location where public is permitted to attend, you need at least one within the state of Nevada. The agenda must also include the name, contact, and business address for a person from whom the public may request supporting material, plus a location that can be that business address. There is no current requirement that supporting material be posted to the internet. Unless there is entirely virtual meetings, you do need to post it to the internet. But if the meeting has a physical location component, you're following the physical location requirements, you do not have to post supporting material to the internet. However, I highly recommend it. It will reduce staff time in answering requests for supporting material, reduce costs, and increases public access. So I'm always a big fan. There need to be clear and complete statements of topics scheduled to be considered on the agenda. A higher degree of specificity is required for agenda items of substantial public interest in order to meet that clear and complete requirement. If you're wondering if something is of substantial public interest, ask, does this generate a lot of press? Does this generate a lot of public comment or attendance from the public? In most circumstances, it's fairly clear whether this is something of significant public interest. Public body members know that this is a more controversial item or whatever it is. At that point, you need higher specificity on the agenda, so it's very clear. It is important to note that, at least for our interpretation by our office, the clear and complete requirement is there to give public notice of what's going to be discussed, so the public can decide if they want to attend. So this does not require every single potential action that could be taken by the public body be listed. But what is going to be discussed and potentially acted upon needs to be in enough detail that public can make an informed decision for themselves, whether they want to attend, whether they want to make public comment, whether they want to be heard on the topic. All action items need to be denoted as for possible action. Those three words are in quote, are in the statute specifically in quotes. So we require that I would put those exact words in there. Most agendas you'll see, they'll just have parentheses by an item that says for possible action. Just because an item is denoted as for possible action does not absolutely require action be taken. But if you do want to act, it needs to be listed as that. Public comment periods and restrictions also need to be listed on the agenda. I'll get into on a later slide the details of when public comment needs to be permitted, but it does need to be clear so public can know. You can always add more public comment during the meeting than what's listed on the agenda, but the minimum needs to be there, and you need to take public comment when it's listed on the agenda. Some more additional requirements and specifics are included in NRS 241.020. The agenda can be a little bit nitpicky, the agenda requirements. We often caution against, this is a point to that clear and complete statement. We often caution against items such as member comments or just reports. These do not violate the OML per se. But because they don't contain detail regarding what's discussed, they really need to remain just a report, a space for comments, an informational item. If the public body starts to discuss topics under one of these general items in more depth, such that they're starting to deliberate, and to usually what I look for if I'm representing a body in a meeting is they're starting to walk to what should we do about this thing? Like an issue is brought up under member comments or under reports, or even under public comment. And they start to, and the body members talk about the issue, talk about what the problems are, and then they start talking about what should we do about this problem? How maybe we can fix it? That's getting into deliberation. And at that point, that's when the chair or the attorney for the body will likely stop them. That's the point where the item needs to be placed on a future agenda for with more detail in the agenda item. And then they can go ahead and talk and everything. It's again about that notice to the public. When it comes to agenda posting, there's a number of requirements there. In general, the physical posting requirements are at the office of the public body or the location of the meeting. If the public body maintains a website, you need to post to your website. In addition, you need to post to Nevada's notice website. A note I'll make there is Nevada's notice website does not have the ability to host a document. It links to the public body's website. If the public body does not maintain a website, you still need to register with notice.nv.gov, which is Nevada's notice website, and make sure that you're at least showing up on their calendar, that your meeting is listed. It does mean that you may not have an agenda online if you don't, and this is really targeting the small, sometimes rural local government bodies that don't have the funds to maintain a website. And if that is the case, the OML does not say you can't exist without a website. However, that will bar you from holding a virtual meeting. Because there's an exception added in from 2023 that is if you hold an entirely virtual meeting, the agenda must be online. So if you don't maintain a website, you cannot hold an entirely virtual meeting without finding a way to share another's website or to call it yours and post online. All of the posting needs to occur, and this includes all of that posting as well as mailing to persons who've requested notice of meetings, or emailing, depending on how they've made that request. No later than the 9 a.m. of the third working day prior to the meeting. So when there are holidays and weekends, it's important to calculate that out. If you're public body members, the recommendation I often give is talk to your staff, whoever is doing the posting. And if you're wanting to request items, find out when they need information by, because often all of this posting has to be put together at the latest the day before that 9 a.m. deadline so that they can get it sent to the proper places. That online posting sometimes takes a bit because websites overnight will then circulate and do the actual posting. We also get, to let you know how nitpicky people will get about your posting requirements, we have gotten complaints on multiple occasions regarding postmarks for the agendas that are mailed to persons who've requested notice. So as is under the law and how we've interpreted it is if you need to reasonably anticipate that the agenda will be in the possession of the post office by 9 a.m. of the third working day. However, you cannot control when the post office postmarks it. So if it is postmarked in the PM, these days with some of the changes in federal mailing, at times the post office is taking more than 24 hours to postmark items. So that means deposit them in a blue box with a stated pickup time prior to 9 a.m., physically deliver them to the post office in some way, get it into the possession of the post office. But do not put them in your outgoing mailbox at 8:30 a.m. on the day that you have a 9 a.m. deadline, knowing that your mail pickup isn't until the afternoon. Some additional requirements beyond the agenda. Public bodies must make reasonable efforts to assist persons with physical disabilities desiring to attend a meeting. Meetings must be recorded and transcribed, by a court reporter. So a Zoom transcription or some AI transcript, which more and more here, there's nothing wrong with having those created. They can be a great assistance in creating minutes, but they are not a substitute for the audio recording. As the law says, you need an audio recording or transcription by a certified court reporter. There are some additional specific notice requirements for consideration of a person's character or to take administrative action against a person. This is notice to the person you're going to discuss or act against. It's specific to the individual. This additional notice requirement can be as long as 2 weeks, depending on the type of notice chosen. So it's important to plan ahead. When considering a person's character, taking discipline, that's the most common adverse action that's being taken. However, this notice is waivable. So if you have the other party, the party who you're going to be acting on an agreement with your date, You can hear it without the additional notice. I always advise getting that waiver in writing so it can be proved if a complaint is later filed. That's what our office will often look for. Supporting material is required to be available to the public at the time it is provided to members of the public body. So we get a lot of complaints and questions regarding supporting material, especially in today's environment of virtual meetings. Supporting material is defined in the OML. It means material that is being provided to a quorum of the public body and that the members would reasonably rely on to deliberate or take action on a matter contained in a published agenda. So this means a document does not become supporting material until it's been both provided to a quorum of members and the matter it relates to has been included on an agenda. However, if you're sending board books to your body prior to agenda posting, that means you need to have the supporting material available, or for virtual meetings, post it at the time you post your agenda. But if supporting material is delivered to members at a later date, it just needs to be available at that time that it's delivered. A big caution to members of public bodies, if you are going to share any document with your fellow members, make sure that you are including your staff or whoever is responsible for supporting material is also included and knows you shared that, because even if it's not regarding something on an agenda today, at the time that if it relates to something that's posted on a later agenda, within a reasonable enough time frame that members would still be relying on that document, it becomes supporting material later, and that staff member who controls supporting material needs to have it and be aware of it. The example I've given sometimes is an article that's relevant to the body comes out, a member sends it to other members and just says, hey, this is relevant to what we do. Maybe this is something we should talk about at a future meeting. A single one email send out like that isn't deliberation. That's fine to send out. However, if another member then says, yeah, you're right, we should talk about this, and they go request that it get put on an agenda, as soon as that agenda is posted, that article is supporting material. And I will note, just because an item may not be supporting material under the definition, it doesn't mean that it's not a public record that could be requested through the public records process. So just, I guess, keep that in mind, that as public body members, you'll get a training on public records. While OML materials are public records, they have heightened requirements on their availability to the public. Just because something's not required to be available to the public under the OML doesn't mean it's not a public record. With respect to recording meetings, the recording requirement extends to closed sessions. This is separate from those attorney-client sessions, but sessions that are considered closed sessions under the law. Such as, and I mentioned a little later, but such as considerations of character, sometimes those can be closed. Those still need to be recorded. Minutes still need to be created, but the recording for those sessions may be subject to some confidentiality requirements. So you need a way to separate that recording from the general recording of the meeting. For minutes, they need to be kept in conformance with NRS 241.035. That includes detail with respect to who was present, the time and date of the meeting, the matters that were discussed, and detail of what was discussed. It does not need to be verbatim, but whatever was acted upon, motions as well as what was approved, needs to be included in the agenda. And a slight note when it comes to approval of minutes, because minutes must be approved by the body within 45 days or at their next meeting, whichever occurs later. We're frequently asked whether a member who was not present at a prior meeting can vote to approve the minutes from that meeting they weren't present at. The answer is yes. Just because a member wasn't present doesn't mean that member cannot vote to make draft minutes the official minutes of the meeting. Where this is important is when you barely have a quorum at the meeting that you were needing to vote to approve minutes, and you need the vote of somebody who wasn't present. Otherwise, you don't have enough votes to approve an item. Because you have deadlines to approve those minutes, the recommendation would be that the member who wasn't present go ahead and vote to approve. Many will then just make statements that they don't have personal knowledge as to the accuracy of the minutes, but they're trusting staff, something along those lines. That's fine. But your simple, the vote to approve minutes is the vote to say, we're going to make this draft the official record of the meeting. Public comment. It's another extremely important aspect of public meetings. There are two options to meet the minimum requirements for public comment. The first would be a general or item at a public comment period that at the beginning of the meeting that is general, as in anything within the regarding items within the jurisdiction and control of the public body, or that first item period can be limited to items on the agenda, and then holding another public comment period that is completely open and general towards the end of the meeting prior to adjournment. The other option is to have public comment on each action item. Instead of that first period, you have them after each action item, after discussion, but before the vote, and then another general period at some point prior to adjournment. The most common public comment format is the two periods, one at the beginning, one at the end. But both options are permissible. It's specifically stated now in the law, that was actually, I think, a 2023 change, but it's always been the interpretation of our office that you can add additional public comment periods if you want that aren't on the agenda. So long as you meet those minimum requirements, there's no rule against taking additional public comment, even if the additional periods aren't agendized. The recommendation I often give to bodies I represent is the 2-period option that's most common, as it's easy to comply with, and it meets those minimum requirements. But then if the chair desires, if there's another topic that's important coming up, or again, those ones of substantial public interest that you maybe have a lot of public who wants to speak on them, if you want to open more public comment periods later, by all means. Our office is usually in favor of more public access, and I would love to see public comment get to say whatever they're there to say. The main qualifier to any public comment period, in addition to creating those additional periods, is any restrictions on public comment must be time, place, and manner restrictions. That means they must be viewpoint neutral. This is the public's opportunity to air grievances. For the most part, that needs to be allowed. There can be some restrictions with respect to interrupting, with respect to profanity, but you can't say we only want positive comments here. That would be a violation. We've actually had an opinion on that, finding that to be a violation. In addition, public comment restrictions that are enforced in a viewpoint, in a way that isn't viewpoint neutral, in a viewpoint based way, those would also violate. So even if the general policy is, say, a time limit of 3 minutes per person, but the chair only enforces it on people who are being critical of the body and lets those who are being, giving positive comments and praising the body, those get to run long. That would be a violation because it's not being enforced in a viewpoint neutral way. I will note that the OML does not prevent the removal of any person who willfully disrupts a meeting to the extent that its orderly conduct is made impractical. And I put the quote in there on this slide because I asked chairs to look very closely at this language, as it's an important standard, and I want them to often even state it, that that's why they're removing a person if they request that a person be removed from the meeting or they ask a person to leave the meeting. But it does give some flexibility to a chair when running a meeting. Public meetings are still in public bodies and part of how the government does business. And there is federal case law, especially when you consider public comment areas, because the purpose of public comment and viewpoint neutrality is protecting free speech. So there is a lot of case law out there to protect a chair's ability to run a meeting and a civil meeting. So if somebody is interrupting the meeting repeatedly, a chair can request that they be removed from the meeting so that they can continue. And I will note a change from 2025. There had been a statute, I think that was a 2023 change, that the language of the bill required a telephone number to be read at the beginning of public comment if there was any virtual component. That was changed in 2025. So a remote public comment option, such as a telephone number, is only required when there's no physical location available to the public. However, the more public comment options that you can offer, again, I like to see public access, whether that be written public comment, offering it via telephone or via Zoom for public members who are unable to attend physically. But if you have a physical location for the meeting, it is no longer absolutely required to include that. So I mentioned closed sessions. They may be held by a public body to consider the character, alleged misconduct, professional competence, or physical or mental health of a person. They can also be held to grade examinations. There are other areas in NRS, and I don't know if I mentioned before, to the same extent that I've talked about the attorney-client exception as being the only exception, that's the only exception contained in NRS 241. But there are many exceptions contained in various other NRS chapters that allow for specific bodies to be exempt from the OML entirely, or they allow for certain topics of discussion to be either held in closed session or be exempt from the OML. An example I'll give is and this applies mostly to local governments, but NRS chapter 288, which is the collective bargaining chapter, has an exception that when a local government employer meets with its management representatives, usually regarding labor negotiations, it's completely exempt from any statute requiring the gathering to be public. So there are a handful, or more than a handful, of exceptions that exist out there. If you think your body may have one, consult with your legal counsel. The exception needs to be listed in the legal authority creating the body. And that's the same for closed sessions. You may be able to hold closed session for other reasons contained in other statutes, but in the OML, the permissions are for the discussion of character, physical or mental health, or to grade examinations. Now, the exception to that closed session provision is appointment of a member to a public body, or to consider the chief officer of the body or agency or similar position. That cannot be done in closed session. And any action regarding something that's discussed in closed session, the action still has to occur, because the definition of action in the law just talks about it occurring during a public meeting. So you can go into closed session to discuss the details of somebody's, sometimes that's performance evaluations of employees. That's fine. Any action needs to occur during the meeting. The big area where the exception applies to, for at least most Title 54 boards, is an executive director or equivalent position of the board is that chief officer, and their performance reviews need to be conducted in public session, and as well as any action. For virtual meetings, members of public bodies may attend virtually. This is for not entirely virtual meetings, which, as I discussed, there needs to be public access in virtual ways. Where you have a physical location for the public to attend and participate, members of the body may still attend virtually. However, I want to emphasize in that the public must be able to hear and observe to the same level as the members, whether or not there's a physical location available to the public. So if you have members of the public body attending virtually, they're on Zoom, but you have a physical location where maybe a couple members are and you have some staff, there needs to be a screen available that shows the same thing that the multiple members who are online are able to see. while I haven't actually seen this occur, but coming out of COVID, there were thoughts of this where you might have the public body all in a room videoed to another room where you have public available. There's problems there because if the public body members can see each other beyond what's on camera, there's communication that could occur, silent communication that the public doesn't have access to. So that would be a problem. But you could have every member of a public body attending virtually from their own house or their own office, and a physical location that just has a staff member and a big video screen. And that's permissible so long as you take public comment from that physical location and the public body or the public is able to see, everyone on screen is able to see the same thing that the public body members see. So it's important to keep an eye and really try and make sure that again, you have that public access. A note to the chat functions. I often recommend that they be disabled if possible. And if this is chat functions on Zoom, on other meeting software, whether the meeting's entirely virtual or partially virtual with physical component. The chat function would not per se violate the OML, but it poses a lot of problems in ways that it could. If you can disable it, great. If you can't, the request is that it be limited to communicating with staff regarding technical difficulties or other things that aren't really part of the meeting. Because if you have members commenting in the chat function, those comments are part of the meeting. And they then will need to be recorded in some way, as well as the public needs to be able to see them and read them. And usually the chat function is not on display when you have a broadcast in that room or other things. So again, we usually just say, if you can request that your public body members not use the chat. If they need to say something, say it out loud, then it's part of the audio recording of the meeting and public can hear it in the same. So before I get into OML violations, I know I just covered a whole lot. Do we have any questions here in Vegas? Yes.
Does the public or does a board member who's appearing by Zoom, should their camera be on then? Is that?
There is no legal requirement. We've gotten this question before. There is no legal requirement that the camera be on because you could hold a meeting that was entirely telephonic, right? You might have somebody attending via telephone. You do need something the minutes of your meeting need to include who was present. So if there's a way you can verify that the board member is present. When it comes to contested cases, I would be even more concerned to make sure that you have, and maybe that's just doing a roll call after every recess and making sure that they're present and available. When it comes to voting, you can record, you're recording votes. But the law doesn't contain any requirement with respect to cameras. Yes.
Questions if there's time. So I help with the board in our division, and we have on the agenda, we have public comments that for the beginning of the meeting and the end of the meeting. And then between that, the board votes on several items. If a member of the public wanted to comment again before a vote, does the board have to stop to let them, or can they just proceed?
So long as they've offered, sorry, the question, I don't know if you can hear up north, but the question said, so the question was if there is public comment at the beginning and the end of the meeting, but a member of the public wants to comment on an item during the meeting, whether that needs to be permitted. The answer would be is so long as you've given those 2 periods and the one in the beginning, they're allowed to comment on any item on the agenda. They're not required to take additional because they had an opportunity to speak prior to the item being heard. So you don't have to, you can, though the recommendation is if you did allow a member of the public to speak, then you can't maybe limit it to just that one member because there might be others that want to then express an opposing viewpoint and you need to allow that. But if you've offered them the opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to speak on any action item or any item in general, prior to, that's the main goal of this is that public bodies are ensuring that the public has an opportunity to be heard prior to the public body considering and acting, basically acting, so they can.
Does that be a question with
supporting materials for this one board, it will be thousands upon thousands of pages. So they put it online. If a member of the public showed up in person and requested the materials at the time of meeting, does the meeting have to be stopped to get them those? Or was it reasonable to say you didn't request these ahead of time and they're online?
So you need to have, and so this was a question regarding supporting material. There needs to be one copy of the supporting material available at the physical location. Just one. And if a member of the public shows up at the meeting and makes a request for their own copy, you do not have to stop and give it to them. You can say you get to view the version that everybody has. We did have one request. I think we had one complaint, and I think this one we determined was not a violation, that where it was incredibly voluminous. Instead of it being a printed physical copy, there was a computer or a laptop or other at the physical location available for public to view documents. But it needs to be something so that the public is able to view those documents at the meeting, but you only need that one copy at the meeting. If they then make a request and say, I would like a copy. We've also had this on a complaint where the individual who was responsible on the agenda for providing supporting material was also had duties during the meeting, assisting and running to the meeting. This was a staff member. And so they were not able to comply with this request for documents that they received right at the start of the meeting until it was either the next day or shortly or some hours after the meeting. And we found no violation there either, because it's a reasonableness in terms of how quickly the public can. Usually when it comes to supporting material requests after the meeting, those we say can be treated as public records requests and follow the timelines and everything on under the public records law. The requests before a meeting, you need to have those usually available a little bit quicker. But again, if it's during the meeting, you just need to have at least one copy available to the public.
In the south and north, we'll need the copies available in both locations?
Whatever's your primary location, it depends a little how it's agendized, but if you can agendize one as a primary location, since you're only required to, many bodies will say, this is the location of the meeting, wherever that be, whether that be in Vegas, whether that be in Carson City, or wherever in the state, right? This is a primary location. Then the list of video conference location. Obviously, I'd recommend having additional copy, a copy available in each place, because you might have public attending. But if you have one location that's really designated as this is the location of the meeting, that's where you have to have it. And the other stuff is extra. And the main reason our office has interpreted a lot of those requirements is if we were to say, when you do extra, like having extra locations, you violated because you screwed up some little part of it, public bodies aren't going to offer the extra locations. So with an eye on the most public access possible, but the violations are if you don't meet the minimum requirements. Yes.
If you have had a closed session, it's kind of a two-part question. Is it correct then that the minutes that you make for that closed session would be separate from the larger group of minutes that you've made for the whole thing?
Correct.
Okay.
So the minutes, both the recording and the minutes are separate. If you look into the minutes portion, the statute's 241.035, and I don't know the language off the top of my head as precisely, but it does have provisions regarding when those might become public again. If you were holding closed session to discuss the character of an individual, they are permitted to get a copy of the minutes and the recording, but it's not generally a public record available to everybody else unless they request it to, and there's some provisions about when it becomes public later.
And the second part of the question is, when you go to your next meeting to approve the minutes, would you then take those separate closed meeting minutes and only put them in the private book and not in the public book?
Correct. Yeah. So the supporting material requirement is that supporting material has to, anything that meets definition of supporting material has to be available to the public unless it's confidential by law. And there's a couple other provisions of things that aren't, but this would then be confidential by law because there's a later statute saying that those minutes are, and anything that's confidential by law for a lot of licensing boards, that might include background checks for licensees, that type of information can go in a private board book that only board members get. It is supporting material under the definition, but it is not required to be provided to the public. Do we have, yes.
Sorry, Rosalie, really quick. So if our current, recording software does not allow us to manipulate the recording at all, right? And so if we get a public records request, hopefully this isn't covered in the next section, but if we get a public records request for the video of the meeting, I will typically give them the audio because our audio recording, we can actually parse out the closed session. So is that considered a violation? I don't want to tell myself, but could that be considered a violation because I can't provide you video because I can't?
So the requirement under the OML is that it be at least audio recorded. So because you can provide audio, you will have complied with the OML, and I will leave the rest of the question to the public records presentation that is after this. With respect to the video being, with respect to what to do when you have a video that is public record, but a portion of it is not, and technical issues with redacting. Do we have any other questions in Las Vegas? Do we have any questions in Carson? Okay, not hearing any. I'll get into what happens if there's an OML violation. In general, actions taken in violation of the OML are void. Our office has the authority to investigate and prosecute violations upon the receipt of a complaint alleging a violation of the OML. However, if you know that there may have been a violation of the OML in a meeting, if you correct it during the same meeting, then you've cured that violation. I mean, if it's correctable, an example might be you discussed an item and voted, and then you realized that the audio that you had of the item perhaps that was muted and the public didn't hear what happened. But during the meeting, you go back and say, okay, let's re-talk about everything we just did. You redo the item where the public can hear. You've just cured it. That's okay. Corrective action is recommended. If you take corrective action within 30 days in a new meeting and say, you need to list the item as for possible corrective action. And especially if this is something, for example, public didn't have access, you learn later that the agenda was posted wrong and there was action taken at a meeting, but public didn't have notice. You need to redo the meeting. And that doesn't mean rubber stamp everything you did. You actually have to have a new deliberative process, take public comment, list the items as for possible corrective action. However, if you do that within 30 days, our office will usually, that will usually cure it, and we'll look at it and say that we're not going to proceed with any prosecution of violations. Note that any corrective action is prospective only, so you can't relate back to when the void action was taken. The new action that you've done correctly, you can rely on and say, we took that action right, we're going to move forward. But if you took an action in violation of the OML, that one was void, and simply redoing it later doesn't relate back in time. Our office, when we get, just generally our process, I'll go real quick, but if we get a complaint that states a claim under the law, we will go to the public body for a response. We will perform additional investigation as needed so that we can determine what occurred. If it's an allegation of something occurring during a meeting, usually the recording of the meeting will solve most of that, but sometimes there's allegations of serial communications or things occurring outside of meetings that might require us to interview members and do further action. We then will issue an opinion that is either a no violation letter or a findings of fact and conclusions of law. And in circumstances where there was an action taken that was clearly void, we have the ability to go to court to have an action declared void. There's also private action, private right of action if your rights were violated, to go file to have something declared void. It has a very short statute of limitations, though it is only 60 days. And lastly, updates from the 2025 session. I kind of mentioned those as I hit them going through, but the attorney-client exception is no longer limited to advice regarding potential or existing litigation. It is limited to legal advice, though. The physical location requirements for meetings to adjudicate contested cases or consider regulations, it's clarified into what which meetings those apply to. So there was some clarifications added. That simply means you cannot hold an entirely virtual meeting to adjudicate a contested case or hold a regulation hearing, is where that clarification went. Regulation hearings, workshops, and the major steps required by 233B for regulations. I mentioned the phone number reading during first public comment. If you have a physical location, you do not need to read it. And there was also a clarification in the law that the OML does not provide protection for defamation during public comment. The change in the law here really doesn't put any duties on public bodies or their members when it comes to conducting meetings. What it simply does is say that if somebody gets up during public comment and defames a staff member, defames another person, that person who was defamed has the same rights to file a defamation action in court that they would if that person made that defamation on a street corner. So it just kind of defers to case law on that. The public body is not in a position, nor is our office, of enforcing defamation. And all of these updates can be found in AB 64 from the 2025 session. So I'll take any last questions. I also note some links here you can find on our website, our OML manual, as well as training on the OML. All the trainings from today will replace existing videos on our website. We try and keep an up-to-date training on the open meeting law. And while I take questions, though, I will put the QR code for CLE credit. Yes.
So we have student complaints, and sometimes a student will throw another student by name under the bus, and but we have FERPA that we have to deal with. So what do we do when they accuse or say something was provided? Like in this one case that I went back and looked at, it talked about FERPA and HIPAA because it was about something medical that they allowed the student to do. How do we handle that? And then do we publish that person's name?
I mean, that gets into more detail where I'd probably say consult with your body's legal counsel on the specifics of it. In general, like I said, with where you have a law like HIPAA or, FERPA obligations to keep certain information confidential, you can, under the supporting material requirements, you can keep things confidential. It can be a little bit more difficult, and we've encountered a few of these issues when it comes to names, because if you are going to take administrative action regarding a person, their name has to be on an agenda. And so it can be difficult when you're not wanting to include the name. It's an area that potential OML changes could be helpful for. For some of the bodies that have worked through this, some of what they've done is delegate authority to a staff member or to a single public body member to say you have the authority to take certain actions regarding this, which allows the names not to have to go, which means the public body as a whole. I didn't address delegations a lot in here. I meant to under the attorney-client as well. Public bodies, there is a lot of authority that they can delegate if they want. It has to be delegated specifically, whether it's to a staff member or to an individual member. If they delegate to multiple members, they may be creating a subcommittee, which can cause the same publicity, public issues. But the delegation itself, what's important to note is the delegation itself needs to be done during a public meeting. And I recommend that bodies have some policies and procedures or bylaws as a location to put any delegations, because there are many bodies that may make a delegation. And while, yes, it's recorded in their minutes, years later, people don't know where to find them or whether it was actually done, and finding those minutes can be difficult. So again, a big recommendation of mine is having bylaws or policies and procedures that any delegations are kept in. But they occur during, so the delegation can be part of the job description of a staff member, that they have certain duties, and by passing that job description during a public meeting, they are delegating those duties to this staff member and the power to do that. Do we have any other questions? I think I'm out of time. So I will close out of this and turn things over to Leslie Nino-Biro for public records.
How about now? All right, everyone. Good morning. My name, everyone in Carson, see the slides okay? We're good. I have a little bit of PTSD from last go round when we had some technical difficulties. My name is Leslie Nino Piro. I am General Counsel of the Nevada Attorney General's Office. I know I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch, so we're going to try to make this interesting. This is the Nevada Public Records Act. We're going to walk through what the Public Records Act requires, where agencies have discretion, and most importantly, how to document your decisions so they hold up under scrutiny. Okay, so here's an agenda and overview for this next hour. This training is going to focus on what agencies must do, what they may do, and how to document decisions in order to minimize your risk. Now I'm going to use the term agencies. I know that this is the boards and commissions training, so that just know that I am using them interchangeably to refer to government entities. So the NPRA, as it is lovingly referred, the Nevada Public Records Act, is Nevada's transparency statute. It's broader than its federal counterpart. You may have heard of the Freedom of Information Act. You may see requests from requesters referring to FOIA. But of course, as Nevada agencies and public bodies, we are subject to the NPRA. And the FOIA cases can be informative and persuasive, but they don't control how Nevada courts interpret the NPRA. But of course, they do have a similar purpose. It's transparency for the public. So let's talk for a minute about the purpose of the NPRA. The legislature has made it very clear that access is the rule. That's the purpose of the NPRA. It's not the exception, it is the rule. And exemptions are read narrowly, and agencies bear the burden of justifying a withholding. So we need to show our work in every single response, particularly when we're redacting or withholding any records. So what exactly is a public record? Well, I don't have a comprehensive, definitive answer for you. But a public record is not really defined by the format or the label. If it's created or received to conduct public business and kept as evidence of that activity, then it is presumptively a public record. Public records are created or received by the agency. They're used to transact public business and then maintained by the agency as evidence of that activity. This can be papers, maps, photographs, financial statements, recorded media, and other materials. But the important thing here is that it has to relate to the provision of a public service, the service that the agency provides. So I'm going to give you some examples here within my own office of different types of public records, forms, complaints, contracts, agendas, minutes. Although you can see there's quite a few. I won't go through the entire list, but it's important to note that records are not limited to just paper. They include paper and digital files, anything which comprises written, recorded, or graphic matter in physical or electronic form. So what's not a public record? Let's talk about what is outside of what we would consider evidence of an agency's activity. And this is a general guide that comes out of the Nevada Administrative Code. Not everything in an agency's possession is a public record. So reference materials, purely personal items, and convenience copies generally fall outside of the NPRA. So any non-record materials or any documentation that does not serve as the record of an agency's official action. And just remember that it's not the labels that control, it's the content and use. So I want to spend a minute talking about document retention because it goes hand in hand with our obligations under the Public Records Act. Records management is the classification and storage of records according to a set schedule. And that set schedule then instructs the disposal or archiving of those records. So how are those schedules determined? Retention periods are based on state and federal regulatory requirements, statute of limitations, and best practices. So retention schedules will tell us how long to keep the records, but they won't decide whether a record is disclosable under the NPRA, and they certainly won't override our disclosure obligations. So if an agency holds on to a particular record for 20 years and then it's requested, it needs to be disclosed. So it is important that we're taking a look at our retention schedules and seeing exactly when the trigger is to do something with it. So no record should be kept by an agency forever. So that's why it's really important for us to see what our retention schedule is. And the best motivation for complying with that schedule from a public records perspective is that when you are regularly making sure that you're compliant with your schedule, then there's less to search and less to review. So which records are subject to public records requests? Well, the legislature has told us that we start from the point where all agency records are public unless it's declared confidential under Nevada law, statutes, or case law. So there's a strong presumption that a record is open to the public. So a quick note on how public records requests are submitted to our offices. The NPRA allows for both written and verbal requests. So you're required to have a form on your website that allows for a public records request. It's far better to have that in writing to see exactly what it is that the requester is looking for. But you also have to have the availability for persons to either walk in or especially over the phone to be able to make the request in a different way. So let's talk about probably the most important obligation under the NPRA. Within 5 business days, agencies must respond in writing, and that response can be either a release, a no records response, we don't have anything, we've searched and we don't have anything, a referral to another agency, or you acknowledge the request and provide an estimated response date. And a note with an estimated response date, it's best to provide a specific date rather than just a range of dates or, in 30 days. It's better for everyone, easier for your staff if you're calendaring to make sure that you have that specific date. And it should reflect the earliest date that the agency reasonably believes the record will be available. So this is in concert with the statutory obligations for us to provide records and to do so in a timely manner. Now, don't worry. I know that 5 days or even sometimes we get overwhelmed with requests and we need additional time. That date can be adjusted in the future. So written communications are required by the NPRA, and I recommend that you have a log or you're keeping some sort of internal record to show what exactly you're doing with your public records requests. When we must respond within 5 days, we get a lot of folks coming back, and sometimes we'll say within the 5 days, okay, here is the reasonably anticipated date in which this record is going to be available. And we'll get responses back from requesters demanding that the NPRA says it must be provided within 5 days. Now, in these days of understaffing and having to conduct confidentiality reviews and privilege reviews, many times it's just not possible, particularly with the broad requests that we received. So it's important to note, don't get ruffled by those types of demands. The NPRA specifies, or the Nevada Administrative Code specifies, that record readily available under the MPRA means it's easily retrievable by an employee. It does not contain confidential information. So that is presuming that you've, you know, right off the bat that there's nothing, no personally identifying information in there or nothing that's confidential. And it's not the type of record that would require review to determine whether the record includes confidential information. So I would recommend that if you have frequently requested records within your agency, think about perhaps having a spot on your website where you would post those frequently requested materials. So for example, several years ago, the AG's office was receiving just a onslaught of records requests having to do with the opioid settlements. So the Bureau of Consumer Protection in our office worked with our IT to create a website where a couple of website pages where that information was provided. And then that is going to cut down on the volume of your requests. And then of course the review that you must do for every single request that comes in. So requests for clarification. If a request is unclear or it's overbroad, meaning they are asking for production of records anywhere the issues were ever discussed or even vaguely mentioned, I would consider that a pretty overbroad request. So we should be seeking clarification for each one of those requests. And it's not a denial to ask for clarification. It's part of our duty under the statute to assist the requester in getting what they're looking for in the most timely and efficient manner. So I frequently get questions on exactly how we ask requesters to clarify. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to articulate to them what exactly it is that we need to process their request. So here's 5 specific ways that you can ask for clarification from a requester. Ask them for the name, the category of records that they are seeking. So if they're looking for complaints or something of that nature, ask them specifically the types of documents they're looking for. If they know the people who are involved, the participants, sometimes you'll get a list where they'll be very, very specific and asking for by position and title. That is always helpful. You can ask for email addresses, domain names. If they're just saying, I want all records of communications between your office and X public advocacy group, let's just say the ACLU, for example, you can ask them specifically for a domain name that they're looking for, that they believe maybe there are communications available. Your goal is to find to get down to a very targeted search. And that's a goal for both us and the requesters. Of course, for us, it's less time to review, less time to redact. And if your agency imposes fees for research fees, it's going to be less charges for the requester, and it's going to get to them faster. So this is a goal that assists everyone in this process. So here's a model process for public records requests. And I will, with the caveat of saying, make sure that you have an agency-specific protocol that you develop with your counsel. Agencies should follow a very consistent, documented process from logging the request to then searching, applying statutory exemptions, privileges, or going through a balancing test. Starting out with the log, your searches, and making sure that you have your process documented throughout your agency. And anyone who is working with your public records requests is very familiar with this process and follows it. So at the tail end of this, you're making sure that you're going through the balancing tests, and confer with your agency counsel if you have questions as to whether or not records are disclosable or whether or not any redactions are necessary. Closely following your agency's policies and procedures is the best protection that you have against the mayhem of unexpected litigation. So I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into each one of those steps, and we'll start with statutory authority to withhold records or to redact. If a statute makes a record confidential, that means that the MPRA does not apply. So you may have noticed in NRS 239010, there is a very long list of statutes that are considered exempt from the MPRA, exempt for certain categories of information. Now, what I have found in working with agencies all over the state is that most of the folks in agencies, they know their own chapter, as they should, right? So you should be very familiar with your chapter, know exactly what confidentiality provisions are most often applicable to records within your agency. And be sure when you are providing your responses to any requesters and you are going to withhold records on that basis, that you cite both that provision of Nevada law within your own statute and also cite this 239.010. Be on the lookout for any federal provisions, which may also provide confidentiality protections for some of your records. So moving on to regulations, which may also have provisions requiring or at least offering confidentiality. But if confidentiality is based on a regulation or on common law, balancing is still almost always required. And that's because the Nevada Supreme Court has told us that the Nevada Administrative Code does not limit the scope of the MPRA. So we frequently get these types of questions, in particular with having to do with personnel records. So I recommend not simply citing the administrative code, but also going through the balancing test, particularly if there's personally identifying information involved, and being very specific as to why there is harm and tie that back to the underlying information within the record. Keep in mind that regulations alone do not shrink the MPRA. The balancing will still apply. So let's talk about that balancing test. So what do agencies do when no statute declares a requested record confidential? They need to weigh the interests. The government must show that the agency's interest in secrecy clearly outweighs the public's interest in access. So you may hear this sometimes referred to as the Bradshaw test or the Gibbons test, but there's no question that it is a balancing of interests. And we're required to show our work. So you need to, in your responses, let the requester know exactly that you are relying on this test and any other applicable case law or administrative code. Note that the government has the burden of proof in the general balancing test, but the burden shifts to the requester in cases where the government asserts a personal privacy interest. So let's talk about that. So this test is sometimes referred to by the federal case, which the Nevada Supreme Court relied upon to come up with this balancing test, which is Cameron-Essie. In cases where the government establishes a personal privacy interest, and it's a two-step test, then the burden shifts to the requester. So in step one, the government needs to establish a non-trivial personal privacy interest. So it can't be a nothing burger. It has to be a true privacy interest, and it has to be more than de minimis. Now, these are really very legalistic words that I don't want to necessarily get caught up on. It's important to know that we have examples in other statutes and regulations as to what exactly personal privacy information is. And if the government establishes that privacy interest, then the burden shifts to the requester to show that disclosure of that information is likely to advance a significant public interest. So since relying on Camera and Nessie to establish this test, the Nevada Supreme Court has reaffirmed the personal privacy balancing test in multiple different scenarios. The test applies whenever the government is asserting a personal privacy interest, even if it's behalf on a third party. Now, the threshold to show that it's a non-trivial privacy interest is low. That's why I say don't get too caught up on that. Like, is this a good enough privacy interest? The government should not be forced to wait for a serious harm from unwanted intrusion of personal privacy in order to justify non-disclosure. So this is a pretty broad balancing test. It is not impenetrable, but it is a very strong tool in our arsenal as agencies for what can be protected. So if you have gone through all of your searching and reviewing, you've talked to counsel and you decide that you're going to deny a request or withhold records, any denial must cite specific legal authority to withhold those records. So let's start out with going through your statutes or regulatory authority. I've mentioned that you should do a balancing analysis if you're relying strictly on administrative codes. Then you're going to go through some of the common law doctrines, which includes all types of legal privileges. A couple of those I'll mention: deliberative process privilege, official information privilege, and then, of course, you have the balancing test also that you could look to, even if there wasn't either a privilege, a statute, or an administrative code. So after an NPR, well, let's talk about beforehand. Many times we get a request with initial language that says, look, if you're going to withhold anything, then you need to provide a log. Sometimes they call it a Vaughan index, which is a term that's used often in FOIA litigation. Essentially what it is a privilege log. They want to know exactly what it is that you withheld and your analysis for doing so. It's important to remember that Nevada case law has said that we are not required to provide a privilege log at the outset of a response when you're withholding. That is not, does not become more of a requirement until litigation has been filed. But even then, a requester may have sufficient information to contest the claim of confidentiality even without a log. So the takeaway from this is that they're generally entitled to a privilege log after they've initiated litigation, but not in every instance. But from a risk management perspective, I encourage agencies to document in an internal log or in memos what exactly was withheld and why, and do that at the same time that you're looking at the request and you're making those decisions. It's a contemporaneous record at the same time when you're processing the records request. And so that's going to help down the line if you ever are engaged in litigation about one of these requests, to show exactly what the agency and the records officer was thinking when making those decisions. So I'm going to take a minute to talk about investigative and law enforcement records. In the last few years, several cases have come out from the Nevada Supreme Court that are dealing with these types of law enforcement records and investigations in particular. It seems to be somewhere that agencies are getting tripped up on the interplay of all of these balancing tests. Generalized assertions just aren't going to cut it. The courts expect specificity. And if we're making blanket claims about investigations and privacy and just very cookie cutter statements, those types of statements rarely survive review. So the two cases that illustrate this are Conrad versus the Reno Police Department, and both of these are 2023 cases. The next one is the Las Vegas Review-Journal versus the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Now, what's interesting to me about both of these cases, one was a pretrial case, so you would think that a defendant's right to a free and fair trial would have a little bit more weight. the Las Vegas Metro case was a closed investigation. So theoretically, there's a little bit of less of a privacy interest that's involved there, but there was no charges that came out of that investigation. So we like to think that, if you were investigated for a crime and it did not result in actual charges, that there would be a bit of a stigma attached to that, and that we would want to provide additional privacy protections for that person. In both of these cases, what's the important takeaway here is that the court found that there was not a specific and detailed explanation of the risks and harms that could stem from disclosure. And this was even though there was affidavits provided by officers from both the Reno PD and from Las Vegas Metro. And the court still found that either the court's findings weren't specific enough, or the officers had not provided enough information and tied it back to not just your cookie cutter, well, this is, privacy. We've got to have more. And also an explanation as to why you can't redact. Why can you not cut out the private information and still provide something to the requester? This is why I am very much in favor of a redact and release approach of redact, redact. Your decisions to withhold come under much higher scrutiny than redacting the information, even if maybe there could be some disputes as to whether or not it was over redacted. Simply withholding documents, we've seen time and time again from the Nevada Supreme Court that is not their preferred method of seeing agencies respond to requests. But I do want to give one footnote here that the RAGA, the Republican Attorney General's Association versus Las Vegas Metro, in that case, the Nevada Supreme Court found that a withholding in full was appropriate, where the confidential material was inextricably commingled and redaction just wouldn't have left anything left. But I also want to point out that case involved juvenile justice records. So, it had a very strong statutory confidentiality provision. And the court actually took a look at that video, the officer's body cam, and said, there just really would be nothing left if we tried to redact out. Okay, so I'm going to go through a very helpful checklist for you as you're responding to public records requests. I like to think of it, since we're close to the Super Bowl, in football terms, I like to think of it as going through my progressions to see how we're going to respond to requests. So number one question here, is the requester actually looking for records? Many times it is quite common, we will get a request and they're really looking for information. Now, granted, maybe that information is contained in records, but we won't know unless we know exactly what records it is that we need to search for. So that's the first and very important distinction. Is it records that they're looking for, or is it information? Agencies don't have a duty to create a new record. But if the information that they're looking for is maintained in a database or some type of internal files, and you can just press a button and run a report, then that information is going to be deemed a record. So keep that in mind. We do as much as we can to give requesters the information that's in our custody and control. So the second question to ask there is, do these types of records exist? There's times that requesters will be looking for something that it's just not something that your agency tracks, or maybe it's something another agency tracks, but not yours. And so that leads into question number 3. Do we have legal custody or control of the requested records? So an example here, my office frequently gets records requests for marriage certificates, death certificates, things that and sometimes they'll even mention within their request that they're looking for an arrest report from Nevada Highway Patrol or an investigation report from Las Vegas Metro. Well, it's very clear that we do not have the documents within our custody and control. And so we then issue a referral to that person and let them know if you can reasonably determine exactly, if they say right there in the request that they're looking for an NHP arrest report, I know exactly where to send them. And the other important thing to note about this is that we do our best not to decide privileges or withholdings for other agencies. Many times we wouldn't even have standing to do that. So it's important that if your agency was not the one that created the record, maybe you happen to have it in your file, many times it's a good idea to just go ahead and refer that requester over to the agency with the legal custody or control of the document. Okay, so next, ask yourself, is there any common law privileges or confidentiality doctrines that may apply? So deliberative process privilege is one that comes to mind. Common interest privilege for our office, that is a big one because we do a lot of work with multi-state attorneys general throughout the country. The official information privilege, these are all things that are not necessarily statutes or regulations or even that balancing test, but they do have plenty of precedent under Nevada law. Then you're going to look at the balancing tests. Is there a reason that we need to look to see whether the balance of interest weighs in favor of the government, particularly where personal privacy interests are in question? And then, is it something that we're going to need to withhold altogether? So similar to that Raga case where the juvenile justice information was just inextricably commingled, was just all over the place. There was no way to redact it out. And so that is just dovetails with the 8th question there. Can you really redact? It may take some time, but can you redact and provide the record, even if it's not going to be a whole lot there? It's always easier to defend narrowly tailored redactions than a blanket withholding. So I'm gonna have the slide here that talks about some common personal privacy or PIIs, you might hear it referred to. The ones that I think everyone can name right off the bat: a person's name, their address, their social security number, telephone number. But there are others that are, if you think about it, they make a lot of sense, but they may not come to mind right away. And I like to think of it a little bit also as safety and security can be a part of that. Which goes right along with your home address. We don't want the public having or requester having home address information for every person who either works within the government or even just constituents who are coming to us for help. But what may tie into that you may not think about, like let's say someone is going on a trip and they have a travel expense report and they're using Uber from their home to get to the airport. Those addresses show up in Uber receipts. So it's other places that you should look. There's all types of identifying information that may not be readily, you may not think about it when it comes up. Another one that I like to think is signatures. We have mail-in ballots here in the state of Nevada, and I don't want anyone having ready access to my signature to practice it and steal my ballot out of my mailbox and then use it. So those are something where even if the document is itself disclosable, we do our best to guard any personal privacy information. And if you have any questions, you'll have this slide after the presentation, but also talk to your counsel. Okay, fees. It is quite controversial amongst particularly news organizations who will frequently criticize the government about some of the fees that are charged. So let's go over them. It's a very contentious issue. If you are going to charge fees, you need to maintain a list of your fees, have those available upon request, or just put them on a website. Anything you can make available on your website, it's one less request that you may have to respond to. And just a quick note on court reporter transcripts that fees are also, the fees may also be applicable there. Do you have a question?
Are we responsible to have our agencies post the fees for the court reporter?
As far as like being counsel for them?
Yes.
So I would recommend that you make the suggestion, but you can always, this is what I say about client advice to our clients. We can lead a horse to water. They may not do it, but I don't see any specific liability for counsel and not.
Well, not liability for us, but like, say like we're at a contested hearing, the attorney is making a stink because we provide the transcript, the court reporter transcript, that they were supposed to reach out to the court reporter. Is it actually our responsibility to have that information available to them, like on our website or whatnot, to get that info?
So court reporters have a very special place in Nevada law. The laws and regulations make sure that they receive compensation for what it is that they are, for the service that they're providing. So that is something that it's the court reporter, herself, who has legal custody and control of that. And if there was, like, if our office paid a fee for that court reporter's transcript, they would need to pay a similar fee. I don't think that we have an obligation to, let's say, collect a fee and then provide that onto the court reporter. We can do a little bit more digging though into that question if that's a concern.
That's what I asked.
Okay, yeah, let's look into it a little bit more. So to piggyback on Rosalie's presentation, minutes and recording, there's a statute within chapter 241 that says that minutes or audio recordings of meetings have to be made available within 30 days. The best practice is to go ahead and have those minutes available to the public online, and it's going to minimize the number of unnecessary requests that you're responding to. So let's get in a little bit more into the meat of actual costs. So the public bodies who fund our positions within our office, they certainly expect us to respond to public records requests as a part of our regular duties, but they don't necessarily fund specific positions for public records requests. And that doesn't really add up, right? Because each one of us outside of our public records duties and responsibilities has a full 40 hours worth of work. So there was an extraordinary use provision that was in Nevada law prior to 2019, but many advocates, transparency advocates, felt that those fees were being abused by agencies. So there was a pretty big shift in 2019 when the legislature replaced the term extraordinary use with actual costs. So what is the actual costs? They're going to include the direct costs of responding to a records request. So the examples provided in the statute are ink, toner, paper, things of that nature. But I want to be clear. I've heard some of the news organizations report that because the statute doesn't explicitly say that agencies are allowed to charge for labor fees or research fees, there's been reports that agencies have created a loophole to charge for labor that it may take to provide a public record. I think that interpretation or that suggestion is absolutely false. If you go back and take a look at the legislative minutes from 2019, there were many folks who testified in front of the legislature talked about, gave very specific examples of organizations that were requesting tens of thousands of documents, that employees were working weekends to respond to public records requests. And an agency was even forced to invest in another printer to make copies for a 10,000 plus page request. So the legislature expressly considered in an amendment that was requested to exclude overhead and personnel, and they rejected that suggestion. So although the statute does not specifically include labor as a part of those examples there, ink, toner, paper, and whatnot. The legislature's found that such costs may be appropriate when requests are incredibly onerous and incredibly large. And I will tell you, it feels like every single request that comes into my office these days is incredibly onerous and incredibly large. The agencies have flexibility to recoup their costs for very broad requests. And the reason for that, and at least in my estimation, is that the legislature didn't want the taxpayers bearing the cost of public records requests, that it's a service that the government provides, just like many other government services, and that it should be borne by the requester. Should be their responsibility to pay for these additional costs. One last quick note, I have come across different policies and different entities that still reference extraordinary use language. So that was repealed 6 years ago. I highly recommend just take a quick look at your policies and make sure that terminology is not still included. So I want to break down this concept of actual costs just a little bit more. They are not supposed to include any costs which an agency is going to have no matter what. The reason for that is that the legislature wanted to discourage agencies from depending on fees to fill in any budget gaps. So actual costs means documented, actual, but variable costs, and they can't be arbitrary and they can't be used to deter requesters. So think of fixed costs as predictable. What does an agency know that they're going to have to pay regardless? Office space, utilities. If you have business software like Microsoft Office 365, Adobe, you're going to have those subscriptions regardless of whether or not you have public records requests. Variable costs, those are going to fluctuate. Those are directly attributable to a particular public records request. So yes, production supplies like ink, toner, paper, discs, thumb drives, all of that could be directly attributable to a request, postage, of course, but also labor, because in the absence of that request, our attorneys would not be spending time doing a privilege review or going over a request. So that is, at least in my analysis, is what the legislature meant when we're talking about actual costs. So the takeaway, they shouldn't be set at an arbitrary amount. You want to make sure that you're not even at what the agency thinks is fair or reasonable. Do some research within your own agencies, find out what hourly, what some of the folks who are handling your public records requests, what would their salary break down to, find out how much you're paying for paper, and at least document that. And so if your fees are ever challenged, then at least you have something that you have documented within your agency that's going to tether that fee to an actual cost. Okay, so we've responded to a public records request. Let's say we've done some redactions. Maybe there's been documents withheld and the requester is not happy. Their option is to, they have a couple of options. Go to the district court when if request was denied or a portion of their request was denied, if they feel the request was unreasonably delayed, or for excessive and improper fees. So the courts can compel disclosure, they can adjust fees, award attorneys' fees, but agencies that are acting in good faith and employees who are acting in good faith are protected from damages. So I do want you to relax. If you're just doing your job, you're worried that you're going to have damages imposed against you. That is incredibly rare. If you were doing your job in good faith, you should be okay. But it's important to be aware that the statutes that were passed in 2019 added civil penalties as one of the tools in the toolbox for requesters and for the courts. So if there's, for violations, an agency could have civil penalties assessed for, first, second, third, the price just goes up. So it's very important to know that these are at least out there and that you're following policies within your own entity. So this is a recent Nevada Supreme Court case. It is unpublished, so it's persuasive. It's not binding precedent, but I do think it's important to talk about what the court did here. A requester, a pretty well-known and frequent requester, was arguing that the Washoe County violated that 5-day rule because they had an automated response that said, okay, we're acknowledging that you have a request and we're going to get back to you within 30 days. And he said, no, you have to search and review and give me records within 5 days. The court said that the NPRA doesn't say anywhere that you're not allowed to do an automated response. And there's no prohibition on predetermination of delay to know from the outset that, hey, I'm not going to be able to have this within 5 days. That is not violating the NPRA. I can tell you right now, even within my own office, it is very rare when we're able to get something out within 5 days because we have hundreds of requests that we're dealing with. So I want to make sure that this agencies know about this decision and that the Nevada Supreme Court is at least looking at the NPRA and knowing that that is just not the reality in statute, and hopefully they know that it's not the reality in practice. So a couple of key takeaways. The NPRA already anticipates that we're not going to be able to fulfill every request within 5 days. And the county was okay in this particular instance because they sent a response within 5 days. They honored the 5-day rule and they provided a timeline when those records were going to be available. So one other decision to note from last year, Las Vegas Metro Police Department sought a declaratory judgment. There was requests for records about an investigation. Of course, this is the police department, and it was very salacious because this had to do with a professional soccer player that many of you probably know. So Metro felt like we're not quite sure what our obligations are in this situation. So they tried a very novel approach. They tried to take it to the court and get a declaratory judgment on this. Court, you tell us, what are we supposed to do with these records? Unfortunately, the court found that the police department could not seek an advisory opinion, said that those particular statutes that provide for advisory opinions did not apply in the public records context and did not apply specifically to the police department. So that is not, that's not an avenue for us to, for better or for worse, that is not an avenue for us to get an advisory opinion from the court. A couple of new legislation to make sure that you're at least aware of, and I trust that all of you have gone through your own statutes and know what changes were made there, but these are a few just to make sure that you may have gone through. Donors, members, volunteers of a nonprofit organization, government entities need to keep their information confidential. It's private, personal information that we are required to keep confidential. Other records under Nevada law were either made public, and so the legislature said very explicitly, nope, this is a public record. It is subject to public inspection. Or one that I thought was kind of curious to me, the contracts related to name, image, and likeness materials were specifically excluded from public records disclosures. And then also kind of a mixture hybrid of the two, candidates' proof of identity or residency, those are public records, but of course, any information within it that would be personally identifying is not public. So I'm going to end on a happier note, I hope. AB 128 created a public records task force. So the task force was put together to evaluate the MPRA. How is it actually working in practice so that we can make recommendations to the legislature in the next session for potential changes. So there's a pretty long list there of different topics that they specifically mentioned that they would like the task force to take a look at. And then at the end of this process, towards the end of this year, we're going to submit a written report describing our work and then recommendations for the legislature. So think about these as long-term improvements to the MPRA. Some of the recommendations that they're looking for, like it is a little bit of a heavy lift, but I think it's high time that we take a good look at the MPRA and see how we can make it better for both requesters and for government entities. Because certainly requests can be, they can be taxing on many agencies in terms of time. They're taking more and more time to fulfill. And the MPRA has a lot of gaps, leaves a lot of questions unanswered. So hopefully we will be able to answer some of these questions. I have a list here of the folks who have been appointed to the Public Records Task Force. Our first meeting is tentatively scheduled for next month, towards the end of next month. And if you are interested in helping us improve the MPRA, or if you would just like to get some updates and know what's going on, please feel free to email AG General Counsel at ag.mv.gov, and I'll make sure that you have those materials and information. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone in Carson? Looks like.
Is that any better? Oh, wow, for
Yay!
everybody, okay.
Okay, yes, we can hear.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I had a question about the deliberative process privilege. It's one of those privileges that I've kind of never been able to wrap my mind around. Would you have any comments or a better summary of that privilege?
So I'll give you my off-the-cuff memory of some of the requirements in the deliberative process privilege. So it's meant to protect the decision-making process for agency heads and public officials. So, it's one of, you may have heard the phrase very often that like, there's no dumb questions or something like that. So it's meant to protect that, because sometimes the conversations or maybe reports to the agency head that are within the time that they're thinking about, like, what am I going to do to institute this policy? That is what is meant to be protected. Now, just straight factual information, that is not protected. It is the deliberative process, hence deliberative process privilege, but it is the discussions around the ultimate policy. So, for instance, I'll give you an example of when one time when I used deliberative process privilege when the Nevada Department of Corrections was looking at putting together an execution protocol. All of the discussions leading up to and the legal advice that we provided in relation to that process, those were privileged. As soon as that policy was issued, as soon as it was signed by the director, that privilege is no longer going to protect communications regarding the policy and subject matter. So it's important to be clear that what it protects there's no dumb question and there's no dumb, no dumb advice. Well, there could be some dumb advice, but we're at least saying that is not contributing to the public discourse. And once the policy comes out, if an agency head goes and talks about it later on, those types of conversations are not going to be protected because the policy was issued.
Okay.
I hope that helps to answer.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. So sorry, just to sum up what you're saying. So the pre-decisional deliberations of a policy that has been issued are no longer confidential.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh.
I'm saying that if they talk about it after the policy is instituted, then those
okay.
conversations are not going to, so that whatever happened leading up to the decision point, that is still protected.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Of course. Yes.
This is kind of a personal question, but on SB 293, would that include contracts where public institutions compensate athletes?
That's my understanding, is that it's, yes, that it's within their chapter for where universities, institutions of higher learning are creating contracts with student athletes. Not my area, but that's my reading of the statute.
Maybe?
I apologize. I don't know what that is. Any other questions?
Hi, I have a question here from Carson City. So you mentioned if you have documents on the website, maybe you'll get fewer requests, but what if people still request things that you do have on the website? Can you just provide them the link, or do you still need to provide them a copy of the record?
That's exactly what we do, is we respond with the link, particularly if we're responding via email. If they ask for a copy of the materials, I would look at it then as, depending on whether or not your agency has a fee schedule set up, would you then have to charge them postage in order to send it out? You can certainly have those types of conversations, because I think 99 times out of 100, they just don't know that the information is online, and a link will suffice. Great questions.
I'm just gonna follow up for everybody really quick. So I don't know if you heard my previous question. So I had half of it answered for open meeting law, but my second part of my question is, so say for a meeting that's recorded, audio and video, if you are unable to provide the video recording as requested by this person, but you can provide them the audio because the video portion contains closed session items that you can't redact. Is it a violation if you're only providing audio when they've requested video?
So my general interpretation and thoughts on that is that no, it's not a violation. The MPRA does not, we get a lot of requests sometimes from particularly commercial requesters that are like trying to build databases of commercial information. And so they will say, we want this in Excel format. We want this in the exact format in which you kept it. And that is not what the MPRA requires. There's a distinction between electronic records and paper records, but an Adobe PDF is an electronic record. That is a record which I am able to redact confidential information, personal privacy information. It is still in an electronic format, but there is nothing in the MPRA that says you must provide in a native format, that you must provide in any particular format. So if you're providing the copy of the meeting audio, but not video, my interpretation is that there's nothing in the MPRA that says, no, you got to give them the video. Any other questions? Okay, so I do have a QR code. Whoops. That's up on the screen here. If you're seeking CLE credit, please note these are recorded and they're going to be going up online at some point in the future, but the CLE credit is only going to be for those who participate in the live training, whether it's on Zoom or you're here in person. You should get a little bonus for being here in person. And if you've registered for the training, you're also going to receive these links for all the presentations via email. So don't fret if you don't catch it right at the second. Thanks so much for your attention. You guys are on at lunchtime now.
Test.
This one works. Is it working? Oh, we are turning that on, made this one work. You are a genius, Greg. Okay, can you hear me in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, can they see us?
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. I don't know, can you hear us if we don't turn on the mic at the podium?
I can hear you right now, Rosalie.
I have the mic on. If anyone has questions, I'll have them come to the podium
Okay.
for the mic. But we can hear you well.
Okay, then I will get started. Good afternoon. I am Senior Deputy Attorney General Kevin Doty. I am the person who gets to talk to you about state contracting right after lunch. It's an exciting topic. That's why they put it in this slot. As you will learn as I go through my presentation, you will see that the procurement law has changed a little bit over the last few years. And the way I was able to do that was whenever I wanted to make a change, I would draft a bill. And then when I would testify in a room just like this, if I saw a member of the legislature getting interested in what I was talking about, I would just kind of talk in a monotone and say the word procurement. That induces drowsiness every time. And then I wouldn't have to worry about, difficult questions. I could just get my bill passed. But we will try to have a little bit more exciting time than that. I'm not trying to induce drowsiness. Wow. The sources of Nevada procurement law, the big one for us is Chapter 333 of NRS. That is the State Purchasing Act, which was enacted in 1951, and which originally, the way purchasing operated was every year the administrator would try to decide how many desks and manual typewriters and slide rules the state needed, and would go make one purchase to last the year, put that in, all that stuff in a warehouse, and would hand it out as needed. Things have changed over the last 75 years. We are now a service-based economy. We have much more complicated needs than just manual typewriters and slide rules. State purchasing handles things like $14 billion Medicaid contracts. But state purchasing does still buy desks and does things like buying hay for the prison ranch. So it's a wide range of things. Basically anything that is not a building, that's Public Works 338, or a road, that's NDOT 408, falls within state purchasing's responsibilities. 332 is different. That's what local governments procure under. That's not us. They have it a little easier than we do. Their law provides a whole lot of exemptions, like for IT stuff, which would make our life a whole lot easier, but we don't have that exemption in our law. 277 is interlocal agreements. Those are agreements between governmental entities, and we'll just touch on those later. NAC is important because NAC 333 is where we have all the requirements about who can serve on the evaluation committees for an RFP. So we need to be familiar with those or be able to look those up. And SAM is really important because a lot of our 75-year-old law is kind of bare bones. SAM expands upon that a great deal. Chapter 100 of SAM will give you the requirements of the Board of Examiners regarding what they want submitted and how they do contract approvals. SAM 300 has all the purchasing stuff. So who does this apply to? You. The definition of using agencies is very broad, and as you can see, it applies to officers, departments, institutions, boards, commissions, and other agencies in the executive department. So I may use the term agency when talking about boards and commissions, because for purposes of 333, you are a using agency as a term of art in 333. It applies no matter where the money's coming from. If you're hiring a contractor, a vendor to do something, if the money comes from the state, obviously you're complying with 333. What if it comes from the feds? It just seems like free money, right? No, you still have to comply with 333. And for two reasons. One, our law says it doesn't matter what the source of the funds are, you have to comply with 333. Also, the feds say that. And that's that CFR citation I had there, 2 CFR 200.317, which basically says, in Fed speak, if you're going to spend federal money, you need to comply with your own state's procurement rules. And you may not like complying with our procurement rules, but the alternative would be the federal government coming up with its own set of procurement rules for us. And we don't want that. So we should be grateful that we just have to comply with 333. And when I say it doesn't matter where the money comes from, even if it's like private donor money, if you have a wealthy benefactor who wants to give money for some reason, first of all, that should raise red flags regarding ethics. What do they want for that money? That's kind of a Ross question. But even if it's just private donor money, if it gets spent, has to be spent in compliance with 333, unless you're the Department of Wildlife. They have a specific statute that lets them accept money from wealthy hunters and spend it however they want. But the rest of you don't have a statutorily authorized slush fund, so you have to comply with 333. There are exceptions, INSHE, local governments, because they comply with their own thing. And the housing division of the Department of Business and Industry has their own carve-out because of some of the way they do their housing projects. But it is a complete exemption from 333. Why is all this stuff we're going to talk about today important? State policy is to secure best value. Best value is the guiding principle of our purchasing. And it kind of means what you think it means. It means, getting good value for the taxpayer dollars. It doesn't always mean lowest price. When we go out and look for services, we don't have, as I'll talk later, we don't even have to score cost at all, but we can make cost as big or as little as we want when we're going out in an RFP to get a services contract. So we can adjust how big of a role that plays. So knowing how this works will make things go more quickly, keep you in compliance with the law, because here's where I scare you. There is personal responsibility. If you commit to a contract that does not comply with Chapter 333, that contract is void. Now, the lawyers are probably thinking, don't I remember something from contract law? There's a difference between void contracts and voidable contracts. And there is. A voidable contract is like a minor enters into a contract, and then someone acting on behalf of that minor can still enforce that contract, or it can be voided at the option of the minor or the party acting on behalf of the minor. Our contracts are void ab initio. And yes, I did just work some Latin into my presentation. So if you're doing presentation bingo, you can mark off the Latin box, which means they don't ever exist. They had no legal existence. So now you're going to ask Kev, if it had no legal existence, how can I be liable for it? Well, there are legal theories where if the vendor relied upon what you said and expended money as part of the contract, they can come back and try to get that money from us. And that is where an individual or a head of a using agency can technically be held liable for that money. Additionally, it is illegal to bind the state beyond the amount approved by law. This is malfeasance in office. That's a Ross thing. And possibly even a misdemeanor, which would be a criminal law thing. I've never seen either of these put into place in the time that I've worked, both at the Attorney General's office and the time I served as administrator for state purchasing. But they are there, and it's a good reason to take all of this seriously. Even if it doesn't rise to the level of you being held personally financially responsible or a misdemeanor, you don't want to be a headline. You don't want the Las Vegas Review-Journal or one of the investigative reporters from the TV stations doing a story about how you gave a contract to your brother-in-law instead of going through the appropriate processes that 333 require. And one of the biggest pitfalls in this area is when you go into a procurement with the idea that you've already decided who your vendor should be. You shouldn't lock in on a vendor before you go through the process, because if you have to do a competitive solicitation, you have to treat all vendors fairly. And not only does this get into the stuff Ross said this morning about potential corruption, remember the stuff Leslie said about the Public Records Act. If you've got an email that says, oh, we already know what vendor we want to use, but purchasing's making us do an RFP, you're not going to want to have to explain that email once it sees the light of day through a public records request, right? That's going to be very embarrassing. It's going to make it look like you were corrupt, even if you did then follow through on the complying with the law. So think in terms of compliance, think in terms of doing the right thing from the beginning. And from the beginning brings me to maybe the two most important things I will talk about, which is giving yourself time in the procurement process. The biggest mistakes we see in purchasing world is when an agency puts things off to the last minute. Say the legislature gave you an appropriation to buy something, and you've let almost 2 years go by, and now you're like, we need to spend this. That's when you try to cut corners and potentially make mistakes and fail to comply with our law. You need to start the process early and reach out to state purchasing early, because they're there to help you through this process. I have seen agencies think that, well, if we don't tell purchasing what we're doing, then we don't have to comply with their law. No, the law applies to you whether purchasing knows about it or not. It's just that purchasing can help make sure that you comply with the law so that you don't get in trouble with, like auditors later down the road. So goods or services. This is a big distinction in our law. Services we typically contract for using a request for proposals. We'll talk more about that later. It results in a contract for services of independent contractor, which we'll also talk more about later. And this requires DAG review as to form, the thing that DAGs get asked to review and sign routinely. These contracts go to BOE for approval. This brings up the issue of allowing yourself time for the process to work out, because going to BOE and getting on the BOE agenda, if you have to get full board approval, is something that can take, up to 7 weeks after you submit it to GFO. So it can really add to your timeline. Goods, on the other hand, are much simpler. We do an invitation to bid, and the bid contract is something that the terms the vendor has agreed to that gets attached to a standard form from purchasing, which is basically just the terms from the Uniform Commercial Code. Those types of warranties and things are all included in that. No BOE approval is required for goods, except for one type of good, which we will talk about later. SAM 305 has all these lovely numbers telling you when purchasing has to do the procurement, when you can do it yourself. If it's a contract for services greater than equal or greater to $100,000, purchasing has to do it unless purchasing grants you approval to do it. Purchasing does have that flexibility. If it's services greater than 25 or less than 100, the agency does a formal RFP. But if you're not comfortable doing the formal RFP, purchasing can do it for you. Purchasing also has a lot of great forms on their toolbox. If you go to purchasing's website, there's a box that says toolbox, and it has all the forms you would need to do an RFP. It has these contracts that we're going to talk about. If it's a services contract for less than $25,000, the agency does an informal solicitation, and informal solicitations are described at SAM 313. Basically, it's getting 3 quotes, and this idea of getting 3 quotes before you hire someone, I recommend doing it in your private life as well. A couple years ago, I had a giant pine tree blow down at my house, and I had to pay someone to come cut it up and take it away. And I got 3 quotes. And the third quote was about $1,000 cheaper than the first quote. So it gets best value for the state to get 3 quotes, and it can be quite useful, in your private life to get 3 quotes whenever you need to hire someone. Goods, if it's greater than $50,000, purchasing does the bid, sealed bids, which they do through their Nevada ePro system. If it's greater than $5,000 or up to $50,000, the agency does it, but purchasing will review before it's finalized to make sure that it was done correctly. And less than 5, it's an agency informal. That's another, 3 quote situation. Special approvals. I just decided to throw this in here. IT components and phone systems, the Governor's Technology Office will look at those to make sure they're compatible with what we already have. Software is also another big one. There are types of software that we cannot use at the state. I'm not going to ask if any of you use Grammarly. I know you don't, because the Governor's Technology Office has said we can't. Because one of Grammarly's terms and conditions is that when you run information through their software, they own it. Not the kind of thing you would know unless you read the fine print. So there are certain software things we cannot use. And speaking of software, we talked about the difference between goods and services. Is software a good or a service? If you don't really know, that's fine. The courts have been wrestling with it for about 40 years and still don't have a clear idea. The software companies themselves really want it to be a service. That's why you hear about software as a service, and they're trying to set it up so that it's a service. And the reason they do that is so the protections in the Uniform Commercial Code that attach to the sale of goods don't apply. They don't have those to deal with those warranties and those kinds of things. So they desperately want it to be a service. For our purposes, there is a provision in SAM that says software. And how we treat it for procurement purposes is if it's commercial off-the-shelf software like Adobe Acrobat licenses, for example. We just treat those as goods. If it's something that is going to have to be customized for us, we treat that as a service, because that's when we're going to need to make sure that we have the protections in our full contract in there, things that say like we maintain ownership and control of the data. Another aspect of that is we always have to make sure our state data stays within the United States. You will see proposals from vendors saying that they can do a great job working for us because they use a follow the sun model. Follow the sun model means that your data is going to India. It's the idea is they can work on it round the clock. Yeah, maybe 8 hours in the United States and then 16 hours in India. So it is kind of following the sun, but can't do that. The Governor's Technology Office has decreed that we cannot allow our data to leave the United States. And there are various reasons for that, to protect our data and always be able to control what's done with it. I mentioned earlier that there are goods that BOE approves. Yeah, vehicle purchases. Those go to the Board of Examiners, new and used vehicles. And I can tell you that one of the things purchasing has bought in the past was a helicopter for wildlife. Turns out when you buy a helicopter, you got to get an upgraded engine because Nevada's at altitude. You have to get a stronger engine so that the rotor spins faster so that you get lift in our thin atmosphere. That helicopter didn't get approved by BOE. NDOT's airplanes didn't get approved by BOE. And when you buy an airplane, by the way, you need to make sure you get the navigation software included. NDOT bought an airplane a few years ago, sent their pilots to Texas to pick it up, and I get a panicky phone call because they didn't go through purchasing to buy the airplane like they should have. It's only when they went to pick up the plane they realized that the plane did not come with navigation software. So they asked me for emergency approval back when I was administrator, state purchasing, to buy navigation software. And I didn't ponder this very long. I thought it was probably a good idea that the brand new Nevada plane that was being flown from Texas to Nevada didn't accidentally crash in Guatemala. So I said yes to the navigation software. But we buy helicopters, we buy planes, we buy huge pieces of equipment. Don't go to BOE for approval. But a used car does. Yeah, it's because this requirement was put in the law in 1933. Back when the purchase of a car was a pretty big deal for the state. And it has stayed there. And if this sounds, like a pain, you should know that for decades there was actually a dollar limit on how much you could spend on cars. And after the inflation of the 70s, the 1981 legislature finally gave up on those dollar limits. And at that time, you could spend up to $6,000 for a car, or up to $8,000 for a cruiser for highway patrol, or up to $10,000 for one vehicle for the governor. Maybe with what we're paying for vehicles now, maybe it makes sense that BOE is approving them because they're definitely more expensive than $6,000. Having told you that there are all these rules that could throw you in jail and make you financially liable, I should say there are no shortcuts. Here are the shortcuts. These are legal shortcuts. These aren't just ignore the law, don't comply with the law. These are the shortcuts that are part of our law. And the number one shortcut is that purchasing division has statewide agreements in place. And it's an easy button to hit. You don't have to go do your own solicitation. The contracts I've been signing recently for state purchasing, translation and interpretation contracts. So if you have a board or commission, you're prosecuting a case against a licensee and that English is not that licensee's first language. Who knows what kind of interpreter you may need, but state purchasing has those contracts. And if you go to purchasing's website, you can find the translation and interpretation contracts listed under the statewide contracts. You will see the purchasing officer is Miriam Garcia. If you contact Miriam, she's very nice and very helpful, and she will help you find what you need. The statewide contracts also include lots of common items like furniture for an office. You can buy boxes of pens through the Staples punch-out. You can access things through Amazon because state purchasing has an Amazon account. And it's a great way to you can do different comparison pricing that way too. I know that traditionally, copy paper has been cheaper at Staples than it is anywhere through Amazon. None of the suppliers on Amazon can give it to us at the price that Staples does. Don't know why that is. It just usually works out that way. But you have options because these contracts are there and you can use them as needed. There are also contracts for more esoteric things. One of the first RFPs I approved as administrator was for bat gates. It's not a cool Batman thing. Abandoned mines. We have abandoned mines in Nevada, and we also have stupid people. And when those two things come together, people die. So Bat gates are gates that close off the abandoned mine, but allow the bats to fly in and out. We have 8 vendors currently under contract who can install bat gates. We have software of different types under these contracts. We have people who can implement the software. We have temporary employment services, like the manpower agreements. That's a statewide contract. If you just need temp help, yeah, you can contact Annette at Purchasing, Annette Morphin. She will help you with that. And it's a great, easy button. Shortcut number 2, the Preferred Purchase Program. This is my favorite thing the state does. This is Opportunity Village and other organizations that help the differently abled. If you have a building that you need janitorial work done, you can do an RFP and try to find a company that will come in and do the janitorial work. Or you can call Opportunity Village. They can come out, look at the space, give you a quote, and you can just contract with them. And they do other things like document destruction, document collation, and some other things. And they do very good work. And it's a nice expenditure of state funds when we're getting value for what we're taxpayer dollars while also helping Opportunity Village and other organizations like that. Shortcut number 3. Yes, we have desks on contract, but what if you're strapped for cash? We have a state surplus property program where there are things that agencies no longer need that get turned over to state purchasing. There are desks, there are chairs, there are a lot of different things like that. It's also how our vehicles get done, sometimes between different agencies. You can contact Judy Gates at Purchasing. It's on the website and see what they have. And you can get stuff for free. There's also a federal surplus property program that works a little more difficultly. You kind of have to let the people at state purchasing know what you're in the market for, and they will pay attention to what shows up on the federal website. And if you get something from the feds will technically own it for the first 2 years after you've put it in use. But after you've had it in use for 2 years, you have full ownership of it. The exception being weapons. The Fed never lets you own the weapon for good. You have to give that back once you're done with it. Because yes, you can get weapons. And yes, state purchasing has had weapons on contract for many years. I signed a contract for grenade launchers. Because for riot control purposes, corrections and highway patrol may need to launch smoke or tear gas grenades. So if you need a grenade launcher, don't contact purchasing, talk to your DAG, because something's gone horribly wrong if you think you need a grenade launcher. Shortcut number 4, speaking of the feds, it could be the vendor you want to do business with has a contract with the General Services Administration. If so, if that vendor's willing to offer us the same prices, we have a specific statute that lets us just use it. Shortcut number 5. What about another state or jurisdiction did a solicitation and awarded to a vendor, and we kind of like that contract? This gets called joinder, but we don't actually join the contract. We don't join it and create three-way privity in the contract. What we do is we use this other jurisdiction's solicitation, if it was done kind of the same way we do ours, and we use it to enter our own contract with that vendor, as long as it's, similar pricing. And there are certain requirements that are part of this. Most of those have come through Governor's Finance Office. There's forms that have to be filled out to get this approved. Another shortcut while we're talking about other state solicitations, many of those statewide contracts I talked about are procured through NASPO, the National Association of State Procurement Officials. And all 50 states are a member. A lead state will go out and procure a contract that then every state can join on to. That is how we get our cell services. That's actually NASPO's biggest contract. All 50 states sign on to that contract. And so if you need a cell phone and you want to go to the wireless devices contract on our statewide contracts list at purchasing, you can see Verizon and AT&T, and you can see there are certain discounts they've agreed to through that NASPO contract that Nevada has agreed to. And a lot of the other statewide contracts are that way too, that give us access to software companies. And by joining together with NASPO, it allows us to negotiate a better deal than we could get on our own. There's a lot more spend at stake. It's also true that if you just like a solicitation done by another state, you can really copy a lot of it when you have to do your own RFP. Shameless copying is perfectly okay in procurement world. There are exemptions. There aren't, well, maybe you can think of them as shortcuts. There are things that are not suitable for competitive solicitation. Sole source, as approved by the administrator. There are times when there are legitimate sole source instances. If we have a piece of equipment and we need something that fits into that piece of equipment, and it has to be like John Deere compatible, it has to fit, then that's a legitimate sole source. Another way this comes up is sometimes the state purchasing will approve agencies to continue using a vendor they've been using for years. BOE generally requires contracts to be resolicited every 4 years. But if you've invested millions of dollars in a big IT system and software system, 4 years come along, you don't really want to go out and recompete that. You've got a lot of sunken costs there. So at that time, we'll talk later about contract extensions. Purchasing can agree that, you don't have to go resolicit that. You can continue using the vendor you have. Emergencies, these are, there's flooding and we need barriers put up, that kind of thing. I was administrator of state purchasing during the COVID pandemic. I may have set a record for the most emergency contracts ever approved by an administrator of state purchasing. At the time, I was criticized for not approving enough emergency contracts. Once the pandemic was over, I was criticized for approving too many. So I must have been somewhere in the ballpark of about right. Professional services exemptions. There are certain contracts that by reg, we just don't compete. Expert witness. You can't really do an RFP for an expert witness. You kind of have to disclose your case and the details about your case. Same thing with an attorney. With an accountant, oftentimes there may be financial details that would be important to whether an accountant wants to do the work, and you don't want to disclose those publicly. On the accountant one, just because you're doing an audit doesn't mean, and you want to hire an accountant, doesn't mean that the exemption automatically applies. You need an audit for which a CPA is required. There needs to be a professional license required. Some audits don't require a CPA. Engineers and architects. There are statutes that prohibit us from going with an engineer and architect based on just low cost. Reason for that is you don't want a cut-rate architect making a bad building that collapses. Engineer could do a bad dam that bursts, that kind of thing. I had someone come to me, an agency come to me, I will not name them, claiming that, well, we can hire a landscape architect without having to go through the process. I said, okay, they're not a registered architect, not dissing what landscape architects do, but the grass and trees in front of your building, not the same thing as the building itself that could collapse and kill someone. So, no. But the administrator of purchasing does have discretion to decide when the services of another professional are not adapted to competitive solicitation. When we look for services, we look for the best interest of the state as determined by the scores in the proposals submitted in response to a request for proposals. The criteria are disclosed in the RFP, and the criteria can be almost anything you want. Up until 2019, there were 4 criteria in statute, one of which was cost. I thought that was stupid, so I got rid of it. And now you can use anything you want, and you don't always have to score on cost. There are times when you wouldn't want to score on cost. Because if you get like a grant of money from the feds, you want to spend that entire amount. You don't want to award it to someone who's not going to use that whole amount. Because if you don't use all the money that comes in from the feds and you have to give it back to them, the feds make note of that, and it's harder to get money from them in the future. Maybe that's how a country ends up 40 trillion in debt. I don't know, but that's how the process works. With goods, it's a much simpler process. We put our specs out there. Here's what we need. Anyone who meets those specs, we go with the low cost. This comes up far more often than it should. Do you have the money to pay for this? Before you engage in the whole RFP process, and there are more things to talk about there, make sure you have the money for it. We have put RFPs out on the street after a lot of effort, and the vendors submit their proposals, and then the agency decides, oh no, we can't afford this. Let's cancel the RFP. You can do that, but you leave some ticked off vendors because it costs a lot of money to put together a proposal in response to an RFP. And you've wasted a lot of state time, too. Do you need a tie? Obviously, you shouldn't take fashion advice from me. This is a technology investment evaluation. This is what the Governor's Technology Office has to approve if you are spending $50,000 or more on technology. This replaces what were known as TINs and SINs, technology investment notifications, cloud investment notifications. They used to be known as tires at one point. Why EATS, formerly OCIO, formerly GTO was OCIO, was EATS, was Do It, and now the forms they use keep changing too. Just to keep you on your toes. They're my client too, so I can say that. It can take up to 6 weeks to get a tie completion memo from GTO. So once again, time is important in this whole process. RFPs. If you can't use a shortcut and you do have to do an RFP, put thought into exactly what services you need. Your RFP can be as prescriptive as you like. If you know exactly what you need, say so. If you have a problem that needs to be solved by a vendor, you can kind of leave that a little more open, if you like, and see what kind of proposals you get, what kind of solutions you get to your problem. Insurance requirements get put into the RFP. Risk has a book, has something online. I'll talk about that later, where you get that from. Deliverable-based contract. This is important. You don't want to do a contract where you hire a vendor and then just hand them a bunch of money and hope they do what you want them to do, right? But if you tell the vendor, I'm not going to pay you until you're completely done on like a big IT project, the vendor's going to go, I'm not going to do that. So in your RFP, which you're already starting to put together the basis of what should be a good contract because the RFP gets attached to the contract, set out the deliverables and a pay schedule. You don't know how much money necessarily will be spent at this point, but you can say 10% for completing this and 10% for completing that, and so forth. It's much preferable to liquidated damages provisions. I've seen agencies say, well, in order to make sure that they're on time getting this done, let's put penalties in the contract. You can't put penalties in the contract. The Nevada Supreme Court has said penalties are not enforceable. So you have to call them liquidated damages. And the liquidated damages have to be a good faith estimate of the actual damages the state would sustain from things not being done on time. The whole idea behind that is that in contracts you get your expectation damages, you get the value of your contract as damages. If penalties were allowed, it would be possible to make more off of a contract than what you had originally planned on. There are jurisdictions that allow penalties. There's kind of a trend in that direction, but it hasn't come to Nevada yet. You've got your good RFP out there. The proposals come in. It's time for your evaluation panel, which must comply with the requirements in NAC. It can't all be from one agency. Each division of an agency counts as a using agency, so that makes it a little easier to come up with some diversity on your panel. You can't have a majority of the evaluators report to an evaluator, because that person would have too much sway. Once they score the proposals on the criteria you came up with, we reach the notice of intent to award, which goes out to a vendor saying, we're going to try to negotiate a contract with this person. And once we have negotiated a contract, that's when the notice of award gets issued. And that is what the losing vendors can challenge. They have 11 days to post a bond and challenge that. So this is the contract we reach with that vendor. It has to be in writing, it has to be signed, the insurance has to come from risk, and it has to be approved by DAG. Your DAG has to sign off on this. And state contract forms can be found at the purchasing website. Why are our standard contracts important? There are people who will tell you that the three most beautiful words in the English language are, I love you. Those people are wrong. The three most beautiful words in the English language are termination without cause. This is the easy button to get you out of a bad contract. It allows us to term a contract for no reason. We don't have to make a showing that there was a breach. We tell the contract, you've got 30 days to wrap things up, contract's done. This also gives us a lot of leverage in dealing with the vendor, the fact that we have the ability to terminate without cause. The non-appropriation clause is there because we in the executive branch can't promise that the legislature is going to fund anything beyond the next biennium. Our contracts are typically for 4 years. Funding from the legislature comes every 2. I've had vendors say, well, can you promise that, this request for funds won't be unreasonably denied? Like, no. Legislature can be as unreasonable as they want. They're the legislature. Limitations on the state's liability, like Chapter 41, limiting our tort liability, those get set forth in the contract. Those apply by statute anyway. LOL isn't fun. It's just how we call limitation on liability clauses. Vendors will always want to try to limit their liability as much as possible. Sometimes they will try to say things like, well, we're only liable to the extent you've paid us so far. Well, early in a contract, you've paid them almost nothing. They have no liability. Indemnification from the contractor means we're looking for the contractor to make us whole for losses that can occur. This often comes up in a tort context. I'll talk more about that later. Insurance is there for same reason. Assignment is one that can be difficult to negotiate because SAM makes us get the Board of Examiners approval to approve assignment of a contract that they've approved. Vendors don't like that because if they're going to sell their company, they want to be able to sell a portfolio of contracts that are guaranteed in place. That's their revenue stream. So they want to have a provision that says that the assignment is automatic. It can be difficult to explain that to vendors, but ones that deal with the government often tend to know. Warranties, this means that what they're doing will meet basic standards. This is how we say, yeah, your work sucked. You violated the warranty. And the choice of Nevada law and jurisdiction is huge. If we have to get involved in litigation, we don't want that litigation to be taking place in North Dakota. We want it to be taking place right here in our courthouse, Carson City. It reduces our expenses greatly. And in fact, this got added to the law in 2021. I heard that the state of Colorado had done this. And so I talked to a procurement attorney from Colorado and asked if this was if legally saying the state cannot indemnify another party, does that stop vendors from doing business with you? He said, no, they always just agree to it once they see it in statute. So I thought, we should do that. And so that's how this came to be. We no longer have to argue about whether we have to indemnify vendors. That was an argument that went on for years in these contracts. Now we just say, can't do it. And the vendors go, guess you can't do it. Because they don't want to have to make us whole. That's money out of their pocket. And we cannot legally agree to arbitration or litigation in another jurisdiction. So we don't have to argue over that anymore either. It just speeds things up. Beware of contract reforms. I will try not to rant too much on this. I hate when the contractors try to use their own forms and get things like auto renewal. Can't do that. Got to get BOE approval. They want to keep things confidential, a bunch of things confidential. We have public records requirements. Hyperlinks. I hate hyperlinks. They will say, oh, all our terms are here on this hyperlink. Yeah, they can change that. So we want the terms to be printed out in a part of our contract. Obviously, we can't indemnify them or agree to a foreign jurisdiction. Hopefully, the vendor agreed to our standard terms as part of the RFP process. There are certain things that come up. We put in attachment AA, negotiated items. Don't negotiate against yourself if you end up negotiating with a vendor over something. You love my tie. You want my tie. You say, Kev, I'll give you $50 for the tie. I say, no. You really love my tie. You're willing to spend $100 for this tie. Do you say, will you take 100? No, don't do that. Ask me how much I want for the tie. Maybe I'm willing to part with it for 60. You just saved yourself $40 and got a lovely tie. Same thing happens in negotiating with vendors. If you've got a big IT project and you want them to have, say, 5 people on site, and you didn't put that in your RFP, that would have been the better way to do it. They would have agreed to it up front. But now you're negotiating that. Say you want the 5 people. And if they say no, don't come back and say, oh, well, can we at least have 1? No, get them to counteroffer. And the best time to do that is before we have signed the contract. That's when we have the most leverage. And of course, put everything that they agree to in writing in those negotiated points. Parole evidence basically means, yeah, they said it, but we can't hold them to it because it's not in writing. Insurance provisions. These are in all our contracts, mandated by risk management. We have an insurance schedule. It contains several different types of insurance. And obviously, the cyber insurance is one that probably grabs our attention now more than, say, last summer. We now know how important cyber insurance can be. Why insurance? Well, we have protection under NRS 41 that limits our tort liability. And we have a vendor that says they're going to indemnify us, make us whole in case of a tort claim. But let's say that we hire a vendor to trim the trees here on the lovely Capitol grounds in Carson City. And while trimming a small branch, a big branch they didn't know was rotten inside, falls where they didn't think it was going to fall, and horribly maims a tourist visiting from California. That's my let's maim a California. So you might think, well, we have indemnification. The vendor can make us whole for any tort claims against us. What's that vendor likely to do if they're not a very big company and they're facing a multi-million-dollar tort judgment? Because we didn't kill this guy. Personal injury attorneys will tell you that wrongful death claims pay the bills, but horribly injured people are where you make the real money. Because they have ongoing medical bills, ongoing pain and suffering. And this guy's going back to California where healthcare isn't cheap. So what saves us in this instance? If that vendor facing the multi-million-dollar claim files bankruptcy, we have a promise from them to make us whole, but they don't have any money. They may not legally exist in the near future. Insurance is still there. That's why we have insurance in every country, because the insurance companies aren't going bankrupt. We require insurance certificates from companies that are AAA rated. Ultimately, your contract gets approved by the Board of Examiners. Under 2,000, it's just agency approval. Between 2 and 100, that's a significant increase over the last years. It's clerk of the board, that speeds things up quickly. 100 or greater, it goes to the full BOE for approval. State purchasing leases equipment and can approve your leases. Most commonly, you'll see copier leases. Those are statewide contracts. It's pretty simple. Interlocal contracts, these are between government agencies, but they actually require BOE approval. Lease of office space, just throwing it in here. Some boards are exempt from having to go through leasing services. Others aren't. It depends on if you're exempt under 353.005. But you can always ask. Potential problems. Grants. You may think that if you get money from a grant, that you don't have to comply with 333, but remember, it applies no matter what the source. So let's say the Department of Education gets a $1 million grant from the federal government to promote kids staying in school, graduating high school. They decide to spend $500,000 on that with sub-grants to school districts, nonprofits that will help kids stay in school. Those are sub-grants. That's not handled by 333. The other $500,000 they decide to spend on an advertising campaign to encourage kids to stay in school. That is covered by 333, and that has to be spent in accordance with 333. MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding. Gosh, when I started at the state 9 years ago, there were so many of these running around that were just contracts by another name. They really shouldn't be out there. They're just dangerous. The only time you should really use a memorandum of understanding is if you have like multiple agencies working on a big project. Like there was a big fiber cable installation statewide that the Governor's Technology Office was involved in, that NDOT was involved in, that Public Works was involved in. If you want a memorandum of understanding so that those agencies know what their different responsibilities are, it's just an agreement amongst the agencies, that's fine. But it's not something to sign with a vendor. Contract amendments, there was a form for doing this at state purchasing. The most simple one is you just substitute language in for the language in the old contract. Extending term, if you're not getting new money, usually this is pretty easy. GFO will agree to this. It's just clerk of the board approval. Can you amend a contract that has expired? No. The contract is not pining for the fjords. It is bereft of life. It is no more. It is an X contract. It cannot be extended. Increasing the not to exceed amount. That's another change. The assignment, whenever you have the change of organization, an assignment to a different company, that gets done. New or different service. That's not what we use amendments for. We can't expand the scope. You need to stay within the scope of the initial solicitation and the initial contract. State purchasing offers training. Certified contract manager. Every agency, every board, every commission should have someone who's gone through this training and has access to sets. And my last slide is probably the most important one. People have an idea that once they get Board of Examiner approval, the process has come to an end. I now pronounce you state and vendor. But just like with a marriage, that's not when the process ends. That's when the hard work begins. And you need to keep tabs on the vendor and what they're doing. This is how the state has had big contract failures in the past. Like the Smart 21 project, if that rings a bell for anyone. The state spent tens of millions of dollars and ended up getting nothing from it. We had great contracts in place. Okay, I wrote them, but I wrote 170 pages worth of contracts. They were not the form contracts. They were really detailed contracts that could be used to hold the vendor accountable. But we didn't hold the vendor accountable because we didn't do a good job of contract management. Friendly but not friends. It's okay to have a good working relationship with the vendor. Don't be going out to the bars with them. like with Smart 21. It's not good contract management. Document things as part of your relationship with the vendor. If you have problems, it's okay to call them up the first time and say, hey, there's something you need to work on. The next time, it should be an email, and it should specify, here's the provision, here's the contract we're talking about, here's how you're failing. Because that's what your attorney is going to want to see. Written evidence. Get your lawyer involved. Sometimes things can be resolved by a breach letter, where you threaten the vendor saying you're in breach of the contract. This has to comply, like all of these notifications, terminations, or breach, with the notice requirements in Section 4 of the contract, which usually requires certified mail. And if you just reach a point where, you can't get them to perform and you have to get rid of the contract, final quiz, what are the 3 most beautiful words in the English language? Termination without cause. Very good. You all pass. So with that, if you have any questions, I am happy to answer them, or at least attempt to. And here's the QR code. No questions? Okay. Oh.
Clarification. So I sit on the landscape architects board.
Oh, sorry about that.
We are a licensed profession in the state of Nevada, but if you have a contract that goes for more than 4 years, you'll be a team with the architect and the engineer as well. So it's a continuation of the process.
Yeah. Yeah.
No offense taken.
Oh, thank you. Okay. And with that, I think we can send it back down to Las Vegas for the next presentation.
All right, I'm going to take an extra 30 seconds. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Todd Weiss. I am a senior DAG in the Boards and Open Government Division. I'm here today to talk to you about contested case, also known as administrative disciplinary hearings. I mean, it's got a lot of names, but that's what we're here to talk about today. It's something that myself and my colleagues in my division do a lot, both as prosecutors and as board counsel. So I try to cover both those roles. I also have put designated question breaks in my presentation, but I will certainly try to save time at the end. There is a lot of material to go over. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get this kicked off with what is a contested case. A contested case is a proceeding in which the legal rights, duties, or privileges of a party are required by law to be determined by an agency after an opportunity for a hearing. That's the definition of it. Obviously, we're talking about administrative law here as opposed to civil or criminal. This applies to especially the Title 54 agencies. Those are your occupational licensing boards, and there are a lot of those in Nevada. And overarching this entire presentation, I want to point out that, we're going to be talking a lot about 622A and 233B. Those are kind of the floor statutes that we rely on for the process and procedure for contested case. But maybe the most important advice I'm going to give all day is make sure you check your specific agencies or boards statutes. A lot of them have specific variations of the process and procedure for their contested case that are different from 622A and 233B. And obviously the more specific statutes control over the general. So always want to make sure that you're not just relying on these statutes, but that you're double checking your agency statutes as well if you're trying to understand what their prescribed process is. Some constitutional issues that go along with contested case. State issued professional licenses carry constitutionally protected property interests. Those constitutional protections mean the due process applies to these proceedings. It's a slightly different due process than what you will see in criminal or civil court, which I'll get to later, but there are due process protections. If you put what you see on the slides together, what they essentially mean is that the state agency cannot take away or inhibit a constitutionally protected property interest in a professional license without providing a fair hearing and measures of due process. And we'll get into what those are right about now. What is due process? In a nutshell, it requires reasonable notice, an opportunity for a hearing, and an impartial adjudicator. And I have several slides to describe what all those mean in the context of Nevada administrative law, what each of those requirements entails and what they mean. Going right along to what is the contents of a notice. Sorry about that. Statement of the time, place, and nature of the hearing, the legal authority or jurisdiction in which the hearing is to be held, the citation to the particular sections of the statutes and regulations that are involved, and a short and plain statement of the matters asserted. Those are the technical aspects of every complaint, most of which I'm sure any lawyer in here has seen. These are usually accompanied by the notice itself. You can get the complaint and the notice of hearing, but that is what is required under NRS 233B to be in an administrative hearing notice. As far as in the next slide, we'll cover what reasonable notice actually means. There are several ways to meet the reasonable notice requirement as far as service to the licensee or the respondent who is going to appear in the hearing. Certified mail is probably the most popular method of service because it's easy to do, and even more importantly, it creates documentation of that service that's easy to present if there's an issue of default later on. That has to be done at least 14 days prior to a hearing. It can also be serviced by personal delivery upon the respondent or licensee, which must be done at least 7 calendar days before the hearing. You can also personally serve the licensee or respondent's counsel if they have designated counsel and you know who that is. And certainly you can do any combination of these notices, but you have to have at least one. It's never, more notice is never a bad thing, but these are at least the minimum requirements for reasonable notice. Other considerations in this, and going back to what I said at the beginning of the presentation, is, please always make sure you check your individual agencies' specific statutes for these things. There's an example on the slide of the real estate division, which has a different notice requirement than what we see in the general statutes, as far as like how far in advance the licensee has to be noticed. So again, make sure you check your agency specific statutes. And then this was discussed a little bit earlier in the OML training, if you were part of that. But as of 2023, there has to be a physical location for a meeting if there's going to be a contested case on the agenda, even if the board or body hearing the matter is typically, remote only. They still have to have a physical location option if there's a contested case on the docket. Summary suspensions are always a hot topic, and what NRS 233B 127 states as the rules for a summary suspension. The agency must find the public health, safety, or welfare is imperatively required, that requires an emergency action by the body. And there's other details. Most important part of this being that a hearing has to be held within 45 days of issuing that summary suspension. And next slide, I'm gonna talk about a little bit about what that all means. There's many critical items to consider if summary suspension's on the table. And I can't emphasize this enough. Summary suspensions are kind of the nuclear option, and they should absolutely be used sparingly, only when there is an objectively cognizable threat of ongoing harm to the public, unless the body takes immediate action. Overuse of this would potentially create a liability risk for the state, and could even possibly worse, could invite judicial scrutiny and intervention, possibly putting, limits on the agency's discretion of when they feel this is appropriate to use. And then as far as what kind of hearing needs to be had within the 45 days, it's not explicitly clear, but based on our reading of the statutes, because it says there has to be a hearing of the issues within 45 days, we take that to mean that the hearing has to be on the merits, the actual underlying cause of action, discipline against the licensee, not just a hearing on the summary suspension aspect of it, because our understanding is it cannot go beyond 45 days without the agreement of the licensee for that to continue longer than that. So before I move into hearing piece of it, do we have any questions about notice or summary suspension out there? Yes.
Not just the summary suspension hearing, but on the actual disciplinary action as well? The merits, yeah, because we read it as they can't go beyond 45 days absent the agreement of the licensee for it to continue. So if they say I'm not ready to go to hearing on the merits in 45 days, I will stipulate to extend it out 30 or 60 days. That's totally fine. That can continue. But absent their agreement to do that, then yes, you have to. That they are stipulating to both the hearing and the underlying disciplinary actions to extend it past the 45? They would have to agree, yeah. It has to be a stipulation. Correct. Anything else? Okay, so what do we mean by opportunity for a hearing? What we mean by opportunity for a hearing is the opportunity to present evidence, call witnesses, introduce exhibits, cross-examine opposing witnesses, obviously present your arguments, and then maybe most importantly, there's a right to the licensee respondent has a right to counsel to represent them during these proceedings. All fundamental due process stuff, but that's what's meant by opportunity for hearing. Now we get into the third part of this that requires an impartial adjudicator. It's not uncommon especially for the occupational licensing boards, for one of its board members to be the investigator to determine which of the body's laws may have been violated. It's based on our understanding, that investigative board member is no longer an impartial adjudicator, and that is why that person would be recused from any participation in the underlying matter as an adjudicator. And this also includes board members that have actual conflicts of interest or even the appearance of a conflict that calls into their question to be an impartial adjudicator.
And those people, as was discussed, earlier today with the Ethics Commission director, should be recused from the matter for this very purpose. And then, we don't, the councils on all sides are not adjudicators in the sense they don't participate in deliberation or the final decision. However, this is for the same principle that we require that the attorney representing the board during the contested case matter be different from the attorney that is actually prosecuting on behalf of the board in that same matter. It's as much as possible maintain impartiality of the people that are making the final decisions. And then, it helps when you're thinking about adjudicators and their role in all this. And I have other slides that talk about the roles, but it helps to think of them in the context of they are a member of a jury, and everything about being a member of a jury in a court case. That same overarching concern of them remain neutral, impartial, open, all of that. The same applies to adjudicators in a contested case matter. So before a hearing actually gets underway, there's a lot of pre-hearing things that can go on. And there's a lot of different options between the parties. I mean, they can stipulate to a lot of different things prior to the hearing. Obviously, we encourage that for resource efficiency, but I mean, they can stipulate to certain facts. They can stipulate to facts and liability, but contest what discipline is going to be issued from it. Or they can come to a full-on settlement agreement of all issues prior to the hearing. However, that must still be approved by the actual body and the members during a public meeting, even if it was agreed upon by the parties. So nothing's final until it is voted on and approved by the actual body, even if it's a settlement for all of the disciplinary issues. Sorry, guys, I got a slide issue. So all I want to say about this slide, and I mean, there's a lot to it, but if there's a voluntary surrender of a license from a licensee who is actively facing disciplinary action, that is a disciplinary action. They can't escape scrutiny for the disciplinary process by agreeing to surrender their license while they're already facing discipline. You can also, as far as continuance requests, I mean, the first continuance request is generally approved from both sides, from the prosecution and from the respondent side. The first request for continuance is normally granted as a matter of course, just for fairness. Obviously, if a licensee is under summary suspension, just like we talked about and what the question was a few minutes ago, if the license is under summary suspension, the hearing has to be held within 45 days, absent their agreement to continue that. So a continuance request from a licensee under summary suspension would normally be conditioned upon their agreement to continue that summary suspension until a hearing can be held. And then there could also be a situation where the licensee is requesting more than one continuance. In that case, it might be appropriate and proper to ask that they agree to temporarily surrender their license until that hearing can be held. But that's always a matter of discretion by the board. Sticking with pre-hearing motions, and now we're going to start getting into. I'm sorry, we're on continuances again. I got my hearing. That's why my numbers were off. I apologize. But these are the reasons why we generally grant the first continuance request, and it's all pretty pretty common sense stuff. Now, getting into the fun stuff, discoveries and whatnot for a contested case. I mean, due to the less formal nature of contested case in the administrative realm, discovery is more limited than you would see in a criminal or civil, on the criminal or civil side. Depositions and written discovery are very often not permitted, and those decisions to deny those requests have been upheld by the courts. There is an exchange of witnesses and evidentiary exhibits under NRS 622A 330. And then lastly, many boards do have subpoena powers through their board chair. However, there's often rules about how far in advance of a hearing those requests that the chair issue a subpoena be made. So obviously be cognizant of that, and so that you're not making those requests too late for some kind of discovery to be conducted. If you are an adjudicator, and I mean, there are certain things that you can do to prepare for a contested case hearing. Most importantly, you will have access to the complaint and notice of hearing and any answer that was filed prior to the hearing. You should certainly do your homework on that and be familiar with those documents. You should generally not be provided with evidence prior to the hearing, because those evidence has to be formally admitted into the record by the chair during the hearing. However, if for some reason you come across evidence that's going to be used in the hearing, do not prejudge it. Wait until you've heard all the evidence and arguments from the parties. Be familiar with the statutes and regulations at issue in the disciplinary complaint. You can, always, pre-jot down questions about that if that you think may come up. It might help, view how you view the case as it's going on. Obviously, make sure that you have the authority to issue a decision on what is being put before you if you're an adjudicator. I mean, if you don't have the authority, then nothing else from that point matters. And then obviously be familiar with who has the burden of proof. And in a contested case, as the initial matter, the burden of proof is always going to lie with the board. They have to prove the facts and violations that flow from that by a preponderance of the evidence, and they have the burden of proof. The board counsel the board prosecutor has that burden as the initial matter. So this is the definition of preponderance of the evidence. I think usually how this is described for people who may not have a background in law is more likely than not, at least 51%. Those are kind of the visuals we normally give to try to make this point. But it's just more likely than not, the facts that are underlying the complaint happened. And it is up to the board prosecutor carries that burden to make that case on the initial matter. And we'll talk about appeals and a little bit later on, but as the initial matter, that is where the burden lies. For default hearings, this is where the licensee respondent has failed to appear for the hearing despite receiving proper notice of the hearing. It would require that the board prosecutor make an offer of proof demonstrating that there was proper service to the last known address and the service complied with the statutes. If the board at the end of that presentation or prove up is satisfied that service was made, then the board will make a motion to find that there was proper notice of the respondent. And it obviously default means the matter is going forward without the presence of the respondent. Once the board makes a finding that service was effectuated and proper, at that point, the board, the adjudicators can make a finding to accept all allegations in the complaint, the operative document, as true, and then issue discipline from there. But the prove up of proper service is an essential part of that. Now we are getting to the opening of the hearing. This is the process that's this is what I would call the officer in charge of the hearing. We'll go through this. calling the case to matter. There's preambles, the date, time, and place. It's very common that they walk through the process and order of the hearing, and then have the parties make their note their appearances on the record. Prior to the hearing is when the officer in charge will ask if there are any preliminary motions or issues that need to be resolved. Sometimes that's discovery. That's often discovery related. If there are stipulations to admit certain discovery, that's where that would be addressed. But once that's completed, it's time to swear in any witnesses. That can be done by the presiding officer, or it can be done by a court reporter. Either one is totally fine. As you can see, there's a separate oath that is to be done if there is an interpreter who is translating for a witness, or especially the respondent. And then there can also be a request potentially by one side or the other to sequester witnesses. If there is a request, that's what will be done as a preliminary, addressed as a preliminary matter, and there has to be an argument as to why, sequestration is appropriate and needed in that kind of situation. I've only seen that a couple times, but sometimes it is necessary. As far as the order of the hearing, the best way to think about it is it operates like a mini or condensed trial. There's opening statements led by the prosecution, and then the respondent. The prosecution's case in chief will involve the calling of witnesses and introducing of evidentiary exhibits, cross-examination by the respondent for any witnesses called by the prosecution. Adjudicators, once the cross-examination is done, the adjudicators, often the board members, will have the opportunity to ask the witnesses their own questions. And that, adjudicators should be prepared to ask their questions of the witnesses as they're called up, because that's really the only time that can be done. It's important to remember that attorneys, both the prosecution, and if there are attorneys representing the respondent, are not witnesses themselves, and they shouldn't be taking substantive questions from the adjudicators. Obviously, the exception being if the licensee is representing him or herself as a pro se, then they are more or less a witness and their own counsel. So questions could be addressed to the licensee when it's their time to testify. Once both sides have made their case in chief, call the witnesses, introduce the exhibits, the sides will make closing arguments led by the prosecution first again. And then once the closing arguments are done, the case is closed and it's passed to the adjudicators for their deliberation and decision. And I have a nice chart in this presentation that goes through that, but that's it in a nutshell. But again, it operates very, very similarly to a mini trial. Before I get into evidence, do I have any questions out there on pre-hearing stuff, order of hearing, anything like that? Oh, yes.
So is there any violations or any problems that an adjudicator could run into if they start asking questions in the middle of, say, a cross-examination or during someone's direct?
It's not the proper procedure. I mean, the board counsel should be there to direct the board member to wait until it is their time to ask questions, because there's not the pendulum does not swing back to the parties after the board members ask their questions. The board members get the last bite of the apple with a witness. So it would mess up the entire process to have board members asking questions while cross-examination is still going on. So the witness presented, the party that called the witness will ask their questions. There will be a cross by the opposing party. And it is not until that is all done that the board members or the adjudicators have their opportunity to also ask their questions of the witness. And there's good reasons for keeping to that process. Okay. All right. We will move right into evidence. Reliability is the key word when it comes to evidence in an administrative contested case matter. All types of evidence can be considered as long as the evidence is relevant and reliable. I mean, the context of witness testimony, the minimum standards that the witness have personal knowledge of what it is they are intending to testify about. I have numerous slides about hearsay because that is probably one of the more common questions that we get as far as, you know, when hearsay is acceptable or not. Like I said, I have several slides, but I do just want to say a few things about it. As with many things in law, whether hearsay testimony is proper in administrative proceeding it depends. There is a more relaxed standard for evidence in an administrative proceeding than there is in a court proceeding. However, you still have to consider the large strokes, you know, fundamental fairness issues when it comes to hearsay evidence or any evidence, but especially when it comes to hearsay. Any questions to think about when a hearsay objection comes up is the hearsay speak directly to the issue at hand? I guess it's not hearsay if it doesn't. There you go. Can the hearsay statements be corroborated with other evidence? And obviously would allowing the hearsay testimony to come in deprive the other party of the meaningful ability to cross-examine. And I have a couple examples of situations where that may come to be. And, you know, each presiding officer needs to think about these things when objections comes up. The presiding officer would be the one to rule on any objection. I have that later on as well. And then, you know, bottom line, some hearsay evidence may be admissible under the relaxed standard, but it cannot be the sole basis for a decision, nor can it be the sole basis for a finding of fact central to the final decision. The evidence, it can be complementary evidence, but it cannot be the sole evidence in an administrative proceeding. And I'll address that more when I get into hearsay. There still can be exclusion of evidence in an administrative proceeding. Irrelevant, immaterial, repetitious evidence can and still should be excluded at the discretion of the presiding officer, and privilege still applies in an administrative proceeding. Attorney-client, physician-patient, husband-wife, priest-parishioner. I've never seen that one in a contested case, but I'm sure it's been out there. Those still apply and still are grounds for exclusion of evidence in an administrative proceeding. As far as evaluating the credibility of witnesses, these are questions that you know, if you're an adjudicator, you want to ask yourself as you're evaluating the credibility of the witness. It's important to remember that in this area, more than any others, the court will give deference to the adjudicators and their findings on credibility. They are not supposed to question that, and I've never seen that questioned. So make sure that if you're an adjudicator and when you're making your final decision on the causes of action at the end of the matter, that you include a robust discussion about your credibility findings for the crucial witnesses, because that stuff in the record is going to be deferred to by the courts if there's a petition for judicial review or appeal later on. Okay, I promised you we get back to hearsay, and so here we are. Hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That's where I caught myself earlier about my advice about whether the hearsay speaks directly to the issue at hand. It has to, or it's not hearsay. A good example that's provided here in the presentation is that if a witness in an administrative matter testified that Joe told me the car was red, that witness has personal knowledge about what Joe told them, but that cannot be the sole basis of establishing that the car is red. There would have to be some kind of other corroborating evidence to support that the car was red, if the car being red was crucial to the finding of the violations. And as I said before, hearsay is generally admissible in administrative proceedings by the relaxed standard. But again, you cannot rely solely on the hearsay evidence to supply any critical element of the case, including the final decision. There has to be evidence beyond just the hearsay. So hearsay is admissible, but it can't be everything when you're making a final decision. Objections throughout the proceeding are ruled on by the chairperson or presiding officer. There's descriptions of what it means to sustain or overrule. That is not common sense knowledge for people who are not do not spend every day engrossed in the law like some of us do. The most important thing when it comes to objections during administrative proceeding is just make sure that they are well documented and fleshed out for the record. The objection should be made. The basis for the objection should be stated. If it's a close call, the presiding officer may entertain, some brief argument as to why the objection should be granted or not granted. And all of that is fine. Even if the ultimate decision is to overrule the objection, it's at least stated in the record and the basis is stated in the record, so that if that party wants to challenge the final decision on the basis of that objection later on, it's all there for the court to see and why the presiding officer ruled the way they did. And this is more or less what I was just talking about as far as making the record on objections. The most important, we don't want to allow hanging objections or undecided objections. If I am board counsel during one of these proceedings and an objection is made, and sometimes side discussions start and the chair or the presiding officer forgets to actually make a ruling on the objection, that's one of those things you just need to make sure that gets all put down in the record, so that if it needs to be addressed by court as part of an appeal or petition later on, they can do that. Ex parte communications, it just means a discussion by an adjudicator with a party or a council or even amongst each other before the prescribed deliberation period. It's not allowed. Again, I go back to my earlier statement of the adjudicators should see themselves as members of a jury. If you're a member of a jury in court, that you're absolutely forbidden from discussing what's going on as in the case that you're sitting on with anybody until the case is resolved or until you're told to go deliberate with your fellow jury members. The same principles apply if you're an adjudicator in a contested case. I can give you an example. One of the boards I represent, one of the board members was cold called by an attorney friend of theirs, and the call started, very casually and friendly, and then come to find out that attorney was actually representing a party that was going to be coming before the board in a contested case in the not too distant future, and out of nowhere the conversation turned to that. By the time the board member realized what was happening, there already been some discussion about the case. He did the right thing. He said, "I can't talk to you about this." He terminated the call, and then he further did the right thing by recusing himself later on because that call even happened. They created the appearance of not him not being an impartial adjudicator. But that's an example of an ex parte communication and consequence of that happening, even though the board member had no idea that was going to happen. So that's something to think about if you are an adjudicator, certainly. This is a visual of the hearing format that I went through a little bit ago. It's in the slide presentation. If you want to take a look at it later, it's a good visual just to show you the process from opening statements all the way through the closure of the hearing. Okay, so we're in the final stretch here with the post-hearing stuff. Before I get there, I will take some questions about evidence or objections during the hearing, if there are any out there. No. Okay, I assume that's because I'm just doing such a good job up here. So getting into post-hearing stuff. So again, deliberations will start once both sides have made their case in chief and done their closing arguments. At this time, the hearing is closed in the sense that there should be no more discussion from the parties. This is entirely the adjudicator / board members' time to discuss the case. And this is the first and only time they should be discussing the case amongst each other, if everything is being done properly. And what the most important thing with deliberations, just like with everything else, is that there is establishment of a robust record of why each board member feels a particular way about the about the case, about the complaint, about the causes of action, the witnesses that testified, the evidence that was presented. You can't talk too much as an adjudicator during the deliberation period, because that robust record is going to help you later on if there are challenges, appeals. So certainly, talk it up if you're an adjudicator and once you've gotten to the deliberation part of this. So a decision in an administrative hearing has to be supported by what they call substantial evidence. Substantial evidence is defined as that which a reasonable person might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. Obviously, that's an objective person standard. And if you notice, any reasonable person might find that. Not every reasonable person would find that way, but at least as one reasonable person would make that conclusion, then you're generally okay. And then included in this is, some people think that circumstantial evidence can't be the basis to support a finding of violations against a respondent. That's not true, and it goes back to my earlier slides about what types of evidence are admissible in an administrative matter, including circumstantial evidence. And if you don't know what circumstantial evidence means, it just means not direct evidence, but evidence that would tend to lead one person to believe that something did or didn't happen. And there's a cartoon here about a cat that broke a lamp. The gentleman did not see the cat break the lamp, but the cat is standing next to a freshly broken lamp, so you can deduce that the cat is responsible for breaking the lamp. That's circumstantial evidence in a nutshell. And this is a continuation of what I was saying before, before any vote is taking on the alleged violations, the adjudicators want to have a very robust discussion about all of their feelings and opinions about everything that was presented during the case in chief, especially witness credibility again, because that is the piece of this that the courts will defer almost entirely to the board. And so you definitely want that protection by having those discussions on the record. The worst thing that can happen is that there is an adverse decision by the board against the respondent, and there's no discussion or record whatsoever as to how they came to that conclusion. That is ripe grounds to have a decision overturned on a petition, and you don't want that. We don't want that. So please, if you're an adjudicator, make sure all of your opinions, feelings, whatnot are out there and on the record. Once the deliberation is complete and the board and the adjudicators are ready to make a motion, take a vote on a final decision from the hearing, there's a few ways to do this. But honestly, if it's done right, it should take a little bit of time. The board can vote to approve all violations in one single block. Or we can go through each violation piece by piece. When I'm sitting board council and I'm listening to the board members' deliberations, discussions, and which is all done on the public record, by the way, there's no private deliberations when it comes to a contested case. If it appears that the members are unanimous that every violation has been proven, then yeah, you can go ahead and do a motion and vote on the block of, we find all violations and paragraphs, whatever of the complaint have been proven by preponderance of the evidence. But if I hear any dissent amongst members or questions about, well, I think that violation may have been proven, but I'm not sure about this other violation, that's where I, as board counsel, would insist that they do a cause of action by cause of action vote, because as with everything else in this process, the most important thing is having a clear record, a specific clear record as to why everything was voted on the way it was. And so if there are board members, even if the ultimate result is still that the cause of action was, majority still vote to that it was proven, but if there are some dissenting members, that can still be important when appeals come down the pike. So it's a clunky, sometimes time-consuming process to go through this, but the most important consideration is that there is that records for possible appeals. When it comes to, so let's say the board members have found in favor of violations, one or all, then we get down to what are the discipline they're going to impose from those violations. A lot of things to consider when if you're a adjudicator who is thinking about discipline. A lot of the boards and bodies recently have started putting together discipline matrices and guidelines for different common violations that come up amongst their licensees, and those are wonderful because you don't really want wide variations between violations from licensee to licensee if the issues are very similar. But at the same time, you also don't want to box the adjudicators in and stop them from considering, mitigating and aggravating circumstances or conditions that may require that the discipline be strengthened or maybe taken a little bit off. I recommend that the prosecuting attorney be asked for their recommendations. That's usually a good place to start when you're thinking about discipline. They are just recommendations. Adjudicators do not have to go with whatever the prosecuting attorney thinks the discipline should be. You also want to make sure you have knowledge about what the available options for discipline are. Some of them are listed here on the slide: public reprimand, fines, probation, suspension or revocation. Some other bodies have specific disciplines that they can render, so make sure you know what the options are. And then you can also, if there is not a matrix or guideline to reference, think possibly asking the board counsel or the prosecuting attorney what the typical discipline for whatever these violations are is. That's also another good place to think about and start. So recovery of attorneys' costs and fees in an administrative hearing are generally allowable, but there's certain processes you have to go through in order to potentially get a reimbursement. When I say for the board or the body to get a reimbursement of attorneys' fees or costs as part of the discipline against a licensee if they have found in favor of violations. The prosecuting attorney should have an itemized statement of the fees and costs of the time that they spent prosecuting the case. It should be specific, and it should be to an actual dollar amount, and that should be kept and provided to the board members at the time they are making a request for reimbursement of attorney's fees and costs. It is very typical that the opposing party be given a chance to weigh in if they feel that the fees and costs were not reasonable for whatever reason, and make that argument. Assuming that there are no issues, the board would then make a motion and vote that the fees and costs presented are necessary, reasonable, and actually incurred. And I say that like a mantra, because that's what it is. Those are the magic words that have to be put on the record. If the board wants to get attorney's fees included in a discipline, there's a significant difference between a fine and attorney's fees and costs, and that's confusing to people sometimes. An administrative fine is going to go straight into the state's general fund once it's paid by the respondent or the licensee. Versus a cost reimbursement, which will go directly to the board, and obviously will reimburse them for the expenses they paid to their prosecuting attorney or attorneys for the matter. License revocation, it's obviously one of the more severe, discipline options out there if violations are found against the licensee. The most important thing to remember if you're in a situation of revocation of a license is that it has to have a time period on it. The prescribed time period is between 1 and 10 years, and you have to put the time period I'm referring to is the time period before the licensee respondent can apply for reinstatement of their license. that has to be on the record, or theoretically they could apply for reinstatement the day after the hearing, and there's nothing you could do about that. So if you are board counsel, you're a prosecuting attorney for one of these matters, make sure that the board includes a time period on the reinstatement before they close a matter that involves a revocation. Yes. I'm sorry, you said?
I revoke license for schools. So would that be applicable for a school in a revocation situation?
Are you talking about after a contested, after a hearing?
After a hearing, yeah, when a license was revoked.
That's.
That applies only to the title.
That's what I was gonna say. You probably have specific statutes that apply directly to that body that speak to what the role is there. Because, these are contested case under 622 and 233, or it's a little bit different process. But yes, if it's part of a contested case, it does have to have a time period on the revocation. But I would check your agency specific statutes on that. Anything else questions wise? Down to the last few slides, and I'll have some time at the end, but just in case anything's coming up. And this is a very information dense presentation, so I apologize for that. There's just a lot of ground to cover. As far as what is a reasoned decision by a board or a body after a contested case, the operative facts amounting to the violations, again, must be proven by a preponderance of the evidence. And that's the facts as well as the underlying causes of action that go with the facts. Motions and votes for findings of fact and violations of law must be stated separately. That's always a groaning, announcement when I say that as board counsel, because it takes more time, and I've been in situations where we had to go fact for fact and vote on that, whether different board members found it was proven by preponderance of the evidence, because there was that much variation and dissension amongst the members about whether certain facts have been proven or not. So, again, as I said a few slides ago, this process, if it's done right, should take a little bit of time, and it can appear clunky, but the rules be what the rules be, and that's the way it has to go. The findings of fact usually come right out of the operative complaint and can be adopted by reference. And in fact, that's usually what I recommend to keep things smooth and consistent. An example of a motion for that would be, we make a motion to make a findings of fact consistent with paragraphs 1 through 15 of the operative complaint. That's a totally appropriate, motion and vote to have. You don't have to read every single fact that's in the complaint into the record. It can be adopted by reference. Again, just the major thing being that we have to do the conclusions of law and the findings of fact separately, separate vote, separate motion. Staying on the topic of the board decisions, the decisions have to be stated orally on the record, but a written order also has to be prepared and served within 60 days of the hearing. That is usually going to be drafted by the board's prosecutor. So if you're an adjudicator, that's not something you have to worry about. I'm just giving you that for reference. But if a decision is not rendered orally on the record, that's a problem. It can render the whole thing moot later on. So that's important that part of the process is completed. If the hearing is conducted by a hearing panel or hearing officer, that process is a little bit different. They will prepare and issue written findings and recommendations after their hearing that will have to be approved by the regulatory body during a public meeting at a future date. And it's not approved. It's not final against the licensee until it is approved by the entire regulatory body, if it's a hearing panel or hearing officer. The duties of an adjudicator in a hearing, I've covered this, so I'll just, you know, again, make the record robust. You do your homework, be familiar with the complaint before the hearing. Don't prejudge anything, but at least know what the issues are before you. Understand the factual allegations and the legal bases for the matter that you're going to be hearing. Doing all those things in advance will help you be more prepared and you know hopefully make better determinations once the matter is completed, and then make sure you have a robust record where everything's explained and your reasoning for why you did or didn't vote a certain way is super important. When you look at this later, there is a good diagram that explains the different roles and duties of the people involved in an administrative hearing. You see the separation between the board counsel and the prosecuting attorney, like I talked about at the beginning. The executive directors usually have a role, but they are not adjudicators themselves. And then the board members or the adjudicators and their roles. And there's also a role for board staff, although obviously they're not adjudicators either. They're not participating in the deliberation. They're not making final decisions, but they have an important support role during these kind of proceedings. When we get into appeals, most agencies have some sort of administrative appeal process in their statutes. It's called different things for different bodies, and that was a motion of a reconsideration or something to that effect. It's usually required that the licensee go through that process before they can file any kind of petition for judicial review in court. So, you know, if you're facing that situation, make sure that you understand what your agency's standards are and what the options are for administrative appeal. And there's always strict time limits with administrative appeals as well. Usually it's, you know, within 10 days of a decision being issued or order being finalized. So a lot of always important stuff to consider there. If they've completed the administrative review process, whatever the appeal option there is, motion reconsideration, whatever have you, the next decision, if it's the licensee respondent challenging the final determination after a contested case, is judicial review. It has to be filed within 30 days of the service of the final decision. It is confined to the record of the hearing. There's no introduction of new evidence or arguments or what have you. Important here, when the petition for judicial review is filed, the burden shifts from the board prosecutor to the respondent or licensee to provide the basis for why the disciplinary order from the board was incorrect. And the next slide contains the list of bases in which a licensee can attack a board decision, and they're right there. I'm not going to read them out, but often the original petition for judicial review will just have these stated as they are, and then there'll be a briefing period ordered by the court to get into the nitty gritty. But because the court is confined to the record on review, that's exactly why, you know, I harp on and on. There be a very thorough, fleshed out, robust record, because that is what the court has to consider, whether what the board did was proper or not. So that's almost everything we do is, you know, in addition to just trying to be fair at all the sides, is we don't want matters going to judicial review all that often, and we certainly don't want matters being overturned on judicial review. So, so part of our job as the board counsel, when we're sitting for one of these matters, is to make sure that all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted, so that does not happen. Okay. Open up to any final questions here. Oh, yeah, we go.
If we have a person whose license is being reviewed and they have prior bad acts, for lack of a better word, where they have previous history, I know that theoretically that can come up for aggravation purposes when you're considering the punishment, but can it come up, or should it come up any earlier when they're discussing or deciding the punishment itself, or whether or not there's even a violation itself?
So, I mean, the only thing you have to think about is the licensee on notice that is also going to be part of the issue. So if I'm a prosecuting board prosecutor, I always make sure I include, if there's significant, relevant, similar history of disciplinary issues, I include that in the complaint. That makes it very easy for the board members to consider as part of that. I could see it being an issue if the first time you're bringing up prior bad acts is, during the discipline discussion at the end of the hearing, because the other side did not have notice that was going to be raised as an issue. Yes, Jessica.
So in situations where the review in the agency level is done by a panel, have you seen instances where the panel doesn't agree with their decision and someone wants to write a dissent, or is that not a thing?
No, we do not do. I've never seen a dissent from an administrative hearing. Obviously, majority vote is the decision of the board, and that's what it is. So if you have a 3-member panel, whatever the 2 decided is that's the only record of what the board decision was. Obviously, there's a record that 1 member voted in the negative to find the violation or what have you, but there's no secondary drafted opinion that explains that board member's opportunity to explain why they voted differently from the other 2 members is during the deliberation discussion, not in a written record after the fact. If that makes sense.
Anything, Carson?
Okay.
I think there's a question. Crystal, we can't hear you.
Hello? Oh.
Out here.
Now you can hear me? Hi, Todd. That was a great presentation. Good to see you, by the way. Just a couple of quick questions, because I know we've got 2 minutes till 3 o'clock before we transition, but you talked a little about prejudging a case. So what are your thoughts about providing the evidence to the commission before the contested case, like in a voluminous audit case, for example? Are we allowed to do that? Is that okay? And if so, how do we do that? Is that by stipulation of the parties? I just wanted you to address that, because that does come up in some of our hearings.
And yeah, and I'm not gonna lie and say I've never seen a board provide the evidence prior to the hearing to the board members if there's an agreement with the other party that they're going to stipulate to it. The problem I have with that is until that stipulation is done on the record during the public meeting, it's not official, and until the board approves the admission of all the records and documents, they're not officially in the record. And I can tell you, I've had a situation where there was a prior agreement between the parties to stipulate to the admission of exhibits, and then when on hearing day, the attorney for the licensee showed up and said, "No, actually, I don't agree to admission of all that," and that everything had already been provided to the board members, and so we had a real fun issue with that. So I'm not going to be able to give a good answer to your question. It's not the proper process, but at the same time, I understand that there's no way a board can consume thousands of documents for the very first time. In that situation, I believe, and I'll double check on this, but there may be, I've seen like a pre-hearing meeting between the board chair and the parties about, preliminary stuff prior to the public meeting, but then later put on the record. So maybe that's a workaround of that, is they can make that stipulation prior to, and then it's okay. But nothing's official until the board chair during a public meeting says everything's admitted, these are the records, everyone consumed.
Oh, awesome. And that kind of segues into my next question real quick, ex parte communications. And so as far as there is sometimes a practice of getting on an agenda call before a hearing. And so I didn't know the implications of that or what the demographic of that meeting should consist of so that there isn't any ex parte communications occurring. Should that just be commission, council, the agency, and the DAG? Is it okay to have commission persons attending that? Is it okay if you're just talking about just procedural, date, time type of things, or and obviously probably not the merits? And so that was just another question I had because that does come up in some instances.
Yeah, I mean, the merits should never be discussed outside the public meeting space with any adjudicator. That shouldn't happen. Pre-hearing meetings do happen to discuss the procedural part of everything and the process, and those are totally fine. But normally those are attended by the executive director, the DAG, and the members. I personally would feel uncomfortable with the prosecuting attorney attending if the respondent's attorney was not also able to be present for that. Even if the discussion never gets into the merits of the case, it just creates that appearance of not being impartial. So I mean, I'm not aware of that happening. I would not advise that for any of my client boards, that's for sure. We can't hear you again, Crystal.
Switch me. Oh, there we go. I totally agree with that. And then last question was swearing in for stipulations or status checks. It's not necessarily something that we do, but in what instance should we be swearing in witnesses for stipulations? Is it when like the community association manager is making representations about whether they submitted a form, and assuring the commission for compliance? But I just wanted to know because sometimes that is an area of confusion when we're at the hearing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, I mean, the swearing in is for any time someone's offering testimony, right? And when is a testimony, when is it not a testimony? That's really tough because even when you have licensees, respondents who are only there to go on the record and say that they're approving whatever the pro stipulation is that the prosecuting attorney is proposing, typically we still put them under oath even for that. Because even though there's not supposed to be substantive questions that are asked about what actually happened in the underlying complaint, there are representations made. So I'd say anytime the respondent is going to be making representations or affirmations of any kind, probably safer to put them under oath just to be safe. Anything else? All right, thank you, everyone.
I'm just getting the presentation up here, Vegas. According to my computer, it might take a few minutes. Good deal. Can you guys hear me down south? I think that's a thumbs up. I'm not wearing my glasses, but it looks good to me. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for making it through 6.5 hours of presentations on various aspects of public law. And I know you're all just waiting for administrative rulemaking. So congratulations, you made it there. One more presentation, and then you can all go home. So that's me, my contact information, and we're going to spend the next hour talking about administrative rulemaking. Before we start, most important thing, arguably, is the resources. So take a look at this, and I know these will be available after the fact. I'd like to highlight the top two. Chapter 233B of the Nevada Revised Statutes is where all the administrative rulemaking laws live. Virtually every time I get a question about administrative rulemaking, I end up back there just making sure that the language is what I thought it was. Our administrative rulemaking manual is the one below it. It's only about 25 to 30 pages, so it's not too bad. Not that I'm recommending you all read it in lieu of this presentation, but it's a good resource in addition to everything we're going to talk about today. Also, the links to the administrative regulations, the preface to the NRS, and Killebrew versus State of Nevada, which is a decision we will be talking about in a little bit of detail. There's the link to that as well. Roadmap, this is what we're going to be talking about. First, what is a regulation? What isn't a regulation? There's laws, there's regulations, there's other things, so we'll go over that. Then we'll go through the process of creating them, how that works for all the different types, permanent, temporary, emergency. Then we'll spend, if we have time, we'll spend a little time talking about Killebrew because it was a good example of everything from the legislative direction to create a regulation, to the process to create a regulation, to the administrative review of that regulation, to the Supreme Court decision about what went right in that case. And then we got some final thoughts at the end. What is a regulation and what isn't? Part one. So we'll start off with laws. Obviously, laws are enacted by the legislature. Some of you are familiar with Schoolhouse Rock. Some of you are probably too young to understand that. But you know how a bill becomes a law, right? There's passage, there's signatures, and then that becomes a rule that governs the entirety of the state. Great. We have a biannual legislature, so they meet every 2 years. There's roughly 1,000 BDRs that come through. Not all of those become laws. There's only 63 legislators in the state between the Senate and the Assembly. So with that limited output of law-making ability, they can't get into the level of detail that they need to on all the different topics. So that is why they, in their wisdom, have decided to delegate some of their rulemaking authority to experts, agencies, boards, commissions, individuals who can put some of the detail work that they don't have the capacity to do into law. So the second part of this is probably the important one, which is agencies must have delegated authority from the legislature to create a regulation. So there is no implied, well, I'm the Department of Agriculture, so I can probably put a regulation in about onions, right? No, not unless the legislature says you have the general authority to adopt regulations regarding anything in your statute, which a lot of boards, agencies, and commissions do. But just know that whenever you're thinking about adopting a regulation, you have to have the authority from the legislature. And you have to be able to go back and point to a statute and say, this is the authority that was granted to me by the legislature to let me make this rule. And there's two types of authority. There's the general authority that I just mentioned, right? A good example here is 385-080, as necessary for the execution and the powers and duties conferred upon it by law. So that's pretty broad, right? You can sort of adopt rulemaking within anything that is under your purview. And an example of a specific is adopt regulations governing the control of rabies. Very small sandbox as opposed to the other one. So whenever you're thinking about making a regulation, just understand where your legislative authority comes from. Moving on to regulations. Regulation is defined by 233B-038. I won't read the whole description there, but it's included, and I frequently go back to it and read it whenever somebody asks about it. Important thing to remember is the general applicability of it. Whenever you're trying to put a rule in place that is going to apply to the general, the public, or some subsection of it, there's a good chance that that's going to be considered a regulation that should go through the administrative rulemaking process, meaning that you get the workshops, you get the public comment, the opportunity to come in and say, this is a good idea, this is a bad idea. These are not the sort of things that the agency can do by itself without going through the official process. And just like there is no implied ability to create a regulation, the process for the creation of the regulation is statutory. The legislature says these are the things you must do to create a regulation, and it's set forth in the other half of 233B. You just heard Todd. Well, if you're live, you heard Todd. If you're on a video, you may not know who Todd is. But the last presentation was about administrative actions, agency actions, disciplinary actions, which is half of 233B. The other half is the administrative rulemaking part. So it's a great chapter because it handles two of the presentations that we're going to deal with today. But 233 sets out the full procedures that you're going to need to follow for any of these regulations. And other, I mentioned that there are some things that go into regulation. There are also some things that don't go into regulation. There is a specific list of exemptions in 238B-038 sub 2. This is a list of some of the highlights. We just heard about decisions in contested cases, right? Those don't need to go through the regulatory process. Contractor agreement we heard about earlier with Mr. Doty's presentation. That doesn't need to go through the administrative rulemaking process. Advisory opinion that is not of general applicability. If somebody were to come to your agency and say, hey, I'm trying to do this one specific action, do you think this is going to be consistent with the law? And you're issuing something that's agencies or that's specific to that individual, it's not a rule of general applicability. It would just be specific to that individual. Manuals of internal policies and procedures, also specifically exempted by 233B-038 sub 2. And this is only a partial list, but the bottom bullet point is probably what you should be paying attention to on this slide. The common theme of what makes a regulation is going to be general applicability. So whenever you're making this wide-ranging rule that's going to apply to the public, or certain subsections like all licensees or all vendors or all participants, that's when you start thinking about this is probably a regulation. Further exemptions. 233B-039 exempts a number of entities. This is not all of them, but these are kind of the highlights. The governor, Kevin mentioned COVID earlier. Governor was issuing all sorts of orders and directives and policies trying to keep the state functioning. any argument that those should have been regulations is undercut by the fact that the governor is specifically exempted from regulation making authority by 233B. Also, INSHE. Anybody here from INSHE? Feel free to turn your brain off now. You are exempt from rulemaking, so congratulations. Office of the Military, Gaming Control Board in some cases. So one of the things to also look at if you're thinking about making regulations, see if your entity is exempt. Maybe you don't have to do 233B. Maybe you have a different process, as some entities do. Department of Corrections has their own process. I believe Wildlife has their own process as well. So just be aware, because there may be other processes that apply in specific instances. General applicability, we talked about it a little bit. This is a little bit more detail there. Again, rule applied to the general public that effectuates or interprets law or policy, often contains a mandatory requirement, affects the private rights or procedures of the public, and applies to the general public or some subset thereof. One of the things that is an easy way for me to think about this is, if I'm going to put a rule in place, or one of my clients is going to put a rule in place, and they are going to want to use that rule to tell someone else what to do and say, no, we have a rule about this. It's right here, and this is what you have to do. That's probably a regulation, because they're using that to apply it to someone else, and they're going to rely on that because they're going to then go to that person and say, no, you didn't follow our rule. Well, it's the general applicability. It's a rule that you've put in place, and you're enforcing it against somebody else. If it's just an individual one-off determination about a licensing decision, probably not. But anytime it's a broad perspective that's generally applicable, you should be thinking about a regulation under 233B. General applicability examples, there's some case law here. I'm not going to go through it, but I did want to include a slide about it since the materials will be available. Just some good examples, some discussions. If you get into a position where somebody's saying something should be a rule of general applicability, some good references and quotes there. What happens if we're wrong? Sometimes people get tied around the axle of, well, what if I try to put something into regulation and I shouldn't, or I don't try to put something in regulation and I should? Short answer is, if you try to put it into a regulation and you don't have the authority for it, there's a good chance that the drafters at LCB will tell you you don't have the authority for it, and it'll be rejected. Good chance, because nobody's perfect, and sometimes things slip past the goalie. So if it did get all the way past LCB, might get rejected by the Legislative Commission, who has the authority to give thumbs up or thumbs down to regulations, to all permanent regulations at the end of the process. Even if it gets through them, might get challenged in court under 233-110, and they would find that it's not a valid regulation. On the flip side, if you don't put something into a regulation that should be, say you have a rule about how something gets interpreted, and you have it in a rule book, and you're trying to apply that to people, and you apply it to someone, and they say, well, this should be in a regulation. If they were to go to a court and challenge that, and it's found to have been a regulation that should have been adopted, they're not going to give that any deference, right? So you're not going to get the benefit of all the hard work you put into the policy to better guide the public if it should be in a regulation and it isn't. So definitely consult with your attorney and look at 233B, but that's some of the possible upside and downside. The good news is we don't have the kind of statutory fines that Ross talked about this morning in the ethical prohibitions. We don't have personal liability for regulations like Kevin scared you with this morning or this afternoon. So, but there are consequences for the agency if you do get it wrong. Part 2, creating regulations. I promised myself that I would pause when I got to different parts in case anybody had a question. I'm not going to assume that means I'm doing a good job. I'm going to assume that means that most of you are asleep or thinking about dinner. But that's okay. We'll go on to part 2, which is creating regulations, which is probably what you're here for anyway. So how do we make some? First, make sure you have the authority to do it. Right? No general authority or no implied authority. You've got to be able to point to a statute that says, here, the legislature specifically wants me and my body with my expertise to create regulations regarding this issue. Second, before you start the process, understand that it's long and slow. There's 2 general aims that I think you see a lot. Is to maximize the opportunity for the public to comment. You'll notice as we get to it, we'll have workshops, we'll have public hearings, all of which the public can have input on. And then it will go to Legislative Commission again, where the public can show up. And it will ensure that the regulations do not conflict with the existing laws. There are 3 different types of regulations: permanent, temporary, and emergency, and we will go through each in turn. Starting with the least common, we're going to start with emergency regulations. Very rarely used. Actually, none were adopted in 2025. Since COVID, there's only been 6 over the past 5 years. So I jokingly tell people to know these exist, but don't ever expect to actually use them, which is, sometimes they are needed, but it is rare. The process is the agency would submit a request to the governor, which he may endorse or reject. Requires a specific statement of what the emergency is. These are very short time frame. They automatically die after 120 days. And they require some sort of emergency, life, health, safety. Obviously, this has happened since COVID, but there was a lot more emergency regulations taking place during COVID because there was an emergency. There are some public notice requirements in 233B, 613, 2 and 3. So if you find yourself in a position to create an emergency regulation, know that there are obligations to notify the public and go back and look them up. I'm not going to go through them here, but it's about, even in the times of the emergency, getting the public access to that regulation as soon as you can. So it's not the same as the permanent or the temporary process, but there is an obligation to try to notify them as soon as you are able to. The last one is just a practice tip, right? If you've got an emergency and you're putting this thing in place for 120 days, sometimes the emergency is going to be over in 120 days and you don't need it to last longer than that. But if you do, you should start the permanent or the temporary regulation process immediately, because the emergency regulation will automatically terminate in 120 days and it cannot be renewed. So you can't have back-to-back emergencies, right? That 120 days gives you enough time to go through the permanent or the temporary regulatory process. So if your emergency is going to last longer than 120 days, which you probably don't know at this first day of the emergency, go ahead and start that permanent or temporary regulatory process to get the successor regulation in place as soon as the emergency regulation lapses by operational law. Okay, temporary regulations. Temporary regulations are only available between August 1 of an even-numbered year and July 1 of the next odd-numbered year. Why, you might think? Well, temporary regulations are there because we have a legislative session coming up. And you'll see when we get to the permanent regulations that LCB has a role in preparing those regulations. Legislative Commission has a review ability of those permanent regulations. So as we are preparing for a session and going through a session, everybody at LCB and everybody in the legislature is focused on the law part of the laws, regulations, and other. So this temporary regulation gives agencies an opportunity to continue to adopt regulations while the legislature is otherwise occupied with the session, and it takes the legislature out of the loop. So we can still do, we being the executive branch, can still do our work without having to rely on LCB while they are gearing up for session. However, because LCB and the legislature are not involved, these are temporary. They automatically expire on November 1 of the next odd-numbered year. Identical permanent regulations may be adopted, but you're going to have to go through that permanent regulation process, which is going to involve LCB drafting, as it's going to involve LegCom review. So if you do find yourself in a position where you're adopting temporary regulations, and these are very common, right, because the legislature is busy and there's a long period when they're available, be thinking about when you need to start that permanent regulatory process to ensure that there's no gap, because these, again, will expire by operation of law. And the process is virtually identical to the permanent regulation process, with the exception of the participation of LCB and the submission of LegCom. And I'll have a slide explaining that a little better later on. Temporary regulation checklist. This is a good tool. I'm trying to think if I should read this whole thing or not into the record. I don't think I'm going to read it. There's a workshop. There's a public hearing. There's a preparation of the language, which does not have to be done by LCB, can be drafted by yourself. It does not automatically go to the Legislative Commission. There is a gap between when it's adopted and when it gets submitted to the Secretary of State, and that is a 35-day gap that gives legislators an opportunity to pull it so that they can consider it if they want to. So they still have the ability to affirmatively take these regulations and review them, but they don't automatically go to the Legislative Commission. But that does create a little bit of a gap between when the regulation is adopted and when it becomes effective, because no regulation becomes effective until it's filed with the Secretary of State. And in the temp process, there's a 35-day window built in. And of course, they expire on November 1 of the odd year. Okay, permanent regulations. These are the exciting ones because these live forever, or at least until they're amended or repealed. Multi-step process here. The important part, and we talked about it under the temporary regulations, is you will need to get language from LCB. These are going to be permanent rules with the authority of law. So the lawyers who are the experts in drafting laws are going to be the ones to draft them. You will also have a workshop, which will require 15 days notice. You will have a public hearing, which will require 30 days notice. And then after your public adoption hearing, your regulations will go to the Legislative Commission. That is the commission of the legislature that reviews all regulations. They meet every 2 to 3 months. And again, permanent regulations will not be, they won't go to Secretary of State until they've been ratified by the Legislative Committee. Permanent regulation checklist. This is very similar to the temporary regulation checklist. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because I think the next slide is actually better because it's a comparison. So what you kind of see here is the differences between the temporary and the permanent. Both of them have a workshop to start off with. There's a requirement for a 15-day notice. There is a small business impact statement, which means the agency must review the impact that the regulation will have on small businesses and take certain measures to ascertain whether your regulation is going to impact those businesses. 15 days notice, that gets posted. Then there is the actual drafting of the regulation, right? So the workshop is kind of, it can be first, can be sort of a community gathering where everybody tells what should be in the regulation, what should not be in the regulation. So you don't have to have any language drafted at that point. It can be sort of a more informal discussion. You can also have language if you want. If you want to come to the workshop with a proposal, that's fine too. So the next step in this, in both the permanent and temporary side, is the creation of language. On the permanent side, that is the drafting from LCB. So you'll submit the request for the regulation to LCB. They'll give you an R number. They are supposed to give you language back within 30 days. In reality, that doesn't always happen because sometimes the request to LCB is not necessarily answerable, or they may have some questions. So it could take a little bit longer if there's some back and forth with the drafter about what is actually needed or what should go into the regulation. You'll eventually get language back from LCB on the permanent side. On the temporary side, you're on your own. Work with your attorneys, come up with language that you think is the best language available, and you do not have to go through the LCB process because those people are all working 90 hours a week generating laws for us. Next step is the adoption hearing. These are identical on both sides. There's 30 days notice here, so you have to post public notice for 30 days. You have to include the proposed language for adoption, so whether that is language from LCB with an R number attached to it, or whether that is the language that you have worked on with your attorney that says this is the language that we want to adopt. Whatever it is has to be posted well in advance to give the public an opportunity to review and come to your adoption hearing and tell you either how great your regulation is or whether it could be improved slightly with some modifications. After the regulation is adopted, the processes deviate again. If it is a permanent regulation, it then gets sent to the legislative committee where it will be heard at the next committee meeting, as long as the next committee meeting is more than 10 days in advance of when you send it out. So you don't get to send it Thursday at 5 p.m. and say, oh, can you have it on the LegCom meeting for Friday morning? No, 10 days out. But as long as it's 10 days out, they'll put it on the next agenda. On the permanent side. On the temporary side, you don't need to send it. But you do need to hold it, and that adoption will start your 35-day clock, which gives the legislators a chance to say, oh, this entity adopted this regulation. We might want to take a look at it. We might want to pull it and put it on our legislative agenda for review. If they do not, the next step is filing with the Secretary of State. So on the temporary side, you send to the Secretary of State after the 35 days, and it gets adopted. On the permanent side, after the Legislative Commission has reviewed the regulation, they will, if it's approved, they will go ahead and submit it to the Secretary of State, at which time it will become effective. Submission to LCB, already went over this a little bit as we discussed. Permanent regulations go to LCB for official language. Language comes back within 30 days based on that statute. Can be extended if there is some confusion. And like I said, language not needed for the workshop, but it is needed for the adoption hearing. Workshops. This is often the first step in the process. Specific notice requirements are in 233B0608. 15 days notice must be posted prior to the workshop. You do not need the language from LCB. There is some forms in our manual, which was included on the first slide in this presentation. You cannot have the workshop on the same day as the public hearing. That is an explicit statutory bar, which means I think you can infer that the legislature would like the information from the workshop to inform the regulation before it goes to the hearing. They did not prescribe a number of days between the two, but they cannot happen simultaneously. So I think that is a good indication that they would like those to not be stacked up on the same day. Small business impact statements must be posted as well. We talked a little bit about how you have to take some time and review the impact of your regulation may have on small businesses. Workshops must follow the open meeting law procedures. We had open meeting law training this morning. I talked a little bit in the very beginning about how regulatory authority can be given to boards and commissions, but also can be given to individuals. Attorney General has some regulatory authority. Secretary of State has some regulatory authority. They're individuals, so they're not normally subject to the open meeting law, but when they are adopting regulations, they are. This process will require them to have an open meeting. Only difference is instead of having a dais with 6 people, normally will be one person who is either the Attorney General, the Secretary of State, or one of their delegates who will be taking the action as allowed. You can have more than one workshop if you want to. If you have a lot of public participation, if you have a lot of public interest, it may behoove you to have more than one workshop. It may take a while to get the language worked out. The requirement is one, but you can have as many as you want. That doesn't mean that you're required to. Even if the public says, you know, we really think we need multiple workshops, you can say no. We only need one, and that's all that's required. So that's something that's in the agency or the board or commission's control of how many they want to have. No workshop required before the second or subsequent public hearing, 233B0612. So think about if you go to an adoption hearing for whatever reason, your board says, no, this isn't ready yet, we want you to do some revisions. You don't have to go back to the workshop again. You can just go to another public hearing. Similarly, if you go all the way to the Legislative Commission and they give you a thumbs down on your regulation, they don't like it for whatever reason, you don't have to go all the way back to the workshop. You think about chutes and ladders. It's not go back to zero. You just go back to the regulatory adoption phase. Public hearings, again, these ones you have to have text at. There are specific notice requirements, and the text of the proposed regulation is included in those. There's a 30-day posting requirement of the intended action. That's 233B060. And there's a required form for the notice of intended action. These also must follow open meeting law processes. So same rules, even if you're an individual, Secretary of State, Attorney General, have to follow open meeting law on these. And again, have to have the approved language from LCB, although some non-substantive modification is allowed at the hearing. One of the questions we get a lot is, well, what's non-substantive mean? How much changes can I make? That's really hard to answer in a vacuum. But think about how this is a public process and how it is designed to give the public an opportunity to show up and opine on the regulation. And if you are deviating from the regulation and the proposed text in such a way so that the public might not have known where you ended up, and there was somebody who was sitting at home and read your notice and said, oh, that regulation's fine, but then you deviate into a place where they might have wanted to come and give comment, you've probably gone too far. So that's the lens that I encourage clients to look at is, would the public have known that this is one of the possible outcomes when they saw the language get posted? I don't want to tie people's hands because the boards need the ability to make the changes and put the regulations in the best place possible. But make sure that you're thinking about whether the public would have shown up had they known what kind of changes were going to be made. A couple public hearing tips. Read your language multiple times to make sure it says what you want to do. Because as we said, long process, workshops, regulations, you can always amend things, but then you got to do more workshops and more regulations. So try to get it right the first time. Ask a coworker from a different department to read it, because a lot of times you're familiar with the language in a way that somebody who doesn't read these things often is. The language is going to be public, so you can share it with whoever you want to. Have somebody who doesn't know anything about your department read it and say, does this make sense to you? Is there anything that you think we should change? How can we make this more clear? Agencies shall fully consider written and oral submissions with respect to the proposed regulations. If the public comes and starts talking to you about your regulation, feel free to engage with them and explain why the policy choices that you have made are the ones that you have made. Sometimes you will get to agreement and you guys will reach a consensus on what is the best policy. Sometimes you won't, but the record will be clear and it will be, people will better understand where you're coming from. It may lead to some changes and some improvements in the regulation, but the process of going through the back and forth with the public, I think, is helpful for the record, and will help prepare you for any questions you might get at the Legislative Commission as well. And I think it's also important, if there is a challenge, to have the record reflect that the submissions have been considered. It's not that, oh, we didn't want to hear from that person because they show up and they object to all our regulations and they're kind of just a pain. They've got an opinion, and you should engage with their suggestions and their requests. Final Legislative Commission review. After the public hearing is submitted to the LCB, LegCom can reject or approve a regulation. If rejected, doesn't become a regulation. You can request a written response from LCB or from the LegCom, but you really don't need to. Usually the record is pretty clear what they have a problem with and what they want to see changed. So in practice, that's usually not done. Usually when you get to this table and the legislature say, well, I really don't like this aspect, or I have concerns about this, it's pretty clear the changes they would like to see to have a successful regulation come back. So normally you can make those changes without requesting a written change. And again, when you go back to finish the process, you don't have to go all the way back to the workshop. You can make the changes and go to the adoption hearing to have a new regulation adopted. Once Legislative Commission approves, it is accepted and filed with Secretary of State, at which time it becomes effective. So it doesn't become effective during the process. It has to go all the way through, and then once it's across the finish line is when the effective date is. Legislative Commission preparation. If you do end up with a regulation that's gone all the way to the finish line and you're going to come to answer questions from the Legislative Commission, be prepared to explain the need of the regulation, why it's there. Prepared to explain concerns you've heard from the constituents, efforts that you went to address those concerns, why the version that you have is the best version. Also be prepared to explain the non-controversial parts of your regulation, because just because the public cared about one thing doesn't mean that the legislature is not going to have a question about something that you thought was non-controversial. So know it well, be prepared, and the more prepared you are, the less chance that anybody asks you about it. At least that's generally my experience. But yeah, questions are unexpected, and you should just be prepared to talk about every aspect of it. Part 3, Killebrew, a case study. I will pause again for regulations, questions, comments. Nicole?
Okay, so Ledge Commission rejects your reg. You can revise it and resubmit it within 60 days. But say you change that language, do you need to go back to another adoption hearing if you substantively change that language before resubmitting it to the Ledge Commission?
Yeah, so the question for everybody in Vegas was, you've adopted a regulation, it goes to the Legislative Commission, the Legislative Commission rejects it. Nicole wants to know, when you change the language, do you have to have it readopted by your public body or your agency before you go back to the Legislative Commission, right? So the answer is yes. You need to have whatever the final version that's going to go to Legislative Commission, you need to have it approved by the body. So you don't have to go all the way back to the workshop, but the only version that you have blessed by your public body is the version that was just shot down by the LegCom. So you need the public body to bless the version that you are going to move forward to the Legislative Commission. So yeah, you do need another public meeting with notice to the public, with revised language to the public body, and then once that gets approved, you can go back to the Legislative Commission. Cool. On to Killebrew. Perhaps the best part of this is it answers the question, how long does it take from somebody to have a good idea about a regulatory change and the legislature to say, we think you should change this regulation, to adopt it, have it challenged in court, go up to the Supreme Court and get a decision that renders it legal? And the answer is about 6 years. So if anybody wanted to know how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop, 6 years. I appreciate the chuckles. Makes me feel like I'm not as old as I think I am. You can see here, 2017, the legislature looked at the buoy and the pier permits and the costs that Nevada was charging, and decided that they were too low. They issued a directive to the registrar, again, putting that responsibility onto the agency with the expertise to go change these in regulation. The bill was pretty good because it said, we think these are too low, and it said explicitly, go change these things to make it more in line with fair market value. So the division undertook a rulemaking. Great job. And they did a lot of work. There's a summary here: historical review of the statutory fees, a review of other states and similar buoy and pier permits, valuations of fees charged by marinas and other businesses, so looking at what was happening in the commercial space, in-house evaluations of fair market value, independent appraisals. And because most of the buoys and the piers in Nevada are on Lake Tahoe, they also looked at what California was doing and what the buoys and the piers were there. So they did a lot of work. They also solicited public comment. They had the benefit of seeing the legislative hearings, so they knew that this was going to be subject to something with a lot of strong opinions. And I think that the actions they took reflect that. Individual notice to all existing permittees, posted in every Nevada library, advertised in newspapers, 5 public workshops. Remember, we only have to do 1. They did 5 because this is an area of a lot of interest to a lot of people, and they wanted to do a lot of due diligence. And in response to those comments, remember we talked before about engage with the comments. Don't just think that you've got it right the first time. If the public shows up and say, hey, you're going to take these fees from $30 to $200, maybe phase that in. Don't hit us with $200 the next year. Maybe go to $50 and then $100 and ratchet it up slowly. And they listened, right? So in response to those comments, they phased in the increases and they decreased them a little bit. So you can see the result at the bottom. Uniform annual fees went to $750 annually for piers and $250 for buoys. Previously, $50 for piers, $30 for buoys. Significant increase. I'm sure everything's going to be fine, right? Nobody's going to have any problems. Unfortunately, no. Appellants, property owners in Lake Tahoe, one of the most beautiful places on the planet. How fortunate you must be to own property in Lake Tahoe. You should be thankful every day that you have this opportunity and that you have the opportunity to own a buoy or a pier in one of the most beautiful historic places in the world. You wouldn't want to waste your time on regulation, would you? Or litigation over a regulation. So they petitioned the court for a 233B 110 challenge, which is a request for a declaratory judgment that the fee setting regulation was invalid. So that's the first step. We go to district court. They say that our fee structure was invalid. District court granted summary judgment finding the regulation did not violate statutory or constitutional provisions and did not exceed the statutory authority. Remember, we talked originally about going back to point to the authority that you have. The legislature specifically told me to set authority on buoys and piers. That's exactly what we were doing. You wouldn't want to take that to the Supreme Court. More wasted time and attorney's fees. But yes, they appealed, arguing that the district court could have reviewed whether the regulation was arbitrary and capricious. So the argument is not necessarily just that the regulation exceeded our authority, but that it was arbitrary, right? And they're asking the court essentially to evaluate the regulation and whether it was well thought out. Arbitrary and capricious, I think you heard under Todd's section, which is an argument that a public body really just kind of got it wrong, did something that reasonable people wouldn't do. They just kind of acted without logic and without sort of well-measured judgment that you would expect from a public body. So one of the issues on appeal is, what is the standard of review for challenges to the validity of an agency's regulation? Is it the arbitrary and capricious standard, or is it really just whether it was within the agency's authority? A lot of text here. Bottom line is, the court said that the arbitrary and capricious standard is not applicable to regulations. It is applicable to individualized determinations in the individual context, license revocation, things like that. But in the administrative rulemaking context, what they're really looking at is whether the agency was within the statutory authority that it was given. So again, the link to this whole case, in case you want to read it, and I recommend that you do, it's wonderful. The bottom line here is the last line. There is no room for us to read the arbitrary and capricious review into the standard provided by the statute. The court eventually determined that state lands did what they should have done. They looked at the appropriate things that the court wanted them to look at. They evaluated how to increase the fees in conjunction with fair market value, and they set a fee schedule that was completely consistent with the direction that the legislature had given to them. And they took the opportunity to clarify the standard, that it isn't an arbitrary and capricious standard. It is just looking at whether the agency is acting within the authority given to it by the court. So it's a great decision that took a lot of work by the agency and by the lawyers involved, and they did really good work. So thanks to all of them. Pause here before final thoughts, knowing that I don't have much time left. Any questions? What? The question was, how many buoys and piers could you have bought with the attorney's fees that were spended by the litigants in Killebrew? The answer is, I don't know, but you're right, probably a lot. But yeah, I mean, I think that one of the, other than this being a really good example, I think it's a good example of a division doing what the legislature told it to do, whether it was going to be controversial or not, doing the right thing, listening to the public, going through 5 workshops when only 1 is required, and still getting sued, right? Sometimes you do the right thing and people not going to be happy with you anyway. And in that case, that's why the attorneys are around, because we make the legal arguments, we go to the courts, and I think the court got it right and fully vindicated everything that both our office and the division did. So I think it's a great story for anybody who's a public servant who feels, hey, I'm getting attacked by this, what should I do? I think the answer is you do the right thing, you follow the law, and the attorneys will defend you and let the chips fall where they may, and if the court gets it right, you get a great decision, and you get to talk about it in training, years and years and years. So anyhow, I love the case. It's outstanding. Final thoughts, just a couple of random things before we go. What if a member of the public thinks an agency should adopt or appeal a regulation? Can they prompt an agency to start the rulemaking process? Of course they can. The answer is on the slide. NRS 233B-100 allows you to petition a rulemaking agency and say, hey, I've got a great idea for a regulation. Here it is. Why don't you go ahead and do this? Sometimes that could be a repeal of a regulation. This one's old and outdated. Get rid of it. It could be an amendment. You need to narrow it or expand it. Could be a whole new one. Whatever it is, they can submit that petition. There's a requirement for the agency to respond. They don't have to start the process, but they do have to respond to the petition. And if you get one of these, I would say it's a precursor to litigation, because somebody doesn't like what you're doing and they're likely to challenge you some way or another. So that response that you're going to give, that 30-day response, is probably your first document that's going to be in court. That's going to be stating your position of why the regulation should not be adopted. And if it should, just go ahead and start the regulatory process, because that's fine too. Next question. Does the agency have a certain amount of time to complete the rulemaking process? We get these questions every so often, and the answer is yes. You've got 2 years to complete it. The sanction, if you take longer than 2 years, isn't really severe. It just means that the head of the agency has to show up before the Legislative Commission and explain why it's taken 2 years to complete the regulatory process, which, I mean, it's more public shaming than anything else, right? The director or the chair has to show up and say, oh, I'm sorry, this happened and that happened. And then it's sort of a public embarrassment thing so that they can just get the process moving. But 2 years is that window. So once you start the process, pursue it with diligence to try to get to the end. I don't think I've ever had a client have to do this. But I certainly have been asked the question. And I think when the answer is, well, yeah, you got 2 years, otherwise the director needs to show up, it's like, oh, okay, we'll go ahead and finish that in 2 years. But just know that that's out there. And lastly, great power comes great responsibility. The only Spider-Man reference of the day. Is an agency required to review its regulations periodically? The answer is yes. Under 233.050, agency must review its regulations at least once every 10 years, but you review them more often. You know what's going on in your regulations more than everybody else does. I advise anybody with regulatory authority to just keep a list of things that are in need of updating, in need of review. As things come up, oh, this wording isn't quite what we wanted, put it on the list and work your way through whenever you're going to have a regulatory process or regulatory adoption to try to make sure that those regulations are as modern as you can get. Kevin talked about some of the problems of when we have an NRS that wasn't updated since 1930. If you go through your regulations and find that they haven't been updated since the 80s or the 90s, there's a good chance that there's stuff in there that could be cleaned up, disposed of. So statutorily, you got to do it every 10 years anyway. If you make it periodic, then there's less to do at the end of every 10 years. And you can feel like Spider-Man because you have this power to create the regulations, and the responsibility is to make sure the bad ones go away. That's it. Here is the CLE credit link. I will leave it on the screen as long as I am humanly able to so that everybody can get their CLE credit. But as I am leaving it on, I see people rapidly taking pictures. I'll answer any other questions that anybody might have. Yes?
We were talking about the members of the public being able to petition the board to start the rulemaking process. Is that literally a piece, like, is there a form that they fill out, or could that even be just an email or a public comment where they start that petition?
Good question. So the question up here in Carson was the petition to start the rulemaking process. Is there a prescribed form that they have to fill out, or can they just, kind of give public comment and a hearing and say, I think you guys need a regulation that makes, all animals have to be tested for rabies, which is a bad example because you have to kill something to test for rabies, but whatever. The answer is no, there's no form. NRS 233B, or NAC only 233B, I think only has one section, and I think it's the form for the adoption, the notice to adopt the hearing. So there is no form to petition. I have had people send them in letters. I've had people send emails. My general advice is if it says 233B 100 on it, treat it as if they have effectively invoked that section and respond within 30 days. If they haven't specifically invoked 233B 100, just treat it as the public coming to you with an inquiry that you should respond to, as any other member of the public is deserving of, thought and respect. But I wouldn't invoke the formality of that petition because you've basically opened yourself up to more responsibilities than you needed to. So does that answer the question? Other questions? Cool. Well, that I think concludes everything. Rosalie, I don't know if you wanted to wrap up while I'll stall to see if you're running to the dais, I will say that having sat here through almost all the presentations today, it's continually impressive to me how much knowledge and expertise we have in the state. A lot of it came from the Attorney General's office today, but also legislative auditors and Ross from the Ethics Commission. These trainings are great, but I have the good fortune to interact with most of these people on a daily or weekly basis, asking Kevin contracting questions, asking Rosalie open meeting law questions. And they really are working every day to make sure that we're following the law and the processes, and where those processes and those laws are kind of not functioning at their best, they're trying to figure out ways to improve them. So I'm fortunate to work with all of them. And just a final thank you to all of you, for everybody who's involved in public service, whether you're on a board or a commission, you represent one. Thanks for the work that you do for keeping the state running on time. Rosalie has not run to the dais, so I think that means we're done. So everybody drive home safely. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you.